At B&H, we found a way for you to save the tax. Have to have the latest Sony camera and save the tax? You got it. Need the new MacBook Pro? It's yours. How about a supersonic high-def telescope? We got you. Meet Paybu. You pay the tax, we pay you back, just like that. B&H.
feel like landscape is reflected in the people that inhabit it. Anytime I'm put on assignment to tell a story, I start to look for those similarities or those reflections of the place in the people and the people in the place. This is an ancient landscape. All of those things are connected by the textures that are represented in the faces of the people, in the textures of the horses, the dust that erupts to the bookshelf cliffs, and the way that the light scrapes across them at the end of the day. All of that is texture. In the evolution of photography, we've always searched for greater depth. We've searched for greater detail. In creating that depth, you are invited into a deeper emotional landscape, and that is the point of great photography. The file is so complete that you get those subtle textures, everything from the small shadows that pebbles create, to the cracks in the mud, to the huge hundreds of feet of undulation that wrap around the landscape in the background. The 14 to 24 2.8, the 24 to 70 2.8, and the 70 to 200 2.8 were the primary lenses that I had on my camera for the entirety of the shoot. It allowed me to be quick, nimble, versatile. These lenses are tack sharp edge to edge. With a single battery, I was able to operate all day long. If you add the vertical grip, you're extending the power of the camera and the longevity of the batteries for another day, if not more. You can also use it as a vertical grip to shoot portrait orientation. In general, shooting backlit is incredibly hard on glass. The performance of the Z system was spectacular, largely because of the flawless nature of the Nikon glass. Specifically for this story, backlighting subjects, the cowboys, the family, works incredibly well because it shows the dust and the grit that this landscape is known for. The Z7 II in every way delivers across the board what I expect from a robust mirrorless system in the field. I was never concerned about the dust that was getting into it because it just didn't get into it. I wasn't concerned about having these horses come by and splash, literally soaking me, drenching me. I was never concerned about the camera being affected. I was never concerned about the camera not being able to carry the amount of detail that I wanted to tell the story that I wanted. I was only concerned about my execution of it. One of the things that I love most about the Z7 II, the new system, is the speed at which it shoots, as well as the buffer. Now, I don't have to substitute any of the quality for the speed. The ability to shoot 10 frames a second as a scene unfolds allows you a much broader choice in your edit, and allows the ability to find that serendipity, to find those moments that bring all the elements together to make your viewers feel. I think what the Z7 II system allows me to do is move closer towards capturing what I feel versus just what I see. I am a relentless perfectionist. I demand perfection from whatever I do. I demand perfection from myself. In order to achieve the things I want to achieve, I have to have absolutely the best to achieve it, to make it look and appear the way I need it to.
Victoria Will began her career as a photojournalist before transitioning to celebrity portraiture, editorial, and commercial assignments. Victoria's characteristically authentic portraiture has appeared in Vogue, New York Times, Rolling Stone, ESPN, and W Magazine, with commercial campaigns for brands such as Carhartt, Levi's, Netflix, Hulu, Epix, AT&T, Bose, Ralph Lauren, and Miller High Life. Yeah, it's Miller time. That is quite the client list. Now, her approach is rooted in collaboration and meaningful connection, where she seeks intimacy, authenticity, and elegance with a thoughtful eye and composition. Now, I'm a huge fan of her work, as her command of lighting is simply unparalleled. We asked her to speak at Depth of Field because her work represents something different to add to the typical wisdom found at Depth of Field, and that of commercial and editorial work. She uses the best in industry pro photo lighting, and they've sponsored Victoria as she presents for the first time at Depth of Field. Please welcome and pay very close attention to Victoria Will.
Hi, thank you so much for coming to this talk. I am Victoria Will, and before I get started into all this content that I want to share with you, I want to thank B&H and ProPhoto for having me. They are both pinnacles in the industry, and I would not be able to do my job without them. So who am I and why am I here? Well, I am a advertising photographer. I am an editorial and magazine photographer. I shoot portraiture, I shoot lifestyle, I shoot fashion. It's a mixed bag. I think it's hard to put what I do into a box, and I want to share my journey with you. I want to tell you how I got to this point, and hopefully there'll be some things that you hear along the way that you can apply to your own career and your own path. I think it's sort of strange. I have a strange start, which is that I started as a newspaper photographer at the New York Post in New York, straight from college. And it was there that I really cut my teeth. I have to say I was not very knowledgeable or technical in photography, I should say. I knew a lot about the history of photography and a lot of contemporary photographers and art photographers, but when it really came to actually making pictures and being a photographer, I don't think I was very talented. And that's really where I learned so much. Being a newspaper photographer or a photojournalist meant that on any given day I would have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 assignments. And so I would have to learn what the story was, who the subject was, what am I trying to say, what am I trying to convey, and then I would show up at that place and then I would try to make imagery that told that story. So really what I had to do as a newspaper photographer was think on my feet over and over again. And sometimes it was what to shoot and how to make a beautiful image in those moments was really obvious. And on most occasions it was challenging, and I had to really troubleshoot and come up with clever ways of making something that may not be so visual interesting. The time I had at the newspaper really was like my university, my college time. That's really where I learned a little bit of everything. I could shoot some stuff in the studio. I could shoot some breaking news. I could shoot something out of a helicopter if they asked. I could shoot a lot of portraits. I could shoot, a whole gamut. But I didn't have what I would call a voice. I don't think I had a strong personal point of view that was coming across in the work. And at some point through my career there, I had a really great shoot with a woman, and her publicist said to me, I really enjoyed this. Why don't you send me over your portfolio so that we can maybe do a shoot again? I have other artists. And I said, that would be great. But I actually didn't have a portfolio, and I had no idea what I was going to share. And that was a pretty eye-opening moment for me, because as a photographer, your point of view is the most important thing, who you are and what you bring to your work. And there I was, sort of at a crossroads where I had to ask myself, what did I want out of my career? And what was important to me was making work that felt like me, where I was able to get my my vision across. So at this point, I made a decision that I was going to try to make imagery that felt like me and was more in line with my aesthetic while I was on assignment at the Post. What's interesting about that, even as I say it right now, is I didn't know what that was. What's my style? I had no idea. And I think picking a style is a dangerous thing. It's sort of like picking, a filter on Instagram. It's not authentic. It doesn't come from the heart. One thing I did know is that I wanted to learn how to light. That was one way I wanted to separate myself from some of the other photojournalists. And what I did was start bringing lighting to my feature and portrait assignments at the paper, and learned, as I went. Of course, I was always shooting my roommates and trying different things at home before I'd show up to the shoot. But in general, each portrait and each time I set out on one of these assignments, I tried to do something different. It was through that, and then also making a portfolio, something that felt like me, that I started to see a style. So one of the things I did when making this portfolio was take all my favorite images and have them printed 4x6 and laid them all out on the floor. And my first intent was really to make a website. And then from there, I was going to pick my favorites and put them in a printed book. But in doing this editing process, I actually started to see a theme or something that started to look like, hey, maybe that's a Victoria Will picture. And that was a really big moment for me. And I have to tell you, it took me so long to get to that point because I procrastinated and procrastinated and procrastinated, because making that website and sitting down and making that portfolio was so daunting. But honestly, it was through that process that I was able to, it actually gave me confidence, because I started to see that when I show up to work and when I show up with my point of view, something's happening. The reason I'm telling you this now also, and it's a theme throughout this whole conversation, is that finding that voice and finding who you are when you're not being paid, when you're not on assignment, is really important. And there are other ways to do that. And shooting personal work is one of it, and it's really important. And I'm going to sort of booknote that here, and we'll come back to it. When I finally had the courage to leave the paper, it was to start freelancing. And I freelanced for anybody. So newspapers, magazines, I did events, tons of events. I did weddings, I did parties, you name it. But it wasn't where I wanted my career to go. What I really wanted was to shoot portraits for magazines. One of the first assignments I had after I left the paper was I was asked to go with a reporter to photograph President Bill Clinton in a hotel room while he was being interviewed. But that's not what I did. I'm going to be in a room with President Clinton, and he knows I'm there to take his picture. Well, I'm going to make a portrait. The editor didn't ask me to make a portrait, but I'm going to. I hired an assistant to help me. I grabbed some seamless paper. I rented lights, because I didn't own any at the time. I'm pretty sure I had the ProPhoto 7Bs for this. And I went over and I started taking pictures of the president while he was doing the interview, and then I would go back and help my assistant set up and just get it organized. And then I'd go back and shoot more of the interview. And at the end of it, the president just got up and went and sat down on the chair that I'd put on the seamless, because he just thought that was what was supposed to happen. So I kept honing my portfolio in that direction. And I would regularly reach out to photo editors and creative directors, and I would, email them or try to get a meeting with them. As these assignments kept coming to me, I would get maybe the 5-minute portrait in a hotel room, or 10 minutes or 15 minutes, and I was so thrilled at the time just to have the opportunity. But sometimes it was magic and everything came together. And sometimes it didn't work at all. And the photos would still run, and the editors were hopefully still happy, but I wasn't happy. I really needed to figure out how to get what I needed quickly. And by doing it over and over and over again and planning more and showing up to the studios early and having sort of a bag of tricks, different lighting and modifiers and different seamlesses, I was able to hone in what worked and what didn't very quickly. And mostly it was about the connection. I'm pretty good at lighting, and I'm always trying to learn more and to get better. But even at this point in my career, I could light an image. I could make a beautifully lit image. But if you have a beautifully lit image and there's no emotion to it, and the portraiture isn't there, then I don't find it successful. So what I was trying to do in these short segments in these short assignments, was figure out how do I get that emotion and that gesture. That was the hard part. That was what's challenging to do in a quick period of time. So I started going to workshops. I went to the Santa Fe workshop several times. And I went to ICP. I took classes at night. I mean, I really reached out to photographers, anyone who was willing to give me any feedback. And I actually figured this out while at one of my workshops, was that I was getting so caught up in all of the lighting around me and the photography of it that I was forgetting to be connected, and I was forgetting to be present, especially when I got nervous, which took a very long time to get over. I used to ask questions thinking that I was, putting it on the subject, like, where are you from? How many children do you have? Do you have pets? Where do you live? And sometimes I was so nervous I wouldn't even listen to their answer. That happened while I was in Santa Fe, and the photographer who was running the workshop stopped me and he said, "Where is the model from?" And I was like, I think she said St. Louis, but I don't remember. And that was a big eye-opening moment for me that, yes, I was there, but I really wasn't there. So that actually changed my entire approach to portraiture. And I had to get out of the photography of it and make it more about connecting, which is what I tried to do moving forward. And I think when I did that successfully, you really saw it in the imagery. And that's what started to propel my career. So much of my work now comes from me realizing that it's just not about me. And for so long it was about, I was in my own head and in my own way. And when I now step into the room, it's all about the subject and who I'm trying to photograph. Because I need to bring, if I'm asking my subject to give something of themselves, then I need to be present and to give space for that. I think portraiture specifically is the art of observation and the practice of listening. The next sort of pivotal change for me happened when I went to Sundance. I had this opportunity to go and set up one of these studios, and all of these actors would come through the studio, one after the next. And it sounded like a great opportunity. But I really didn't know what I was in for. And when I arrived, I realized that my style of portraiture would probably work very well, because I could make these quick connections and I could light it. But what was happening is that I would make a nice one-off portrait. It was nice, it was great, but I had no control over the styling. I had no control over, the room and the set. What I tried to do with my time there was to create sort of a cohesive look. And each year I tried to evolve. So the first year I went and I tried to make it fun and collaborative. And I would move the subjects from a seamless background to a chalkboard, and I'd have them draw things, and that sort of worked. But the next year I wanted it to feel a little bit more artful and more creative, so I brought fabrics and I put them on V-flats. So each side of the V-flat had different fabrics, and as people walked in and I looked at their clothing and the styling, I would match one of these backgrounds that I picked. And then the following year, I brought these really beautiful painted canvases, and I loved them. So at that point, I'd been there several years, and I was getting ready to go back to Sundance again. And I needed to come up with something really that just felt different. I was tired of sort of reinventing the wheel, but I also needed to really step out of my comfort zone and push myself. So I decided to do tintypes, which is part genius and part, what's the opposite of that? Crazy. It was part genius and just part circus, to be honest. It was a really good idea, and I knew it could be executed there, given the parameters and how the festival worked. At the same time, I really wasn't sure how it was going to turn out. So it was high risk, high reward. But it turned out that shooting tintypes I even had to slow down even more because I had one chance to make a plate. So the subjects would come in, I would take their portrait digitally, and then I would say, excuse me, would you like to come over into this area? 1, 2, 3. There we go. 1, 2, 3, 4. No, you can move now. Thank you. 2, 3, hold still. Done. Thank you. If you want to watch them develop. Perfect. That's it. Now it goes and gets developed. Boom. 3, hold still. Perfect. Thank you. Wow. Awesome. Woo! I feel like I just got punched in the face. Awesome. Awesome. That's it. Yeah.
I didn't want to break it, so you said.
1, 2, 3. Awesome. So pretty. What I noticed is that people really loved it because it was something new and something different, and they could smell the darkroom, and there was just a vibe that we were going to make something really unusual. So because I had the chance to hit the shutter one time, I needed to make sure that what was in the lens was exactly what I wanted. Meaning, there were a few plates I took, and the people left, and I went, God, I really wish I had just asked them to turn right or look down again. So I got the courage to be more deliberate with my direction, and I had to get my subject where I wanted them. And that was sort of learning the art of communicating and being graceful. So it wasn't just being present and listening. It was also having the confidence to tell them where to go because I knew that would work. And that particular Sundance is really where I learned that. I have some memories of Robert Redford basically telling me to hurry up because I was asking him to look left, look right, look, and he sort of said to me, okay, make up your mind. And I thought, yes, but I only have the opportunity to take one picture of Robert Redford at Sundance, which is his festival. He started it. And so even then I said, okay, I'm getting there. I'll be right there. I tried a few more things. I focused and I hit the shutter, and I'm really glad I did because I had him looking at the camera, and then he turned his head, and that ends up being the image that I like the most. So with each body of work that I made at Sundance, I was able to push it out into the world and send it to photo editors and market myself in a way that would help get me more assignments in between Sundances. And in each year, while I was coming up with those ideas, that process felt like a creative boot camp. Like I really needed to evolve and to grow. I want to share with you some of the photos that were made not of the subjects, but of the space that I was working in, because I think that is very telling. And the reason I'm showing you that is first and foremost to say you really can make a beautiful image anywhere, especially if the two ingredients that I think you have your lighting down, but really make it about the moment and the gesture that you're capturing. But I also show you this because I wanted more. I love my job and I loved spending time with these people, but it was too fast and I did not have enough control. So when I left Sundance and I looked around at other photography that I really sort of lusted after, the work of photographers that I saw that was in Nike and Adidas ads, or I would, a Cadillac ad here, or I'd see a billboard up for a movie poster. And I just wondered, how do you get those jobs? And I looked at my portfolio and it was much stronger than it had been, especially when I left the New York Post, but it didn't show what I was looking at. It didn't show how I could transition. So if somebody was to hire me, how I could execute their vision. I really needed to make the work that I wanted to be hired to do. So what I did, I looked in magazines and I looked around online, and I would flag and screen grab and print work that I just loved, that I found really inspiring. And I decided I needed to do more personal work, more personal shoots, meaning I was always able to try to get an image for me when I was on assignment, but who was I when I wasn't on assignment? And I heard that from a lot of photo editors and agents and creative directors when I went in to meet with them, and all they saw were these celebrities and these recognizable faces. They would say, "Oh, great, this is beautiful. You're a celebrity photographer." And I was like, "Whoa, wait a minute. I mean, I'll take that, but I'm so much more than that. I want to shoot for Nike. I want to shoot for, you name it, Madewell or Carhartt." And they would say, "Well, great. I don't see that here." So one of the things I did, it was actually really strange how this came about, but I was going on a pack trip with horses. I ride horses, so I was going with my in-laws, who are cowboys, a ranch in New Mexico. And we just were going on a vacation, and we were gonna ride 5 horses in and have 5 horses bring in our food. I know that sounds crazy. This story sounds nuts when I'm saying it out loud. But I've been riding since I was 7 years old. So of course I brought a camera and I shot the entire vacation. And halfway through, I noticed 2 things: that all of the people we were meeting out in Colorado wore Carhartt, one of my favorite brands, and they all drove Ram trucks. So I sort of said to myself, well, what if I make this story that I'm documenting and shooting right now a story for Carhartt, sort of my perspective for that brand? And that's what I did. So for the next 6 days, I just shot everything I wanted to shoot, and with a particular eye towards Carhartt, what I thought maybe Carhartt was looking for. And I came back and put the work together and sent it out. And nothing happened. However, I kept doing that type of situation where I would shoot what was happening around me. That's the work that I put out and sent out to creative directors that really resonated. And that's when my first commercial job came. 4 years after doing that type of work and sending it out into the world, I finally got a call from Carhartt and started working with them. And that's been a dream relationship for me, and I've worked with them for the last 6 years. So what is the difference between editorial and commercial work? I sort of want to dive deeper into that and sort of unpack it a little bit more for you. So my point of view is that for editorials, you get a call or an email from a photo editor and they say, hey, do you want to shoot so-and-so on Friday at 3 p.m. at this location? And I say yes or no, for X amount of dollars. And I say yes or no. Sometimes it's more involved in that. Sometimes it's, okay, we're going to shoot so-and-so on Friday in the studio. What do you want to do? And I can come up with a general plan. They can approve it. I can pick the studio, pick the stylist, and we're collaborating in that way. Sometimes it's a little bit more involved where they say, oh, do you want to shoot someone, or we want to shoot this person or these models, and this is the theme. The theme is noir. And then you really can dive in a little bit more, but you're sort of working in these parameters. With commercials and advertising, there's just a lot more that goes into it because I'm casting the talent most of the time. So I'm picking the people I'm shooting. I'm not being told. I am picking the locations, given certain parameters. I'm picking the stylist, hair and makeup, and then I'm propping it out and I'm creating what I used to do as a photojournalist by just sitting and observing people. That's the main difference, in my opinion. There's also a lot that goes into the commercial side of things that I didn't know anything about. I really want to demystify what it is to do a commercial job or an advertising job, because there's a lot of closed doors and weird things that go behind it. So I'm going to walk you through an assignment, or I should say a brief that I was given. Because in the editorial world, when somebody emails you and says, hey, do you want to do the shoot? You can say yes or no. And if you say yes, then you have the job, and you together work with what that vision is and you do the job. In the commercial world, most often it's a triple bid, which means that there are 3 photographers bidding against each other. I got an email that says this: we want Victoria to bid on this job. Here's the brief, which I will show you in a minute, and here's the budget. The budget is $68,000, inclusive of the photographer's fee and production costs. The shoot date is the week of September 14th. The location, a studio setting with a black backdrop. We're open to traveling, so wherever Victoria thinks would work. And then it talks about here, you can just see hair and wardrobe. They don't want it to feel too modelly. They want it to feel more approachable, but of course they want it to feel elevated. Talent, we need 5 to 7 talent. Photography needs, we would be asking for a library of images, so 8 to 10 masters or hero images that we can resize to make digital banner ads and whatnot. 10 times 10 of these images wouldn't really need to be retouched, just general color pass. The usage, in perpetuity, worldwide, all media, wow. Motion, I don't know if Victoria would actually shoot it herself or if she would bring somebody in, but either way, we would take the footage and edit it in-house. So I then take this, and I am privileged enough that I get to pass it off to my agent, who does a lot of the money side of it, thankfully. I get to be the creative side. But we do have those conversations, like the one I just mentioned. Okay, well, we're going to shoot motion, so I need a huge portion of this budget to go to that. I would like to shoot at X studio. They put in, they get their Excel spreadsheet and they start filling in the numbers. And then the next person I get involved is my producer. My producer is the one who's going to make sure that all of these pieces fall into place. So I'm going to keep throwing pieces at her, and she's going to start locking them into the, into the schedule. So from there, I get on what is called a creative call. So the creative director will jump, now it's a Zoom, but the creative team will get on a call, and they basically will ask me, hey, did you read the email? And what do you think? And I get on the phone or the Zoom and I say, yeah, it's beautiful. And I explain exactly how I want to execute the job. Because I want to shoot it in New York, because I think that the talent that they're looking for is best there in this particular case. Sometimes I might say, let's definitely shoot this in Paris. If we can make it work with the budget, we're going to Paris. But, and I walk them through, but what's important about this call is it is 100% a job interview. So even though I'm a photographer, and I never thought I was going to have to do job interviews other than portfolio reviews, this is absolutely a job interview. The same way for wedding photographers, every time you meet with your brides, it's the same thing. And then at the end of this conversation, they'll say, great, can you send me a treatment? And a treatment is that book report that I have to basically take everything I just said and put it into a visual manifestation of how I'm going to make this job happen. I send that off, and then I wait a couple days, and I pray. And I try not to refresh my phone too much and then you hear whether or not you got it. In this case, I did get it, and I'll share those images here. I love this body of work. I think it's really beautiful. We elevated the styling. These were real people. They didn't want me to over-retouch. The clients agreed with me on the casting. Beautiful black and white portraits. So rarely do I get to shoot black and white in advertising. We need a motion component. Perfect example of something that I did personally that led directly to being hired for that work is over the summer when we were all in lockdown. After things sort of started to settle and we're opening back up, I held something at my studio called, I just called it an open studio, where I invited anybody who wanted to come in to sign up for a 20-minute appointment for a portrait. And all they had to do in exchange was donate money to one of two charities. And these are some of the pictures that I did during that 2-week period. And when the art buyer reached out to me about this job I just shared with you about these black and white portraits, she referenced having seen the open studio. And she had seen it both on my website, but also on my Instagram. And Instagram is how I put it out into the world. I also put flyers around my particular neighborhood in Brooklyn because I wanted the neighbors to feel invited. And this was just a passion project that then led directly to, a commercial job. But really what I'm being asked to do is no different than what I was being asked to do when I first left the newspaper. I was just being asked to take pictures, but I have become more confident. I'm more clear in what I'm trying to achieve, and I know how to get there. So really the photography part of it, finding your vision and finding your voice, particularly, I think I should use the word voice, not vision in this case. Finding your voice is the most important part, because from there, when I show up to take pictures, that's what I'm bringing to the table. And the experience that I have now, that I have gained each time, makes me better at navigating that dance. So if you have confidence in your work, then you're going to get these jobs, and then you're going to learn as you go, just as I did, what all of this, the talent and dealing with that and hiring a producer and hiring a giant crew, all of those things fall into place as long as you are clear on what you are going to shoot. They're really, it's not, so anyone who's out there, who's listening to this conversation, there's no reason why you can't be shooting commercial work. There's no reason why you can't be shooting editorial magazine portfolios and whatnot and portraits if you have a strong vision and you're very clear on where you want to go. I'm just bringing all of this to the table. It's very, it's the opposite of techie. It's sort of like the business management side, but it's so important and adds to your confidence when you are get on that phone call. And so that you really can say, this is how I'm going to execute it. And this is how I'm going to make your vision come to life. Going back to the personal work, I shoot more personal work now than I ever did. It's what keeps me going. It sort of scratches that creative itch, because oftentimes when I'm, some of the work that I'm asked to do isn't, it's in line with a brand identity. So it might not be exactly what I would shoot if I wasn't, if I hadn't joined in the collaboration with them. So you still have to go out and shoot and find out who you are when you aren't getting paid. That's so important. And I can't tell you how many times in portfolio reviews or after I got a job, somebody said, hey, I'm so excited to work with you because I loved this picture. And it's always a photo that I shot on my own. Just because it was, I was inspired by it. If it's inspiring to me and I make the image, it's going to be inspiring to somebody else. There's still places I want to go. There's still things I want to evolve, places I want to evolve with my photography and clients that I want to work for. And I think as I keep shooting for myself, I'll be able to put that body of work in front of them and say, listen, when when your campaign fits this style of work, you'll know who to call. I'm always trying to grow as an artist and to get somewhere else. I think it's just part of who I am as a photographer. And when that lines up with other brands or magazines, or that vision lines up with other people's aesthetic, then that's when these matches are made and you really have these successful shoots. I know along the way you feel like you're out of your element, and I think that's a good thing. I think that's when you learn. It's really those moments where you're really uncomfortable. That's when the magic sort of happens. I've always asked other photographers questions. I always reach out, hey, I have a shoot in San Francisco. Is there an assistant you love? Oh, I love this location. Where was that? And the people that are willing to help, I'm grateful for, and I would not be able to, I wouldn't be at this point in my career without them. So please feel free to DM me any questions. Well, I hope you got a few tidbits or takeaways in this conversation. And thank you for listening to my journey and how I got here. And I hope I hope it was helpful, and that now I can take some questions, and particularly on any topics I didn't get to that interest you, or any topics that perhaps I skated by. So thank you.
B&H presents the Depth of Field Awards 2021, the Fashion Award, sponsored by HP, featuring the HP Envy Photo 7155 all-in-one inkjet printer. And the winner is... Winter Wonderland by Jordan Hollinsworth. Congratulations.
This is our green vest. This is our conveyor belt. This is one of our photo experts. This is a brief history of B&H. The year was 1973. The Mets went to the World Series. The first cell phone call was made. And Bleemy and Herman opened a specialty photography shop at 17 Warren Street, New York City. They had a simple philosophy.
Be honest, treat people right, and they will come back.
Thanks, Irving. Also, free candy. And it worked. Over the next 20 years, we expanded and moved to West 17th Street, then 34th Street and 9th Avenue, and added more products. Lighting, binoculars, telescopes, audio, video, tripods, computers, printers, mobile, televisions, projectors, drones, and even more free candy. Now it's 3 stories and over 400,000 products and over 1,000 employees. We take millions of orders online and ship to 179 countries and counting. You can talk to us in person, on the phone,
B&H, how can I help you?
or online. Check out our checkout baskets. Also check out our checkout numbers. Also check out the flare on Marae's vest. And everyone's favorite part, our conveyor belt.
The benefit of the conveyor belt is you don't have to worry about the product or schlep it around anymore until checkout.
Nice. These are the owners. They still come to work every day. They're around here somewhere. Anyway, this is Jeanette. Oh, sorry, she's busy. This is our warehouse. This is Yakov and Levy fighting over lighting kits. B&H is not a chain. B&H is open every day, except Saturdays, of course. Now you know almost the whole story. We are B&H.
They've called us the Hunters of Light. We search for the things that have yet to exist, challenging the traditions, foraging through the shadows, listening for the subtle changes. This is us. We are not as the others are. We do not see as the others see. From the distant shores to the far-off worlds, we've made friends with the beasts, the wind, and the waves. We've made vows to the land, signed deals with the sky. Now let us write together a new chapter.
Paul is a German-born photographer who lives in New York City. Claudia Paul tells visual stories for NGOs across the globe, always focused on elevating human connections while capturing individuals' compassion. Pet projects include Faces of Resilience, a portrait series of healthcare workers during New York City's COVID-19 pandemic. When she's not behind the lens, you can find Claudia seeking out the best espresso on a volleyball court or on ping pong tables. She's a founding member of The Loop and current board member at American Photographic Artists New York. We invited Claudia as something a little different to the stages at Depth of Field because of her recent work and how she adapted her business to meet the pandemic head on. We found it fitting to provide Claudia an opportunity to share her work and wisdom in a conversation style that we recorded earlier in January remotely. Without further ado, please welcome Claudia Paul to Depth of Field. Hi, everyone. Welcome to Depth of Field 2021 in conversation with Claudia Paul. I am very honored and happy to have a wonderful New York City-based photographer here to have a conversation about what it's like to work in New York City pre-COVID and post-COVID. So Claudia Paul is a photographer that is based here in New York City. I met Claudia at a pro photo demonstration when they unveiled the new C1 compact little pro photo lights. And I was amazed at her grasp of this lighting and the work that she was producing with the camera and her amazingly friendly nature. Claudia is an editorial commercial photographer with an emphasis on portraiture. And Claudia, I want to welcome you to Depth of Field. Thank you for agreeing to come and talk about your work.
Hey, David. I'm so excited to be here. Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Oh, it's an absolute pleasure. I'm going to enjoy this conversation with you. But first, you are a German-born photographer, and you came to New York City, I believe, in 2003. Can you tell me what brought you to New York City and why?
Yes, it's actually a kind of a sweet little New York story because I spent 1 year in New York right after high school. And, trying to figure out what I wanted to do with my life. And I actually ended up in New York as a nanny for 1 year. And that year, made me completely fall in love with the city. And I actually did discover how much I love photography because, you come from this small town into the big city. And then, I was just so fascinated by just the streets of New York, the people. And so I started running around with my camera and just capturing and also ultimately taking some photo classes. And after that year, I had to go back to Germany. And it really kind of cemented for me, the wish to become a photographer. And I did photography school in Germany. And after that was all done, I made my way back to New York because I felt like I needed to experience more of New York. The year wasn't enough.
Okay, so we know that you're a New York City photographer. What really impressed me about you was your connection with the local New York City photo scene, which is a real thing. There is a photo scene here in New York City. Your connection with it, and what also got me was that you were organizing events and you were really being an instigator within the scene. So can you tell me about how that has networking and networking with your peers and also your competitors, how that has affected your photography?
Yeah, I think for me, this is just my personality, but when I first started in New York, I was interning, I was assisting, kind of learning the ropes from other photographers. And that for me was the foundation that I got to meet other photographers and got to learn from them. I would say be mentored by them. And so for me, that was always really connected that, the love for photography, but then also mingling with other photographers that, you can learn from, you can get inspired by, you can, ask them questions about things that you might not know yet. And so you got that right. I think it was always such a big, important part of me being part of the community.
A great way that I saw you instigate that was the ping pong parties where you were organizing ping pong games among photographers. And I think that photographers are well suited to ping pong. A lot of eye-hand coordination goes on. Tons of fun with that. Do you recommend that for other photographers to be building network events for competitors, essentially?
I think it's, yes, we're always competitors, but I do feel like if there's an open communication between us, I think we can only benefit from it, because this comes down to, let's say sometimes I'll call one of my friends if I'm bidding for a job that is beyond something that I'm used to, and that I'm just unsure about usage or the numbers, and so I'll run it by some of my friends that I trust. And I think having that ability to really bounce something off of someone else, so I really see there's so much more benefit than being afraid of the competition and being afraid of putting your numbers on the table and say, look, this is how much I would charge, can you help me and see if I'm way too high or way too low, because it helps everybody, I think, in the end.
See, and helping everybody, that kind of leads to my next question. And I want to talk about your work. And what I enjoyed about your work is that helping and the foundation of yourself and what you're interested in, I found to be really a compass in your work. Working for not-for-profits, working ethically, and you also choose projects that really seem like they're custom tailored for you. So you find those very specifically. Especially your work on health, anti-bullying, these are great topics, especially health. And can you tell me the great causes that you take projects on and you work with? How do you allow this personal projects and this important work you do and make it so that you can sustain yourself as a photographer in New York City, shooting what your heart tells you to photograph?
Yeah, I think that's always the tricky thing for all of us. But I think the way I've been doing it over the past years is really to try to have steady commercial work that pays the bills, and then with that paid work, I get to explore and work with nonprofits or do my own projects, like you said, because I think it would be a dream if I could only work with nonprofits and make a comfortable living with that. But the reality is, especially if you go to smaller nonprofits, they usually don't have the budget. And, so I always try to get as much regular work so I can free myself up to then do some work that I'm just super passionate about and that I don't care about getting paid for, or, where it's more about making a difference with the work and creating something meaningful and really, touching someone's life or helping one person even. I think it all makes it worthwhile.
Looking at your work, I think, yes, commercial and editorial, and I'm sure you're a very competent photographer that can handle many different types of assignments, but certainly portrait work seems to be a foundation of what you are. And I would even go as far to say that if you were to be labeled any one type of photographer, a portraitist would be how I would actually call you, because of all that extensive work in portrait. Within portrait, I've seen traditional studio type work, I've seen headshots, and I see you do environmental portrait. When you work out with a client on what they're going to be expecting from you, how do you, can you speak about environmental portrait versus studio portrait and how you pitch each one to a client?
Mm-hmm. So I would say for most of my commercial clients, there's a lot of need for me to come to them. So, I love when a client can come to the studio, but in reality, a lot of times, based on their schedules and all of the logistics, they usually love for me to come and set up wherever they are. So that already kind of takes care of the studio situation. But what I usually love doing is always try to get a location scout in. So if I'm not familiar with the location yet of the client, I'll ask them to either have me come in the week before or a few hours before the actual shoot and try to figure out the best location for what we need. Or of course, then if they're looking for more of a solid background, you can always bring your studio kind of to the client and set up there. But
what kind
I
of
think
light,
it's
what kind of lights do you use, Claudia?
pro photo all the way.
All the way.
I love it. It's pricey, but I love that they're so reliable, and everybody has them if you need to rent. Everybody knows, like the assistants know how to work with them. So it's just been super, super reliable for me.
Let me ask you, when you take your studio strobes, your pro photos, they're in your studio and then you pack them up and you go on location? Is that already a separate kit for location work?
Sadly, I do have a bunch of equipment at home as well, but actually it works out pretty well, because if I have like a quick shoot where I don't need 3-4 lights, I have enough of that at home to kind of just grab and go. But most of my equipment is at the studio, and that's where I can do more elaborate setups if I need to.
I think a lot of people also want to know, because the New York City photographer is, it's not an urban myth, it's a real thing, but it's a very special photographer that works here in New York City. When you travel, when you do your location work, do you have a van, or do you Uber or taxis? How do you get your lighting to the location work?
Yeah, I think some of the non-New York photographers are probably laughing at us, because we're very scrappy. I think the way we get around. I don't have a car, so just like you said, I'll usually meet my assistant. He's gonna help me bring everything to a cab or Uber or whatever it is, and we load it up and we go to the location. And I feel like I don't even think about it. I've gotten so used to that I don't really see the need that I have my own car, because then you have to deal with parking in New York, and even during the job, I think it's kind of nice to just get dropped off with all your equipment, and then you don't have to worry about where to leave that car.
Which is a big consideration for New York City. You want to go into your photo shoot without worrying if you're getting towed or
getting 10 tickets.
Yeah, 10 tickets, or the look, you're a New Yorker, so I'm sure you've gone through the tow pound, which is the one.
I did not have to do that yet, thankfully.
Keep up your good luck with that, because that's a special New York City treat, going to the tow pound. It's on a.
I've heard stories.
It's on a dock on the Hudson River. So, what a place. Okay, so let's talk about marketing to these clients. So you're working. Your client list is quite varied and very top shelf, shall we say? How do you market to your clients? How do your clients find you?
Again, that's is always a tricky question for photographers, but I think I've learned over the years that, I mean, right now that's not as possible, but networking for me is always key. So as much as I could do that in the real world, meeting new people, being open in the conversation, telling them about what you do, for me that has really helped create new relationships. Because the thing is, especially in a city like New York, you never know who you might meet and who you might run into, and you never know if that person couldn't make something happen for you as far as a assignment. So I was always very open to meeting new people. I still love business cards, so I hand them out a lot. Even some people make fun of that because they think it's old school. But so that personal networking was big for me pre-COVID. And then definitely using social media. It's as much as we all feel like sometimes that's a lot of work and it's a drag, but people find you on social media, and the more consistent you are, the more you post, the more you're getting visible and getting into that algorithm. So I'm definitely seeing interest through that, and even people reaching out on Instagram, which 2-3 years ago I didn't think that would ever happen.
Let's also just talk about your website. You have a beautiful professional website. It's up to date. All the links work. The work is wonderful on it. Now, that was sort of our discipline, was that website was our digital portfolio. That was the outreach. Now social media is, and Instagram in particular. Let's just talk about maintenance of the website versus maintenance of social media. How much time do you really give to each, or do you treat them equally? Is your website as important to you as your Instagram feed is?
I do feel like that websites still have a really huge importance, because someone might find you on Instagram first, but I think the art buyers, the creative directors, they will go to your website and they will kind of see if you can back up that work on social media with your portfolio online on your website. And I just don't see that going away. I know some people don't have websites anymore, and maybe they're more kind of like those influencer types, and they have a huge following on social. But for me, my social media following is not enormous. I've built it really, really from the ground up, so very slowly and very organically, I guess. So I still rely very much on the website. And I think as far as maintenance, it's never as up to date as I wish, because you have to find the time to do that. But I do, every quarter or so, I really spend a lot of time going through all the work, getting, taking some old stuff down, updating new stuff. And with social, it's a little bit easier and quicker. You can just make a quick post and it doesn't take you long. But I think both are really important to keep updated, for sure.
Okay. Now, I want to, we're at the part of this interview that's really most important. It's the crux of it, because I feel that your opus as a photographer here in New York City during COVID, you truly did, you found yourself. And not to say that you didn't know who you were or what you were before COVID, but your work, one of your clients was Mount Sinai Hospital. And as it goes, you began this relationship with them, and then COVID struck, and you continue the relationship, and it became a project called Faces of Resilience, which this work was you going into the hospitals, working with the healthcare workers, photographing them, telling their stories visually. And this work was so strong that it got the attention of Good Morning America. You were featured on that. Let's talk about this project and how you went from with a nice client. Healthcare is an excellent client. There's a lot of money and visuals that they're spending. I know the New York Langone Hospital has an amazing ad campaign, but these hospitals and healthcare spends quite a bit of money with photography and videography. Can you tell us about how Faces of Resilience came about, and how you were able, through your network, through an existing client, was able to create this amazing body of work?
Sure. Yeah. So like you said, I've been working with Mount Sinai for a few years now, and it was a lot of portrait work. Obviously, we feature lots of doctors, and for various things that they need for the website and brochures and things. So it was nice, steady work. And then when the pandemic started and we went into lockdown, of course, just like everybody else, first my calendar just got wiped clean, and it was a shock. And it was the first time I was told that I can't actually do my job. And then I would say 2 weeks into that, my client at Mount Sinai, my contact, she reached out and she said, "How would you feel about coming in to document our efforts?" At first it was more, them thinking about, this is something historical that we need to really document that for our archives, all the construction that they did, the tents, it was an insane amount of work. And so I was very nervous, definitely, because I'm not a photojournalist. I'm not a kind of crises photographer. So I don't feel like I naturally have those tools to go into something that could potentially be dangerous. But I really felt at that moment that this is my chance to do something really important. And I really didn't think about it that long, because I just felt like there's a reason why I'm being asked and why I'm in this position. And so it's almost like my duty to go in and do this. And then, it turned out to be such a rewarding type of work, because it gave me something it really gave me something to do during a time where everybody else was trying to make sense of, why they have to be home and can't work, and it really kept me going. It gave me my purpose back. And so I almost immediately, when I started, meeting some of the nurses and the doctors that worked in the middle of this hectic, crazy situation, I immediately thought of doing a portrait project. So basically, the documentary work that I did with Mount Sinai was, we'd have a list of people that we need to photograph and people that might get interviewed for their podcast. So we would run around to different locations and have very little time in each department. So I felt like I really wanted to do a project where I have a little bit more time and where I can really try to get the person's story and really capture what they've been going through and what it means to be a healthcare worker during this time. So this idea popped up pretty early on, and I thought about it, kind of fleshed out how I would like this to be, and then I presented it to my client, and she loved the idea, and then it didn't happen. And which, is nobody's fault. It's basically because they had a pandemic to fight, and they had so much going on at the hospital that the last thing they could think of is helping me set up a portrait studio at the hospital to photograph the healthcare workers who are also completely overwhelmed and have no time. So it was kind of put on pause for a while. They all liked the idea, but just said, just wait, let's see how this turns out. Maybe we can do this later down the line. And then I just couldn't forget about it. And I just felt like I need to be persistent. I need to be pushy, because otherwise it's not going to happen. And so because I had a lot of connections within the hospital network, I reached out to a smaller branch of Mount Sinai, which is up, it's Mount Sinai Morningside up in Harlem. And I think because of their kind of smaller setup, it was much more likely that they could make something like that happen. So I reached out to their marketing, and they loved the idea, and they just kind of went full force with me and organized it, and gave me a space to shoot in, organized the people and everything.
Just to set the scene for those who aren't in New York City, Mount Sinai Hospital is a beautiful hospital. I've had surgery there as well. It's a great hospital, and it's up on Museum Mile on Fifth Avenue, where all the museums are, and they put their overflow into Central Park and put tents out into Central Park where there were COVID patients that they were overflowing. I mean, some of the other hospitals in New York City, Elmhurst was quite famous in the Bronx, which got hit probably arguably the hardest of all. But you went up to, you kind of found a division of Mount Sinai up in Harlem. So it was a little more manageable for your project to be executed, is really what it sounds like, as opposed to the horror and what was going on at the Mount Sinai that is down on across from the park.
Yes, correct.
Now, how did it get the project get the attention of Good Morning America?
With lots of hard work. I have to say, it's interesting because we always see these things that go viral online, and I always wondered how that happens. And I think the reality of it is that you really have to do the legwork. And I'm not even saying mine went viral, because it didn't. It's just the Good Morning America exposure was amazing, and I loved it. But it took a lot of reaching out to a lot of different people, presenting them with the project, and basically pitching the story. So they didn't just come to me and said, "Oh, we would like to feature this." So it's really what my mentors have always told me: you have to be persistent, and you can be so talented, but if you have a great idea, it's one thing to shoot it and execute it, but then to get it out in the world is a whole different story.
The persistence. But I think one thing that you do is that you follow your heart with photography. So getting this work out there, Faces of Resilience, you wanted to tell their stories. You wanted to tell these frontline healthcare workers their stories, and you, through your persistence, you got it out there.
It definitely helps, of course, when you're really passionate about something and you just feel like this is important. And it's not so much about you, it's really about, I wanted to get those healthcare workers featured. It wasn't, I didn't even want to be on camera and talk about the project. I wanted them to be seen. And I think that really helps kind of drive it if you make it less about you and more about your subjects or, you know, the subject matter.
What other doors has this project and the promotions that were around it opened for you in the post, well, we're not post-COVID, but in in 2020 moving into 2021? What other doors has this project opened for you?
I think it's a little bit too early to tell, but I think it definitely, those kind of things, I feel like they give you a certain, not a leverage, but I think they give you a little bit more respect in a certain way. And, you know, I think they can help me get more work in the healthcare field. And, you know, I mean, for the most part, it was really a lot of beautiful feedback. A lot of people reached out to me and just kind of shared how that project felt to them and what it meant to them. And to be honest, that already was very rewarding because it just kind of confirmed that what I set out to do actually happened and that people understood what I was trying to capture. And you know, even if it doesn't lead to immediate work out of that, I think it's just one step of my journey as a photographer, and it just kind of hopefully lets me do more of those kind of projects.
Well, I have to say is that, you know, being in New York City as well and watching the pandemic go down and having friends who are photographers, it was interesting watching the way select photographers were able to go out and document and do what photographers do over COVID. So it was a great work that you've done and a great service because those healthcare workers, who knew that they would be so important at the next great juncture of humanity at this point. So yeah, I think you honored them very well with some beautiful portrait work. So I wanted to, we're coming to a close. It's been a great interview, but I'd like to ask your advice as a photographer now in the final legs of COVID. Do you have any business advice for working in this this soon to hopefully be post-COVID world? But any marketing or safety or any advice in general that you would give to your fellow photographers that you've learned to move forward after COVID?
I think it's a very good question. I think it's very important to kind of ask yourself throughout all this, you know, am I trying to do the same thing over and over and over, even though we are in the middle of a pandemic, or am I able to kind of pivot a little bit and be more flexible? And I think for me, that was the biggest takeaway and learning experience, that right now everything is so unpredictable as far as our business and what kind of work we might get. So I think we need to be flexible. I think you might have to be more creative about finding new business. You might have to be open to shooting different things that you used to shoot, because maybe, let's say, if you were an event photographer, who knows when the next events are going to happen again. So I think not being so rigid, as in, well, but that's what I do, that's what I've been doing the last 10 years. I think that's not a good strategy right now. So, and I like to plan, I like to know things in advance, but that whole business model, I think, is gone. So I think we have to really be just kind of be able to go with the flow more and you know, add different skill sets. I think video, for example, is it has been growing and growing, and I think that's something that in the future brands are going to ask more and more for the photographers to have. So if you can offer both of those, for example, that will open up another income possibility.
I think it's the great sensibility, makes it so easy for clients to understand what you can offer and how you can work with them. Claudia, this has
Absolutely.
been a great conversation. I'm so happy to have you here at Depth of Field sharing your work, because I do feel your work is important. It was timely, and the fact that you're a New Yorker, sort of a dream for many to be a New York City photographer. So I want to salute you in your work and your ambitions and realizing your dreams.
Thank you so much. It's really a pleasure to be here and talk to you. And yeah, I love Depth of Field. I've been there in the past as a participant, and it's I think for the most part, it's just beautiful that people get to come and learn and get inspired by each other and other photographers. I'm gonna definitely watch some of those keynotes, and it's a beautiful thing. So thanks so much for having me.
Thank you very much. Claudia, Paul, thank you so much.
B&H presents the Depth of Field Awards 2021, the Commercial Editorial Award, sponsored by Wacom, featuring the Wacom DTK 1660E interactive pen display. And the winner is Frank Vagone for Garden and Gun Magazine by Andrew Korniak. Congratulations.
This is a story about a magical place where everything's amazing, especially the people. We can tell you everything there is to know about over 400,000 different pieces of gear. Tell them, Lenny.
We have a 17 millimeter, 24 millimeter, 45 millimeter.
He does this all day. We'll help you find the right thing, which is often not the most expensive.
The A9 is great, but I think the 6500 is better for what you need.
That's pretty rare. And just like you, we love to explore and share our passion, because we're creators as well. Israel and Jake like to make videos for the web. Oh, I love it when he does this. Oh, by the way, if you can't meet us in person, you can always chat with us online. Think of us as collaborators, production partners, problem solvers. This is Greg. He's made 5 gold records.
You can play your voice high.
And here's Jay, the king of the candids. Wait, I'm not ready, Jay. Sometimes we geek out and help each other, but mostly we're here to help you. Like Lenny, who's still going, because there's a lot to say when you're making some pretty important decisions. So now you've met 16 of over 1,000 employees. 16 reasons our customers like to do business with people, not algorithms. We are B&H.
I feel like landscape is reflected in the people that inhabit it. Anytime I'm put on assignment to tell a story, I start to look for those similarities or those reflections of the place in the people and the people in the place. This is an ancient landscape. All of those things are connected by the textures that are represented in the faces of the people, in the textures of the horses, the dust that erupts to the bookshelf cliffs, and the way that the light scrapes across them at the end of the day. All of that is texture. In the evolution of photography, we've always searched for greater depth. We've searched for greater detail. In creating that depth, you are invited into a deeper emotional landscape, and that is the point of great photography. The file is so complete that you get those subtle textures, everything from the small shadows that pebbles create, to the cracks in the mud, to the huge hundreds of feet of undulation that wrap around the landscape in the background. The 14 to 24 2.8, the 24 to 70 2.8, and the 70 to 200 2.8 were the primary lenses that I had on my camera for the entirety of the shoot. It allowed me to be quick, nimble, versatile. These lenses are tack sharp edge to edge. With a single battery, I was able to operate all day long. If you add the vertical grip, you're extending the power of the camera and the longevity of the batteries for another day, if not more. You can also use it as a vertical grip to shoot portrait orientation. In general, shooting backlit is incredibly hard on glass. The performance of the Z system was spectacular, largely because of the flawless nature of the Nikon glass. Specifically for this story, backlighting subjects, the cowboys, the family, works incredibly well because it shows the dust and the grit that this landscape is known for. The Z7 II in every way delivers across the board what I expect from a robust mirrorless system in the field. I was never concerned about the dust that was getting into it because it just didn't get into it. I wasn't concerned about having these horses come by and splash, literally soaking me, drenching me. I was never concerned about the camera being affected. I was never concerned about the camera not being able to carry the amount of detail that I wanted to tell the story that I wanted. I was only concerned about my execution of it. One of the things that I love most about the Z7 II, the new system, is the speed at which it shoots, as well as the buffer. Now, I don't have to substitute any of the quality for the speed. The ability to shoot 10 frames a second as a scene unfolds allows you a much broader choice in your edit, and allows you the ability to find that serendipity, to find those moments that bring all the elements together to make your viewers feel. I think what the Z7 II system allows me to do is move closer towards capturing what I feel versus just what I see. I am a relentless perfectionist. I demand perfection from whatever I do. I demand perfection from myself. In order to achieve the things I want to achieve, I have to have absolutely the best to achieve it, to make it look and appear the way I need it to.
Charmi Peña's success as a wedding photographer specializing in Indian and Southeast Asian wedding stems from her passion for preserving the intimacy of weddings and her desire to honor wedding traditions by capturing them with respect they deserve. Her documentary approach, coupled with a tendency to break the rules and push boundaries, has led to top industry awards and decade of happy clients and recognition in numerous publications, including the New York Times, Maharani Weddings, and South Asian Bride, and Moment Junkie. Working with Charmi during Depth of Field was an honor, and she was simply unstoppable. Her work ethic was contagious. She brings a unique perspective to the Depth of Field stages, and we thank Nikon for sponsoring Charmi, a Nikon ambassador.
Hi everyone, I'm Charmi Peña. I'm a Nikon ambassador, a wedding photographer, and I'm going to tell you more about myself, but I want to talk to you today about disaster proofing your photography business. None of us could have seen what was coming this year. We did not know that COVID was going to come and take our entire businesses. So I want to talk about disasters we can prevent, disasters we can foresee, and maybe how some of that stuff can help us when things like this happen. So again, I'm Charmi Peña. I'm a mom and a wife. I have been photographing for about 15 years. I own my own company, and I am an elected official, just because I thought maybe you'd like some weird trivia. Climbing on the top of things that I should not be climbing on top of. If it's a fast-moving vehicle, all the better. If it's a ladder, these guys were actually not there when I climbed on top of the ladder. They rushed over to the ladder once I was up top. I am known to make poor decisions about where I'm climbing at weddings. But this is most frequently where I can be found, pointing to myself and begging people to look at me during formals. And on occasion, you can find me in the back of the room with truffle French fries, especially if it's a planner who loves me and went out of her way to go get them for me. So before we get all the way into the subject, I want to give you a sense of what my work looks like. So I'm going to play a short little video for you. I promise it's extremely short. So hopefully that gave you a sense of how I am really obsessed with emotions and chasing emotions. And I really do, cheesy as it sounds, I really do love love. So on my wedding day, my husband gave me a camera. And I had been looking for a job. I'd been trying to figure out what I wanted to do with my life. And when he gave me the camera, I put it in the back of my closet and decided I was absolutely never going to learn how to use it because it was far too complicated for me and I had a point and shoot, so why bother? And then a couple months into being at home and not finding a job I was in love with, my husband brought me home a book about how to use my camera. So I dove into the book and me and my camera became best friends. And I said I would never shoot weddings, ever. And then this was my first wedding. A slightly crooked, very interestingly toned image is one from my very, very first wedding in 2007. And I spent all of 2006 assisting my wedding photographer. So I finally realized this is what I needed to do with my life. And 14 years later, I have been published in Vogue India and People magazine. This image specifically was in both of those and a couple other places. You may or may not have seen it. But the last 14 years have been a constant journey of making mistakes and growth. And over the years, I've learned to systematize a lot of things so that I don't hurt myself or my business because I am so busy. So at my highest year, I was shooting 31 multi-day weddings a year. So that's like 105 shooting days a year, maybe. And that's too much to leave everything kind of to chance. So I'm still at about 20 a year because I have a very hard time saying no. But when you're shooting that many weddings a year, or even if you're shooting fewer weddings a year, you really need to find ways to be prepared. I have always, by nature, been very paranoid about preventing disaster. I'm a person who needs a plan A, and I need my plan A to have a plan B. And if I don't have a plan B and maybe even a plan C, I get very, very anxious. So I want to talk to you guys about avoidable crises, unavoidable life events, and then how maybe preparing for those can help us a little bit for unforeseeable disaster, but also just how to survive unforeseeable disasters like COVID, how we can take the structure we have built in our businesses and help survive when we cannot make the income that we are used to making. So diving right in, I want to get right into avoidable crises. So every week on the internet, on Facebook and in other photography groups, I read about my dog knocked my drive off of my desk, and now my last 2 weddings are on there, and help, can you find me someone who can recover these files? Or I was so tired after my wedding, I left my gear in my trunk and I was robbed overnight, and now all my stuff is gone and the wedding I shot that day is gone. So these to me are all incredibly avoidable disasters. So I just want to tackle them one by one and talk about what I do to protect myself in these situations that I think are completely avoidable. Gear. So recently, and by recently, I mean maybe 2 years ago, it's been a long career now. Recently, I had my camera shutter go down. That was my fault, actually. It was completely foreseeable because it was definitely close to the 200,000 mark and I hadn't had it replaced. So that's something definitely to keep an eye on. But what saved me is I always have extra gear in the car. And then on top of the extra gear, I also have really good relationships with my local camera house. So if you live in New York City, it's great to have a good relationship with B&H so that if something goes wrong, someone can help you and someone can rescue you. So that's been really helpful. The thing that's been most helpful, though, when my gear went down is having a good network of local photographers who I have come to call friends and who I would go rescue in a heartbeat, who when my shutter went down at a wedding, even though I had backup gear, my backup gear is not the exact gear I want to be using, who were willing to run to the local camera store, pick up a new camera for me or a rented camera for me and bring it to me. Building relationships in your community is going to help you when disaster strikes, for sure. Cards. So we all use cameras at this point that have dual card slots, but still I see people talk about how their cards go down and they don't know what to do. So I just want to talk about how I use my dual card slots, and hopefully that can help somebody avoid the things that I've seen happen. So first, my cameras have an XQD slot and an SD. So I was shooting D850s and now I've moved to Z6 IIs, but the exact same thing will apply. So when I get home from a wedding, I take my XQD out and I download everything off of there and I pop that back in the camera. And then I take the SD out, and the SD is permanently retired until that wedding is delivered to the client. So SDs are so cheap at this point that it really doesn't make sense to be too concerned about reusing SDs over and over again. So I automatically have that backup just in case there was a problem with the XQD or something happens to my drives. But even so, it tends not to be a problem. But since I have the SD, I have security. The other thing I do is I use really big cards, and that way they never have to come out during weddings. I use 128 gig cards. I know some people feel very nervous about that, so you don't have to do that if that's not what you're comfortable with. But I feel better about not removing cards than I do about replacing them throughout the day. I do, however, keep a wristband. It's a wrist wallet so that if I ever have to remove a card, one card goes directly in my wrist wallet. The other one goes in my camera bag. That way they're in separate places and one is on my body. It's the same thing I do for destination weddings because I am so paranoid that I will mail myself my SD cards and keep my XQDs on my body. And drives. I see the question a lot when people say, what's the best hard drive company? And definitely there are some companies that are better than others, but the reality is mechanical things will fail. Drives will fail. And so redundancy is really your only option, because if your child or your dog does knock your drive off of your desk, hopefully you can just let that one go, turn to your alternative and use that one, and not worry that all your images that you just recently shot are gone. So what I do is I come home from any given wedding, and when I'm offloading those cards, I offload them directly onto 2 different drives. And those 2 different drives, one comes everywhere with me physically. Yes, everywhere. I use a Samsung TT5 that's on the smaller side, and it actually just fits right in my wallet. So when I'm traveling, going to the grocery store, taking my kids anywhere, that drive always comes everywhere with me. So you want to have at least 2 backups, but I will confess that on top of my 2 backups, I also have a Synology in the house. So I have a backup system in my basement, and that backup system also backs up to Amazon, which we'll talk about again later. But those 3 things, these very predictable failures that can happen, protecting yourself from that is vital, because you're shooting really expensive weddings that you're being paid well for. You do not want to lose that money, and you do not want to hurt your reputation. Even my Lightroom catalogs are on my desktop and get backed up to the cloud. So that way I don't lose any work if my computer goes down. And it's a really great talking point when you're talking to your clients. When you're talking to your clients and you talk to them about security, it makes them feel really, really comfortable with you. And I will definitely say there are clients who have booked me after finding out how many precautions I take to protect their images, because they've heard the horror stories of, oh my God, I have this friend and they never got their photos because something happened. And now we're turning to unavoidable life events. So some of these are not going to apply. Well, one of these is not going to apply to everybody, but maybe there's a tidbit you can take away from it anyway. But the big unavoidable life events in my life, I think, are pregnancy, injury, and death. It seems morbid, but we got to talk about it. We're business owners and we need to be on top of everything. So, pregnancy. If you are of the age that you may be thinking about having children, a little bit off topic, but I would say definitely don't plan or time your pregnancy. It's impossible. I ended up doing 6 cycles of IVF and I ended up having a baby in wedding season. And it was okay because I did plan for the pregnancy, even if I didn't plan the pregnancy itself, because the timing was the timing and I had to just take what I could get. And it applies to men and women alike, in my opinion, because most of the men in my life, they want to be present for the birth of their child. They want to be present when their kids are growing up. So what you want to do is talk to your clients, set up backup plans. What I did is bring people with me after a certain point in my pregnancy so that if I had to leave to go deliver a baby, that there would be extra people at the wedding who could just stay and shoot. I talked to my clients about sending an associate if I needed to. And as long as you're open with your clients and you have that good communication with them, all of my clients were 100% okay with trusting me to manage the situation. This is really important and applies to everybody. So my husband was my second shooter a couple years back. And the night before a wedding, he had a mini stroke. And it was extremely difficult, but I had to go shoot the wedding no matter what. So luckily we have family who was able to stay with him, and I went to go shoot the wedding in another state. What I've done to safeguard against injury is a couple of things. The biggest thing being I have a solid staff. So my second shooters and my assistants are very consistent. They've been with me for years and they are capable of taking over for me if I'm ever the person who's injured. And on top of that, keeping a strong network of photographers who are also primary shooters who are local to you is going to be priceless. And if you really go out of your way to serve other people, then when you're in need, they absolutely will come through for you. So whether you find them through Facebook groups right now when you can't have meetups, or after COVID, you should go out of your way to attend local meetups. You're going to meet great people who are on your level and get to know them. And if you serve them, they will serve you. If you are genuine in your community building, that will come back to support you in so many ways. We also have workman's comp and some insurance policies to handle if we have injuries. And so I highly recommend looking into that. But the biggest thing that has saved us when we are dealing with injury and family issues is having a wonderful staff. Death. I know I put a funny photo because I wanted to balance out this subject matter. But death is a hard one. We are business owners. If something happens to us, our families are usually left with no idea what is inside our business. My husband did used to second shoot for me, but the reality is he is a computer guy who does not understand the inner workings of my business. He is my tech support, but he does not know anything about my clients. So what I've done is created a file that has the location of all my client information, that has the location of my wedding presets, all the vendors I use for everything from albums to editing and more, everything. Basically a workflow of everything he would need if I, got hit by a bus the day after a wedding. And it's very morbid to think about. It's not fun at all. But what would be worse is if there were outstanding weddings and your loved one, instead of dealing with their pain and grief, are trying to fight off people who are clamoring for their photos. In that file that I have put aside, there's also specific photographers who can understand how to interpret what I've left in the file so that they can help him as needed. And I carry a life insurance policy so that every single client that I didn't photograph yet, he can just refund and he can move on with his life. I know this is not fun stuff to think about, but it makes me feel more comfortable knowing that if something were to ever happen to me, my husband and my kids are completely handled. And honestly, I'm a little bit of an ethical weirdo, so it makes me feel better to know also that the couples will be totally taken care of. Someone's going to make sure they get the photos, whether I was able to get to editing them or not. And everyone else is going to be able to find someone new. So I feel like I've left enough information to have people not just be lost in my business. And now we're in the big one. Unforeseeable disaster. Not one of us could have seen COVID coming. And how do you prep for something you can't see coming? Honestly, there's really only one way to prep for that. Pretty much everything that I did for all the other things helps a little. Life insurance, injury insurance, all of that, because COVID is not going to be the only unforeseeable disaster, right? You just don't know what else exists. None of us could have guessed this. If you talked to me a year and a half ago and said, hey, are you prepared for bad things to happen? I would have told you I have all of my stuff covered and I am in perfect shape. And that is a lie. So the one big thing that I will be changing as a result of COVID is my saving strategy. So typically I make sure that my business has enough money in it to weather the overhead of a winter where I don't work, whether that's because I don't want to work over the winter or it's because the weddings just aren't as heavy in New Jersey for November, December, January, and February. I make sure that I'm covered for those 4 months. I have never thought about making sure I'm covered for a year and a half, but there's no insurance policy you can buy for a pandemic and there's nothing else you can do. So whether it's for a pandemic or the alien invasion until we make friends with the aliens, I will, for the foreseeable future, be planning to save 12 to 18 months of overhead. And I think that 12 to 18 months of overhead is still maybe not going to be enough for a disaster I can't foresee, but it's definitely going to give me more of a buffer than I had in March of 2020. the big thing for me in surviving something like COVID, because you can't plan for it, is that I have absolutely no pride about survival. I actually had offered to my husband to go work at Target. I was totally fine with it. I don't see a problem. If you need to pay bills, you need to make money. So I had asked him what he thought about me going to, either grocery shop or work at Target. And the only reason I did not end up doing it is because we have an asthmatic child and he wanted me to find other ways. So I started to get creative, but again, I have no pride about it. I am a photographer, and yes, I'm a wedding photographer, but I'm also a commercial photographer, and I'm just I think a good freelance photographer who can handle anything that's thrown at her. And so I'm completely biased when I show you this child smashing his cake. He is my best friend's child, but I am not above shooting cake smashes and setting up cake smashes in my garage so that I could socially distanced and masked safely shoot cake smashes outside over the summer. So I had her in, we took this picture, and it helped me book other cake smashes. And I, over the summer, was able to shoot those. I was lucky enough to shoot weddings last summer. I was able to shoot some that were absolutely gigantic, and some that were very, very tiny and followed every single rule. But I would say a lot of my couples, they switched to a quick elopement, which was great for them to use their deposit funds, their retainer funds, but it didn't leave me collecting the balance that I would have collected for a 4-day wedding, which is what they originally had booked. So this couple ended up deciding to elope, and they came to Princeton so that I could photograph them just getting married anywhere I chose. It's been really fun to shoot these pop-up weddings where I get to decide where we're doing it, and then they're not in locations where you normally are even allowed to have a wedding, but really takes a toll on the books. So I had to start figuring out how I was going to pay these bills, and maybe eventually even pay myself my income again, because I pay myself a monthly salary. And the first thing I did when COVID hit is take myself off payroll. So I needed to plan to help my business survive and maybe hopefully also take care of myself so that I didn't have to continue living off my personal savings. So the first thing I tapped was the money tree. My friend Justine calls it the money tree. I never thought of calling it that, but it absolutely is a perfect name for what it is. You know how you have clients over the years who talk about, I really want to hang something over my couch. I really want to do this, but then they don't do it. They have the session, but then they don't buy pretty much everything they wanted. They buy a little bit of what they wanted, or people who inquire and say like, I really want to do a family portrait session with you, or I want to do an engagement session. All these people who sort of talk about doing stuff, but then don't follow through. For me, that's the money tree. Going to them and saying, hey, remember that thing you wanted to put over your couch? Do you want to talk about it? I have time. I can give you options. And tapping the money tree was the first thing I did. So this bride of mine had talked to me about, they had already booked their wedding and their engagement and album and a whole bunch of stuff with me. But she had talked to me about wanting a second secret engagement session because she wanted to propose to him, because they were going to have this extra year that they weren't getting married. And she wanted to make a really special moment for him. So she decided to wait and wait and wait. And then when it was time for me to tap the money tree, I reached out to her and said, hey, why don't we plan this? Why don't we put it on the books and make it official? And so she came to Philly, and they actually live in California, but they came to Philly, they were visiting their family, and she was able to surprise him and propose back. And we took advantage of Philly being kind of empty and nobody being allowed to do indoor dining by going to their favorite bar, and they were the only ones in it. I was masked, I promise. But we were able to get really personal photos for them, and I was able to make money additional to what was intended. over the years, all of my moms from my family sessions talk to me about photos just for themselves, but then they never do it. They never actually have time, or I think it's really hard for a lot of people to put themselves first when they're in family hustle mode and they're taking care of everyone. And it's hard to say, I'm going to make some time just for me. So this is a mom who I have been photographing her family since her firstborn was 5 days old, and he's 14 now. And we had talked about doing 40th birthday photos for her since she was 30. And so I reached out to her, and she was absolutely all about it. And I think she may not have gone forward if I didn't reach out to her about it, because we had talked about it. But how many things do we all talk about that we don't actually follow through on because we really need someone to push us a little bit? So I was able to reach out to her, talk to her, motivate her, give her ideas for location. I was able to pick the location. She rented the location. She made time. And we went and did 40th birthday photos just of her. I wouldn't call it a boudoir shoot, but it was definitely an empowering shoot for her on her birthday. And people always reach out to me for headshots, but I am never not busy enough for time. I never have the time to do it. And so I have this list of people who have said like, hey, I really want to get headshots, but I had never tapped into that list because I didn't have time. So I started reaching out to everybody who had ever talked to me about headshots. And so I ended up shooting headshots for this woman who is an author, and my photos are in the inside of her book. And I was able to shoot a bunch of other headshots for people in different parts of my life. I'm obviously involved in local politics, and I'm involved in other things. And so I started reaching out to everyone. You need headshots? I got you. And so that was one more way I tapped into the money tree. And anyone who had ever said they wanted prints, I made sure to email them and say, hey, just want to remind you. So it's a really good idea, I think, to keep yourself either a spreadsheet or a list or something of these interactions that you have that don't actually end up being followed through on, because when it's time for an emergency, you have a money tree to go shake. The next thing on my list of ways that I made money during COVID: surprise album sales. Surprise album sales do not have to be real. So I would share with my clients that my lab was having a sale and I wanted to pass the savings on to them. And whether that's true or not really doesn't matter. Every now and then my lab does have a sale, but it really doesn't matter. The point is, I'm offering my clients a discount on albums that they didn't purchase, or parent albums they didn't purchase. And that was motivating for a lot of people. And the trick for me, I'm always sure that even if they had a really, really tiny wedding, I try to get these out of the world, I guess literally in this case, images so that they feel strongly about putting them in a book. And when I approached all of these people about an album, I already had a design ready for them. So I sent them a pre-design, told them how much it would cost, told them how much the discount would be. And I sold quite a few albums and parent albums this way. And the parent albums were even easier money because the original album was already done. They were just buying copies. So use your client list and approach everyone. Even if they got an album, did they get their parents an album? And approach them and let them know about your fancy sale that you're running. Bring that money in. In March of 2020, when I started to realize that we were not going to be quarantined for just a month, and I really started to understand that this was going to affect us for a year and maybe much longer, I decided to start really hustling. I had started shaking the money tree. I hadn't done the album sale yet, but the first thing that came to mind is Mother's Day. So Mother's Day was coming up, and I thought, well, why don't I run a mini session sale? So what I did 2 to 3 weeks before Mother's Day, and you can go to my Instagram, and if you scroll down, you can see the ad that I put together that I used. but I put together a mini session sale. So mini sessions with me would normally be $600. I put them on sale for $450. And I said, pre-book them now. I know we can't shoot now, but if you book them right now, this is the lowest price they'll ever get. And then you can give them for Mother's Day, buy them for yourself for Mother's Day, or you can just buy them in general and we will use them this summer or later this year. And I had a ton of people jump on top of that. And so that made me feel better for March and a bit of April. And I really love photographing families. So it's great for me to have all of these on the books. Later in the year, I was able to email people who hadn't already used up their session over the summer and offer them a discounted upgrade to a full session. So that also brought in a little more money later in the year. The caveat for these mini sessions was that they would only happen Monday through Thursday. So it's totally okay to say, hey, I'm going to offer something on sale. I'm going to offer something that people are really going to like the price of, and then put a couple of boundaries around it and say, okay, but this is not going to happen on a Saturday. This is not going to happen on a Sunday. And every single one of my clients was 100% on board. I find that the more confidently you give people information, the less they question it. So when I told them, hey, like this is going to be the rule, they were all about it. Next, I made myself a micro wedding guide. So it's a 3-page guide, has a beautiful cover, and the second page has all your different options for micro weddings, and the third page has some product information and information about me. I will actually post that online for you guys to take a look at if you'd like. But micro weddings ended up being a lot of fun, and I booked people who I didn't already have on the books. So there were those clients who used up their retainers with me, and that sucks because I'm not collecting their balance. But there were also clients like this who booked me just for their micro wedding. And the fun part of micro weddings is, one, I was collecting good money on a Tuesday for 3 hours, but also they really let me pick their locations. Like, nobody really gets to elope under Bethesda Terrace until this year, because now they do it pop-up style. This guy, their officiant, met us there, and we were there for 10 minutes max. And then we walked around Central Park taking photos. This couple did not also have their wedding booked with me. They decided to get married and called me and asked me my opinion about location and time. And originally they were going to do this location, but a little bit off of where they ended up finally placed, but they were going to do it at around noon. And the nice thing about micro weddings is you can really tell them what's best for their lighting and what's best for their photos. And they listened, and we did this right around sunset, and we're able to get beautiful, beautiful photos for them. So these micro weddings for me were max 5 to 10 people in attendance. They were outside. They were very socially distanced. There were portraits, and then there were vows. And honestly, they were beautiful. I loved shooting them, and they were great income. And I don't think they're going to go away. So don't think like, well, the vaccines are coming and COVID's almost over and I'm going to go back to my normal business. Some of what I've done for surviving COVID is also going to change my business going forward, because I actually really enjoyed a lot of it. You're going to see some more of that soon, but these micro weddings, I love them. They were fun. And I would love to shoot some weddings on a Tuesday while my kids are at some class they're taking. So the next thing I did is start creating new content, just anything. There's so much stuff in your house for you to photograph, including the people who live in your house. But if you don't want to photograph the people who live in your house, just start shooting anything. I started making food so that I could photograph it. So this was a rose and saffron ice cream with Earl Grey ganache and a cardamom crumble. That came out of my head because I'm weird. But I made it and I plated it, and I tried to learn how to roll one of those ice creams like they do in the fancy places, and it went moderately okay. But photographing that and stuff out of my garden, all of this was grown by me except for the herbs. No, the herbs were grown by me too, just not the spices. photographing things that came out of my garden, making cookies, all of this. I started using it. I only shot it 9:16 to put in my Instagram stories, and then I put it in my highlights. And it actually did lead to me being able to shoot for cookbooks. Only one, but one is more than zero. So I think shooting things to show that you are capable of what you know you're capable of, and showing it can lead to work from directions you did not expect. I also contacted a former couple of mine that works with a lot of designers, and I thought this was a designer that needed images, and I connected with them, and we were able to shoot images for this designer's website. I was able to photograph this is my son. I am very, very biased, but I used him as a model along with my niece for a toy company. And all of that led to me being able to shoot an 8-page editorial spread for Elle India, which super fun, and Elle India. And I always say that wedding photographers, we are capable of so much more than people think. We walk into a wedding and we are product photographers, we're portrait photographers, we're documentary photographers. Depending on your bridal party, sometimes you're sports photographers. We are all of that, and we're that in one day. And those product and detail skills can be so handy for you when you need to pivot all of a sudden and say, I need to make money a different way than shooting people. So luckily, those product and detail skills that I have developed over the years helped show Nikon that I can handle a good product campaign. And I was able to shoot the Z5 campaign and the Z6 II campaign. They even gave me the opportunity to shoot a fall themed campaign where literally all they told me is, hey, some photos of the cameras in use and some fall themed photos. And I had a blast just being creative and making fall themed photos. And look, that food shooting came in handy, and the people shooting came in handy, and just the ability to create things that are outside of our specified zone, showing that lets companies know that you can do that. And lastly, upping my social game. So this is a couple different things. One is my social media is now planned out through the middle of 2022, and that's without the addition of all my 2020 content. So I will add all that content, but also interacting with the clients that you want to work with. So if you're shooting a bunch of food and you know that you want to shoot more food and you want to shoot cookbooks and you know that's something you can do from where you live or in a restaurant, interacting with those accounts, showing them your work, tagging them in your work, sending them your work, all of that opportunity to work for once in your business, on your business instead of in your business. I feel like, for me at least, when I'm in a normal non-COVID situation, I'm working so much that I'm not refining my business. I'm not improving my business. I'm reactionary. If something happens, I make it better. And that's great. But this is still, even now, an opportunity to work within our businesses. And like I said, when the aliens invade, maybe you could do it then too. I don't think they're really invading. I'm just messing with you. So recap: Money Tree, surprise album sale, family mini session pre-sale, the micro wedding guide, creating new content in any genre that you are interested in, and upping your social game. And I think all of that is going to put you in a better place financially when you can't make money normally, when you can't just head out and shoot weddings the way that we are used to normally going out and shooting weddings. Now, before we part, I want to set you up with some actionable items, whether you have money ready to invest in changing things or you don't. I don't want to put too much on your plate. I hope that I've given you a decent amount of ideas, but I do want to give you some very specific things I think you should think about. So if you don't have a ton of money to spend right now and you're just thinking, well, I don't have the opportunity to do a lot of the things you're talking about. So a couple things. Number one, Amazon Prime. If you have Amazon Prime, then you already have the ability to back up your photos to them. It's included in your Prime. You can't share your photos this way, but that's not why you're doing it. You're not doing it to send clients their images, and you're not doing it to share them with your future clients. That's not what the purpose is. The purpose is to be a fail-safe. In case something else goes down, you have your images somewhere else. Google storage, I think, also is maybe $2, $3 a month. It's on the cheaper side, and it is absolutely worth considering. So look at your options that are in the price range that, $2, $3 a month, you should be able to afford $2, $3 a month. We all need to take that level of security seriously. When it comes to saving money, I know that that can just seem so intimidating if you are in a place where you feel like you're just making it to begin with, and now you're not making the normal money that you make, and how can you be saving money? So one thing I started doing that I think hopefully anyone can do is I have an app called Acorns. And anytime I charge something, it takes my pocket change from that, it rounds up, and it puts it in an investment account. So will you save a ton of money? But no, but you'll save money that is more than zero. And any money saved is going to potentially help you down the line. So Acorns, Stash, really cool options. My Acorns account is up like 30%. It's really a great little app. And then life insurance. So again, I know if you don't have a ton of money to invest right now in life insurance, that can seem crazy, but what I want you to do is look into all your connections with all your financial institutions, whether that is Acorns and Stash, your credit card companies, your credit union, your bank. Just give them all a ring and ask them about it, because you'll be surprised. I have a friend who has an account at a credit union who found out that they have a $4,000 life insurance policy just for having that account. And she didn't even know about it. And people are not going to be able to tap into things that they don't know about. So you want to make sure that you're just aware of what all you have. So, look into all of your financial institution connections, credit cards, banks, credit unions, and just see if there's anything already existing that you didn't even know about. And an album sale and a portrait sale, those are free. So go do them now. Now, let's say you do have some money to invest. I would say a NAS or a Synology, some sort of network storage is vital. I use a Samsung TT5 that travels with me, and then I have 2 additional drives, one of which goes outside of the house as soon as it's full. And then I have a network drive in the basement, a Synology, and that backs up to Amazon. So I have a gazillion copies of my work, but it is worth every penny in the sense of peace I have. If you're ready to save, if you have some money to start saving, calculate what your annual needs are and start there. Start with that goal of like, this year in my life and this year in my business, this is what I needed, and start with that as your goal. Look into a life insurance policy that is reflective of the money that you bring to your family. And again, these are free. Album sale and portrait sale. Go right now. No, not right now. Give me 1 second. And if you want to find me on Instagram, I am at charmypeña.com. And a lot of what I talked about from Stash and Acorns and all of that, you can find on my website at charmypeña.com/resources. Thank you for coming today. I hope that this was helpful. I know that we are all dealing with such strange times, but I really hope that we can all help each other float.
At B&H, we found a way for you to save the tax. Have to have the latest Sony camera and save the tax? You got it. Need the new MacBook Pro? It's yours. How about a supersonic high-def telescope? We got you. Meet Paybu. You pay the tax, we pay you back, just like that. B&H.
Oh, and here it is. I am very excited to introduce you to the Surface Book 3. With updated processor options, enhanced graphics performance, and available on either the 13.5 or 15-inch model, Surface Book 3 is the most powerful laptop in the Surface family. So what's new with Surface Book 3? Well, it's all about performance, with both the best battery life and graphics performance of any Surface. With Surface Book 3, you'll leverage the full power of 10th generation Intel Core processors for those pro-grade photo and video editing apps like Adobe Creative Cloud. Or immerse yourself in the latest gaming titles from Xbox Game Pass for PC with the optional discrete graphics card configurations. And of course, multitask between your mission-critical apps like Office, Photoshop, and AutoCAD without missing a beat with up to 32 gigs of RAM and 2 terabytes of SSD storage. Whether you choose the 15-inch or the 13.5-inch Surface Book 3, configure it to match your lifestyle and profession. And choose the best graphics option for you, including the remarkably powerful GeForce GTX 1660 Ti with 6 gigs of dedicated graphics memory. In fact, when the performance enhancements are taken into account, Surface Book 3 13.5-inch is a whopping 50% faster than the previous generation Surface Book 2 13.5-inch. If you spend a lot of time unplugged, Surface Book 3 is a smart fit. It has the best battery life of any Surface device ever. Thanks to batteries which are both in the display and in the base, Surface Book 3 can deliver up to 15.5 hours on the 13.5-inch model and up to 17.5 hours on the 15-inch model. Surface Book 3 truly has been designed to power you through even your busiest days. Surface Book has always been known for its versatility, and Surface Book 3 is certainly no different, with both USB Type-C, USB Type-A ports, and a full-size SD card slot. Our engineers have been hard at work refining the build quality of Surface devices for years, and sometimes it's the smallest details that can make the most impact. For example, Surface Book 3 detaches from its base twice as quickly as Surface Book 2. That of course means you can quickly move between the different user modes of Surface Book 3, so that you can create your best work using Surface Pen or Surface Dial. Upload your best videos using the 1080p front-facing camera. Or kick back and use your keyboard and mouse or an Xbox One wireless controller to play some of the most popular and intense games available. So, are you hungry for power? Do you demand that tailored solution for your work? Are you not a fan of compromises? Then take a closer look at the most powerful laptop of the Surface family, the Surface Book 3.
We are so happy to welcome Scott Kelby. Scott Kelby is president of Kelby One, an online educational community for photographers. He is editor, publisher, and co-founder of Photoshop User Magazine, host of The Grid, a live weekly talk show, and founder of the Scott Kelby Worldwide Photo Walk. Scott is a photographer, designer, and an award-winning author of Light It, Shoot It, Retouch It, the Photoshop book for digital photographers, the Flash book, the Natural Light Photography book, and the Digital Photography book, which has become the #1 top-selling book ever on digital photography. Scott is a true powerhouse in the world of photography. His influence is terrific and has had a great impact during the transition of film to digital photography. At B&H, we have had great pleasure working with Scott for over 20 years. I have many memories of Scott, including when we were in the back of a cab going to Katz's Deli for pastrami sandwiches, and he showed me this new thing called Twitter. And I was touched by his human side when many years ago, his wife called him to tell him that his son had just been prescribed glasses. He turned to me and said, "The little guy is getting glasses." And I saw a father really care for his child in a most human way. It's fitting that we introduced Scott here in front of Guest Technical Services at the B&H Superstore, since he has helped so many over the years, just as the staff does here at B&H in this location. It's not the first time I've introduced Scott at B&H event, and it's certainly the most exciting time. Please welcome Scott Kelby to Depth of Field.
Hi everybody, welcome to the Depth of Field Conference. My name is Scott Kelby, and we're going to be doing a whole session for people who are maybe just getting into lighting and you want to learn just one light, and that's what we're going to do. Now, I got to tell you, I'm here in my studio in Tampa, Florida, and I'm very fortunate. I've got lots of lights, but when I'm going to do a shoot, most of the time, it is literally going to be just one light. There's so much power in just one light, and there's so much you can do. And because you're not messing with a bunch of lights, you can really focus on the things that matter, right? You can get your lighting set up looking good quickly, and then you can worry about working with your subject and getting emotion and all that kind of stuff that actually makes a great portrait. But if you have nice lighting, easy. So that's where we're going to start. Now, I kind of want to take you through the gear we're going to be using and exactly what we're going to be doing. We've got a really, really nice, easy setup we're going to do for the whole thing. So let me just kind of take you through what we're going to use today. So let's start with the gear. All right, I'm going to be using a particular light. It is a fairly new light. It is the Westcott FJ400. So this light is either battery powered, it has a little battery that snaps on the back, or you can plug it in. So you can use it with the battery in it and plugged in or not. It is, I gotta be honest with you, this is about the best thing they've ever made. They make a lot of great stuff. I've been using their soft boxes forever, but this FJ400 is just really brilliant. And you know what? You can get one for less than a Canon or Nikon flash. If you want like a Canon, a RT600, would be RT, right? It's been a while since I've used my Canon flash. This is less. It's actually less money. And it's the 400 part of it is it's 400 watt seconds. So it's got a lot of power. It's completely portable. You don't need to use the cable at all. So that's step one. And it's got everything you wanted and all this. It's got high-speed sync. It's got some really wild mask mode if you want to do compositing. It's got all the stuff, but it's also got on the side of it a very nice color LED window. Everything's touchscreen. Oh my gosh, it's incredibly easy. Now, that is powered. I'm going to be firing the flash using their wireless remote. Their wireless controller is brilliant in a number of ways. Number one is, I know a lot of people, and a lot of you guys out there have multiple brands of cameras. You might have a Sony and a Nikon and a Fuji and whatever. This one controller works for them all. One of the first things you do when you set up the controller, which I've got mine here right on top of my camera, is you tell it what kind of camera you're using. So I just toggle over to Canon, done. If I were to pull a Nikon out and start shooting with it, all I do is change the trigger to the word Nikon. You don't have to buy separate triggers. So it's a universal remote. Anyway, it has different channels. It's got hard buttons where you need them, so I can just change the power using this little dial right here. It's really simple, super simple to use. It's the easiest one to use about out there. Because it has hard buttons where you want them, where I can just choose, I want this particular light, because you can run multiple lights on it. It has 6 different groups. We're just going to be using one light today, right? Because it's called just one light. So I will just always hit A, and then I can just use this dial to move the power up and down, and I have it set, all ready to go. And look, it tips. You can have it flat, you can have it tipped up a little, you can have it aiming straight up. That's kind of nice. This is the softbox I'm going to be using. It's called a rapid box switch. And I'm going to use a pretty big one. This is like a 5-foot Octa. They call it the Switch Octa L for large. It's large, it's large. And why do I want to use a large softbox like this? Getting one large softbox is great for so many things. Number one, you can shoot more than one person with it. Number two is you can shoot fashion. So if you want to see clothes and things like that, we're doing a portrait today. So today our photograph is about the person. But if you're shooting fashion, then it becomes about the clothing, and you're going to need a bigger softbox. So while I do use their small one, their little Octa, and I think we might even be pulling it out later in the class today, my go-to would be this kind of 5-foot large size for a softbox. The bigger the softbox in relation to your subject, the bigger the softbox, the softer and more beautiful light. And that's one of the things that I want to focus on in this class, is getting soft, beautiful light. Now this thing folds down into like an umbrella. It pops together in like literally 60 seconds. And the reason it's called a switch is because you don't have to buy a whole bunch of different softboxes if you're using speed lights and you're using different brands. All you do is you switch out the little speed ring in the back. It clamps on, clicks, and now you can switch it and use it with your speed lights, or use it with a Pro Photo or a Bones or whatever you want. It's got the mount for you. You just have to buy the mount, not a whole new softbox. All right, so that's what we're using today, mainly. I am going to be using a 40-inch silver reflector. It's not a second light, but we kind of use it to bounce some light back if the shadows get too deep or something. So we will pull that out on a couple of occasions. And we're using our backdrops today. We're using 2 different backdrops. We're using a backdrop from gravitybackdrops.com. And by the way, I'm telling you these companies and all this kind of stuff, I'm just telling you what I'm using. If you go buy them and use my name, it doesn't help me, it doesn't help you, you won't get a discount. I'm just telling you what I'm using. So gravitybackdrops.com, they're awesome. You can buy their backdrops for what you would normally rent backdrops from. They're hand painted and they're done somewhere in Europe, and it's really good. Their stuff's amazing. And I'm also going to be using Glenn Dewis, who actually is a friend of mine, but I still don't get any money for it. Glenn Dewis has a backdrop system that he did for Westcott, and I'm using one of his backdrops as well. So we're using a couple different backdrops. All right, camera gear. What are we using? We're using a Canon EOS 5D Mark IV. And you're thinking, Scott, this is 2021. Why are you using an old Canon 5D Mark IV? It's because Lightroom, which we'll be tethering into, does not yet support my mirrorless R6. I just got the R6. I was really excited about shooting with it today, but Lightroom doesn't support it quite yet. I'm sure in a future update it will support it for tethering, but today it does not, so I went back, and this is why you have that backup camera. Not just for things like this, but stuff happens. All right, what lens? This is my go-to lens for portraits. There's a lot of lenses. I love the 85 and stuff, but if I had to be on a desert island and use Scott, what lens? It's this one, 7200, the f2.8. In the studio, I'm not going to be shooting at f2.8 probably. More like, f10, f11, something like that, where everything's in focus. That's pretty much standard for a studio. But the crispness and sharpness of this lens is legendary, and I can stand back from my subject. It is the socially distanced lens of the year, because I can stand 10 feet back from my subject and I can have without a mask. And as long as I don't sing or scream, they'll be well away from me. So I can stand pretty far back. Now, this is an interesting thing about, and I use long lenses even when we're not socially distancing, because it makes your subject more comfortable. Now, we're gonna have a professional model with us today. She's used to having a photographer very close and right in their face. That's fine if you're working with professionals, but if you're working with someone who's maybe the vice president of marketing, they might not be very comfortable having a photographer right there with a big lens and a big camera right in their face. So giving that distance between you and your subject just helps to make your subject more comfortable. So I love the 7200 for all kinds of reasons, not just during a pandemic, but other times as well. All right, this thing you see me here, this rig I'm using. So it's a regular tripod down here, so whatever tripod you have is fine. This is a Gitzo. I think this is a Gitzo Mountaineer. And then all the rest of it came from a company called Tether Tools. They're out of Phoenix, really nice folks. I was actually doing a shoot in a studio in Phoenix, and they came down. They were 2 doors down. They said, hey. So that's how we met. Really nice folks. They build all this stuff. They build this table. They build this bar, they build the orange cable that you need to connect to your computer. So I will be shooting, and instead of writing to the memory card, it's going to write to the computer instead. That way I can see the image really large. I can really see what we're working with. You guys can see it as well as I'm shooting live today, so that will help. But that's where it comes from, tethertools.com. They got really cool stuff. The only thing I would tell you that you might not realize is when you buy this, spend the extra 20 bucks and get this little strap right here. What this little strap does is it locks onto your laptop and keeps it from dropping off. Why do I think that 20 bucks is so important? Because when I first started doing this, I didn't have that. We were shooting outside, it started to rain, we grabbed the rig and started to run, and my laptop slid right off and crashed to the ground, doing significant damage to my reputation and, of course, the PowerBook itself. So that little 20 bucks is worth its weight in gold. One other thing, on the bottom, you can buy a set of wheels. They sell a set of wheels that your tripod fits into. Having wheeled light stands and a wheeled rig is awesome in the studio. All right, let's move on to camera settings. What are our camera settings going to be today? Here's what's nice about the camera settings. I'm pretty much going to set the camera settings, and we are not going to change them whatsoever during the entire shoot. One thing I love about shooting in the studio, I can pretty much set up my settings beforehand. I don't have to mess with them at all. They're not going to change. I'm just going to raise and lower the power of the light, and I do that without even leaving. I'm going to do it right here from my camera position on top of this wireless remote from Westcott that lets me change the FJ400's power. Just dial it up or dial it down. Okay, I'm shooting in manual mode. So when we're shooting in the studio, and even if you've never shot in manual mode, you're going to be able to do this because you're not going to change the settings. You're just going to dial them in and leave them. So even if you're like, I don't know, I don't understand manual, that's okay. All you got to do is switch to it because you're not going to change the settings. You're going to dial them in once. We're not going to change them at all. All right, so manual mode, number one. Why do we have to be in manual mode? Well, it's because of the shutter speed. We're going to set our f-stop to f11. I already kind of mentioned that, didn't I? Like f11, everything's in focus, nice and crisp. Okay. The shutter speed is going to be 1/125th of a second, so 1/125th. Because flashes generally have a sync mode. You want to have, the moment you press your shutter, you want that flash to fire. And as long as they stay below a certain shutter speed, they'll be in sync. Depending on the model and make that you use of your particular flash, it's probably 1/200th of a second is as fast as you can go, or in some cases 1/250th without going into like a special high-speed sync mode or something. So in regular modes, what happens if I set my shutter speed at 400 on a regular strobe? You'll start to see a black gradient appear across the bottom of your photo. You don't want that. I don't want that. Your subject doesn't want it. So if you put it at 1/125th of a second, it's just a very safe, happy place. So manual mode, f11, 1/125th of a second. You're don't have to worry about sync problems. And then your ISO. You're shooting indoor. Use the cleanest, sharpest, whatever your lowest native ISO is. On my particular camera, it's 100 ISO. On yours, could be 50, could be 64, could be 200. It depends on your make and model. But here's the thing. Don't use letters. Don't use like L.1 or L.2. Those are not the cleanest lowest. So we're going to use, well, here, I'll recap it for you. Here's what we're going to use. F11, 100 ISO, 1/125th of a second. We're all set up. All right. Now, I have two people that are going to be helping me with the shoot, and they are Julio, who's going to be assisting me here in the studio. He assists me on all my shoots, and he's just the greatest, and Anna. And so Anna is going to be our subject, and she is the greatest as well. It's a great team. I also have great people around me. I'm surrounded by greatness. Anyway, let's go ahead and bring Anna in and Julio in, and we'll kind of get this thing rolling. Just know that I'm already tethered over here to Lightroom. I'm going to bop over to Lightroom. All right, here we are in Lightroom. This is Anna. And like I said, she's going to be helping us out. She's very patient, which is going to be good for this class. All right, so you know what my camera settings are. What is my power setting on the flash? Well, I'm using f11. We're going to have to push a lot of power out there. The power setting goes from 1 to 9, and so I'm cranking it up pretty high. We're going to be at about 8. All right, let's talk about where we're going to place the softbox. I'm going to start off with a place where you can't miss. I'm going to set you up for success here like you can't believe, because this is going to be so easy. And it's based on, think about this. So we've attached the softbox in front of the flash. So where's the flash? The flash is right in the middle of that big softbox over there. Where is it going to be the brightest? Right in the middle of that softbox. That's going to be the brightest, harshest part. Well, I want you to create beautiful, soft, natural, wrapping light that looks real. How do we do that? We don't put our subject where that middle of the softbox is aiming right at them. So if you'll notice where Anna's sitting versus where the softbox is, the softbox is in front of her by about a foot or so. It's about 3 feet to the left of her, and it's not even aiming at her. It is aiming in front of her. So if you're shooting me, it's going that way. That way, the softest, most beautiful light is on the edge. So she's back where the light is going to look the prettiest. So when you go to set up your shoot, you have your subject seated or standing, whatever you want. You're not going to try to find out where do I aim it. You're going to put it right beside them and then move it forward just a little bit. Just move it forward like a foot or so. And now they're not getting the hot, bright middle of it. They're getting the softest, most beautiful light. Now, because there's only one light, I told Anna earlier, hey, when we do this shoot, you're going to kind of need to play towards that light. There's only one light, right? So what is this going to do? So when she kind of turns her body or looks towards that light, and then I'll ever look back towards the camera some as well, but when she looks towards that light, what it's going to do, it's going to create beautiful, nice, dark shadows on the side of her face. So this is a very dramatic look. I chose a lighter background, so this is the Glenn Dewis background. It's kind of lighter. And I put the background fairly close to her. So that way, some of the light from that softbox will hit that as well. So you're going to get some spill from the light to light the background. And that's one light doing two jobs for you. All right, let's just go ahead and take a test shot. Again, you know my settings, 1/125th of a second, 100 ISO, f11. My power setting on the flash is 8. So I can turn it up or down as necessary. Let's just go ahead and take a test shot and see where we are. You'll be able to see the image as it comes in here. And here we go. Let's just take a shot, make sure I'm focused right on her eye. And let's see what we got. All right, but besides bad photography, I don't like the way I framed that shot. The lighting looks really, really nice. It's very simple. Look how simple that was. We just put the softbox beside her, moved it forward a foot. Now, we have some advantages. Number one is the size of the softbox. You can get pretty nice light with a smaller softbox, but if you want it to be better and softer and nicer, you get that big 5-foot softbox. And it's an investment you make once, and you'll keep that thing for years. So it's not like you're going to have to buy a new one every year. They're pretty rugged. My framing is kind of bad. You can see this headroom above her head here. You don't want that. That's lame. So I'm going to take it again. Anna, sorry, I kind of blew the shot. You had a great pose and great look and a bad photographer. So let's give that another shot. Let me frame it up a little better. There we go. Let's see how that works. And let's see if that's, yeah, more like it. But look at the shadows on the side of her face. They're very nice and dark. Now, years ago, we would always rush in to put a reflector there. You'd be like, oh my gosh, there's too many shadows on her. That's only for men. But that has gone out the window. That's a really old school way of thinking it. However, you might just, for whatever reason you want, take some shots with a reflector in there as well. Now, if you bought one of these reflectors, the one I bought is like a 5-in-1. So it's black on one side, white on the other, silver and gold. And then on the inside of it, the 5th one is a one-stop diffuser for shooting outdoors. So which do we use? In the studio, we're generally going to use silver. It's going to bounce the most amount of light. If it bounces too much, you can flip it over to white, but white's kind of what we use for product photography. Let's go ahead and we're going to grab so I'm going to have Julio come in, grab a silver reflector, and we're just going to put it on the other side. And while we're waiting for Julio to get ready, I'm just going to take a few more test shots here with Anna. So let's just take a few more, if you will. Very nice. Let's make sure I do a better job with my framing here. I'm making sure that the focus point is on her eye. Now, on my Canon EOS, well, on my EOS R and on my, well, I just sold my EOS R. On my R6 and on most Nikons and Sonys today, you have an auto eye focus. If you have that feature, turn it on and it will lock on their eye for you automatically. It uses facial recognition and AI to find the eye, and your shots are going to be sharp. If the eye isn't sharp, the rest of the shot goes in the trash. So that's why you'll see me moving the camera around. I get it on her eye. I hold the shutter button halfway down to lock focus, and once I've got that focus locked, then I can recompose and take the shot. It's called focus and recompose. All right, let's take one more, and then we'll bring in the reflector here. So here's what I'm going to ask you to do, Anna. I'm going to have you freeze in a pose. Let me take one shot, and then we're going to have Julio come in with a reflector. We'll take the same shot again. So choose something you're comfortable holding for a moment, and here we go. All right, I'm going to stay right here. Julio's going to come in. Let me know when you're in. I can see the shadow, so I think you're in. And let's compare those two. All right, take a look here. This is the one without the reflector. And you can see the shadows on the other side of her are very dark. And then we're going to add the reflector in, and you can see how it opened up those shadow areas. This is, I think, more of a modern look without the reflector. This is more of a traditional look, and you know, and there's a market for that very traditional look. So I don't want to poo-poo it, but I just want to say, don't rush to grab that reflector so fast. Sometimes you're going to see that you need it, but I think if you want a more modern, contemporary look, you'll want to go that way. Also, let's just talk about composition real quick while we're doing this. If you want a more modern composition, you probably wouldn't cover her whole head. You would probably cut off a little of her forehead. Like, let me show you what I mean. Let's go ahead and get a more, we're going to have to zoom in a little tighter, but it'll give us a little bit more of an intimate look like this. And let's take a look and see how the top of her forehead's cut off. You want to make sure that you cut off enough to where it's obvious that it is intentional. You don't want to cut off just the tip and then people go, oh, it's such a nice portrait. Too bad you cut off the top of her head. So if you're going to take a third, make sure you got enough of it. Now, the one thing I'd have to do in post is she's on a black table, right? So she shouldn't be reflecting a lot of the light, but obviously some of that light is reflecting up and it's lighting her sweater. So in post, in Lightroom, I would go in and while we're looking here, I would go grab this brush. I would go in here to the exposure probably and just darken her sleeves and her arm on this side. Just, you see what I'm doing here? I'm taking the adjustment brush and just darkening this up, because in a portrait, the most important thing, of course, is your subject's face. That's where we want them to look, and we're programmed to look at the brightest thing in the photo. And I'm not doing the greatest job of darkening this image here, but there you go. And now, a quicker way to do that, by the way, might be, I'm gonna hit delete and get rid of that. A quicker way to do what I just took forever to do. Let's drag upward, and that way it just gradiates from dark. That looks much more smooth and better right there. Now, the other thing I would do, and I did this to every portrait, just a little post-processing thing, is I would go and brighten her face with the adjustment brush. I do 1/3 of a stop, so click on the brush, hit double-click effect, so all of these sliders go to 0, go to 0.3, so 1/3 of a stop, and let's just paint over her face to brighten it just that little extra. Oh, yeah, there we go. And you might even go in here and do that with her hair as well, just kind of brighten her hair, especially on this side where it's a little shadowy. We can open up her hair and get some highlights in there. That's what I would do. And of course, I would do some finishing moves and stuff as well. But I wanted to get us started with this one look because it's so versatile. You can do so much with it. So in fact, let's go ahead and do this. Anna, turn your whole body towards the light, if you will. There you go. And now you're going to look back towards the camera as well. So let's do that. Yeah, just like that. And let's take a look at the light. Look at those beautiful shadows on that other side. And again, you can see we're going to have to do that gradient again and some things to balance out that. But the lighting is really nice. It's really, really soft. What could I do to make the lighting softer? If I wanted it to even be softer and more wrapping. In that case, and we'll go ahead and do this, we would literally move the softbox closer. The closer I get that softbox, the bigger it becomes to her, and the softer it becomes, the light becomes. Now, of course, as you move the light closer, just like moving a flashlight, the closer you get it, the brighter it gets. So we're gonna go ahead and move it quite a bit closer. I'm gonna have Julio, this is Julio, everybody. You kind of saw him off screen before. And he's gonna move it in, go ahead and move it in like 2 feet. Right there, all right. Now, that light is gonna get softer and more beautiful, but it's also gonna get a lot more bright because we moved it in that much closer. I'll take a shot and you'll see how much brighter it's gonna be. Let's go ahead and do this. All right, yeah, it's quite a bit brighter. Look at, especially on her arm and stuff like that. Actually, Julio, can we raise that light up a bit? Can we go up about 1 foot? Yeah, about right. Yeah, like there-ish. Let's try that again. Same shot, only different. There we go. All right, and Anna, can you turn your head all the way towards me this time? There you go. Body that way. It's gonna be painful. Body that way, head towards me. Here we go. Nobody ever said this was easy. All right, there we go. And you can see that's pretty nice. Actually, the light, looks pretty good. We came forward quite a bit. And she's, again, at the very, very back edge of it. Now, what we did lose, we don't see much light hitting the backdrop. Can you angle the light just a tad back so some of the light hits the backdrop? I don't want it to go to like a black backdrop behind her. So just angle it a little, just rotate it a hair. There you go. That should be enough. Let's just see if we can pour a little bit more light on the background, because again, I'm trying to make this one light do double duty. There we go. So look at the difference in backdrops from here. And how many inches did you move it, do you think, Julio? 2? Yeah, 2 if that, and look at the difference it made on lighting that background. Now, one of the things that I would do, I'm gonna take that same picture again. I just want to do a better job with the photography part. My framing, I'm not really focusing on the framing, and yeah, that's kind of an important part. Make sure we got your eyes in focus here. There we go. And what we're gonna do is, yeah, that's better. Inside a Lightroom, if you want, a very, very popular thing to do is to apply a color profile, is to go in here and apply some kind of a look to it. And I've got some that I made down here, and it comes with a whole bunch. I was kind of looking for kind of an olive. Oh, those aren't mine. I want to find my, here we go. I've got some, here we go. Get that kind of a olive look. Ooh, that one right there. There we go. And it's really popular to apply these, you know, just to, it gives it basically a color gradation over it, kind of a cinematic color look. So all you have to do is move your cursor over it, find one that you like, and just click on it, and that's it. And they don't only just have color, but they also have contrast applied to them as well. That blue looks kind of nice, actually, right there. That looks like a pretty nice one. Again, if you want to do that, it's totally optional, but that's kind of a new thing. All right. Let's go ahead and we're going to change up the lighting setup a bit. Here's what we're going to do just to let you know. We're going to move Anna forward, and what we're going to do is we're going to put the light kind of behind her at an angle and let the light kind of rake across her for an even more dramatic one. We got a couple different ones that we're going to do just by moving this light just a little bit. So let's go ahead and move that and we'll take a look. So here's what we've done. We put the light behind Anna. We have it up high and aiming down. What's that going to do? It's going to have the light gradiate in the background. This is more of a traditional look. You'll have it gradiate in the background, so it'll be brighter on the left and it'll go to darker. And we're going to have her look away from the camera. So when she looks away from the camera, it's giving you a completely different look. I'm in thought, I'm thinking of something else. I'm not connecting with the camera, I'm connecting with myself. So it's kind of a nice different look. So we're going to have her look kind of over this direction-ish. And then the light's going to spill over to her face. It's kind of, I don't want to call it a reverse Rembrandt, because when Rembrandt lighting, you kind of usually put it on the one side, you're looking for a triangle of light on their cheek. But this is going to kind of achieve the same thing, but behind her. Here, let's just take a look so you can see where the light is. Up high and behind her, all of our settings are the same. We haven't touched a single setting since we started. And let's go ahead and take another shot. And there you go. You can see the light on her face. You're getting a little dash of light over there. It's a very dramatic look. Give me a very dramatic pose. Ooh, there you go. Yeah, like that. Oh, yeah, that's beautiful. Okay, there we go. All right, so the framing isn't great. I kind of botched the framing there. There's too much headroom above her head. But can we do that one more time? I love all the shadows that are happening here, and let's try to do a better job with the photography. There we go. That is such a cool pose, but you can see how the light is. So that's one thing we can do. Now let's go to what you would call basically a traditional look. Actually, wait. Let's try a special effect. It's just one light. We can do this really quick. Let's put the light directly behind her, aiming up for a silhouette look. And we're going to try two different things here. I don't want to run out of time, so we're going to do it quickly, but that's what we're going to do next, so don't move. All right, so here's what we did. We took the light, we put it straight behind Anna. We tipped it up a little. The reason we're tipping it up a little so I'm not shooting straight into it and get tons of lens flare. What we're looking for is almost a silhouette. She's almost in black, but she'll be rim lighted by the light coming from the background. Haven't changed any settings. Power setting, everything's the same as it was. No camera settings. And this is just one of those ones you're going to do real quick, and you're not going to spend a lot of time on this, but it's a nice, I'm going to give you two of these that you can do real quickly that are fun. This is one. Let's go ahead. Anna, give me a yeah, like that. Give me one of those. There we go. So you can see that nice rim light and how it's spilling over. And because you're in Lightroom, if you wanted to not have a total silhouette, you could just open up the shadows a little bit here with the shadow slider. But I kind of like this look that we have. So Anna, turn your head a little more towards me. There we go. And let's take this shot again. Nice. Yeah, see how it's like rimming the side of her face? Okay, now let's do one more thing. We're going to take the same light, we're going to leave her right where we're at, and we're going to do a profile shot. So she's going to be aiming her body and her face straight at the wall, and we're going to put the light directly in front of her. So I'm going to have Julio take the light. This is another setup you can do, and it's really quick and easy. Put the light directly in front of her, aiming straight at her, nice and flat. Flat, very flat. This is another of the same kind of look that we just did. And obviously we could have spent a few more minutes with her and really get that pose where the light's hitting just right. But I just want to make sure I give you some setups to try for yourself. All right, we're going to put this right in front of her, aiming straight at her. We're going to tip it down flat. There we go. Oh, I'm sorry, not in front of her. In front of her when she's doing a profile. So right there. Yes, yes. Communication is key in the studio. You can see we're not doing it very well. All right, bring it closer to her. All right. All right, now, Anna, you're going to look into that softbox. You're looking, yeah, profile shot just like that. Chin down just a hair, just like you got it. All right, now, Julio, bring the softbox towards me to where she's at the very edge of it. Like we want it right at the edge. Here we go. Let's take a test shot and just kind of see where we're at. All right, we need to come, it's not flat too. Let's get it flat. The box is angled. So get the, yeah, flat like that. Now come more towards me. So you see how much we lit her? It's not very good. We want just a tiny bit. Oh, I'm sorry. The reason this isn't working is I'm going in the wrong direction. It needs to go behind her. So slide all the way, there we go. I was like, this is looking really bad. I just remembered why. There we go. It's to be on this edge of her. There we go. Now I'm looking and thinking, why does this look so bad? Yes, it's supposed to look like that. So it's the same idea, but instead of coming in front of her, you're going behind her and you're getting that little bit of light. Let's just take a couple more while we're here. Now aim it back straight. It's kind of angled back towards the wall. You're aiming it towards the backdrop. Flatten it. Julio, look, flatten it this way. Okay, there. Thank you, sir. Here we go. Perfecto. There we go. So we're just putting a little bit of the light on that side. All right, now let's do something much more traditional. So we've given you a couple of things that you can do and try real quick. And this is the kind of stuff when clients see it, they're like, oh, I love that. It's so unique and dark and neat. Now we're going to do just a 45-degree angle, kind of the standard, the place that people put the light the most. So where your subject is, it's up high, tilting down and at a 45-degree angle. Why is that the most popular place? Because it makes people look great. So let's bring it around here if you would. You're going to tilt it down. There we go. And Anna, back towards the camera, if you will. Turn your whole body in just a, we're going to just do a regular pose, Anna. Just a regular old Anna time at the studio. And bring it down a little bit more. There we go, something more like that. All right, we're about a 45-degree angle. And let's just give, this is the standard everyday look. There you go. How do you beat that? This is why people love this angle so much, because you kind of just 45-degree angle, a little higher than your subject, aiming down, and it looks like right on the money. Very, very nice. In fact, that's one of my favorites of the day. The only thing that you could say if you really wanted to say something, it's a little tiny bit dark under her eyes. Now I know that I'm already shooting into Lightroom. It'll take me 5 seconds to go over there with a brush and lighten that up. Or you could put a reflector under her. Now there's two things that we could do. We could put a smaller softbox, depending on how much time we have left in the class. We could put a smaller softbox on there and just do a really nice headshot where we're at. But in this case, we're going to still use just one light. We'll just switch to a smaller light. But you know what? Do we have a smaller light ready? How much time do we have left?
You're at 38 minutes.
Oh, we're good. All right, here's what we're going to do. So we're going to switch to a smaller softbox. This is the Rapid Box Octa. It is a 26-inch. Yeah, let's go ahead and take that off, and we'll put this one, and you're going to need a boom arm. So let's boom it, if you will. We're going to put the light directly in front of Anna. So if we wanted to do more of a corporate headshot, that's what we would do. With a corporate type of headshot, you're talking the stuff that you see, people using on their LinkedIn profiles and stuff. You want something a little more corporate. This last one would be great if we were doing an actor's headshot. She looks like she should be in a movie, right? She looks like, hey, I'm posing for a movie. But in this case, we're going to do the business Anna, which is I need a job Anna, which means LinkedIn. All right, so we're going to switch out the box. And we're going to put the small one on. Where are we going to position this light? Okay, the most popular place you've already learned is that 45-degree angle up high. Another popular one is directly straight in front. The reason we put it in a boom arm is that the light isn't right in front of me when I'm shooting. With the boom arm, we can get it up high, tilt it, and I can shoot under. So that makes a difference. And we can use the table and put a reflector on there to open up any shadows that we want. Because when we take the first shot, it's probably not going to be where we want it to be. The reflector is going to be kind of necessary in this one to fill in the shadows. So let's go ahead and position the light straight in front of Anna, right in front of her, up on the boom arm. So now, you'll notice that one of the things that makes this easy is when everything rolls. When I first built my studio, I bought C-stands, which are very, very heavy-duty stands that do not roll. They're miserable. They don't move, but when you have to move them, it's heavy as heck. You get your first set of rolling, you'll be only buying rolling studio stands for the rest of your natural life. All right, but I need it directly in front of her. Yes, like that, but if you put it there, I'll have to shoot, you're going to have to boom it out there. So we're going to extend the boom arm. There we go. This is what I'm talking about, yes. Perfecto, right? Like that. And then you're going to have to tilt it back towards her a bit. There we go, and go straight up with it. That's it right there. Okay, Anna, this is now we're trying to get a job, LinkedIn, and it's going to be a marketing job, just so you know. All right, here we go. You still look like an actress. Here we go. All right, now that light is very close to her. It's very, very bright. It's at 8, so that's a bit too much. Let's drop this down to, let's go to 6. So we're cutting the power from a power rating of 8 down to 6. Let's go ahead and click. And 6 is a little too dark. So we got to split the difference. How's 7? Let's go to 7. Again, still same camera settings we've used for every single one of these. All right. Here we go, and let's see what 7 looks like. There we go. That looks very nice. Now, you'll notice there are some shadows under her chin and things like that. One thing we can do to change this, and we can also tighten up for a headshot, this is more of a head and shoulders, is we could take that silver reflector and put it on the table so it reflects back up to her. So let's grab that silver reflector, and I'm going to zoom in a little. You don't really need to see her hands and stuff for a headshot. So let's just pop it in here. And again, I just want to reiterate, we're still just using one light. We switched to a smaller softbox just because it's hard to get a big giant softbox up there and for you to be able to see clearly under it. So we're just using one light, and we're not changing, we haven't changed a single setting the entire day on the camera, and all we did was we were at a power of 8 with a larger softbox. We moved down to a power of 7. You don't need to fill as much area. And here we go. Let's take a look. And we're going to, this is headshot time. All right, here we go. There we go. Now, Julio, can we do this? Can you take out the reflector? But Annie, you're going to have to do the I'm holding my pose twice thing. All right, here we go. All right, so this is with the reflector, and then this is without. And so look at the difference. See how that silver fills in? Look at her eyes, her eye sockets, her chin, all of that. Now, I actually think that one does look better with the reflector. I do think it does. It really fills it in nicely. The highlights in her hair are showing up much better. Now, we are so far away from the background that we're getting nothing. The background's going completely dark. So let's do this. Through the magic of video, when you look next, we're going to have moved all of the whole rig back by about 4.5, 5 feet, so we're very close to the background. So don't move. All right, let's see if moving this closer to the background is going to get a little of that light behind her so it's just not so dark. We have a lovely painted backdrop and you want it to look good. Let's see where we're at. See if a little bit of that light, here we go. It's not hitting as much as I would like, so Julio, if you'll move it a little closer to her. All righty, and down just a hair. There we go. In fact, you might actually tilt the softbox itself a little more towards her. It should be about at a 45-degree angle, kind of aiming down. There you go. All right, and I'm gonna move my rig forward here a little bit because I'm having a hard time getting a headshot. And oh, it has to go up a hair, I'm sorry, just right there, all right. And Julio, a hair this way with the whole light rig, right there. Just wanna get it centered, and this is more of a head and shoulder shot. Here we go, Anna. Don't move, don't breathe, don't make a sound. All right. There we go. And can we get the silver reflector back in? And I think we'll have this headshot one knocked out. There we go. Give it another shot. Oh yeah, there we go. Hold that pose. Let's get two. One with it, take it out. And let's see. There's without, there's with. Look at the difference. Her eyes sparkle with that. Fills in the shadows under her neck and her eyes, and it just, her hair looks better, everything looks better, it's just better. And again, now is when we would, these are straight out of the camera, these are raw photos. So when you're shooting in RAW, remember, it doesn't even look as good as it does in the back of your camera, because on your camera, you're seeing sharpening and contrast and all this stuff. When it goes into Lightroom, you're seeing the actual raw photo, which looks very flat. So once you did a little bit of processing of these, they would look a lot better. And you could actually add some more light in that background behind her as well. Just literally by going over here and opening up the shadows back there, you can see you can control the light on the background pretty easily. All right, we're gonna wrap up with one last thing. Let's go ahead and we're gonna switch back to the big softbox, and we're gonna turn on a fan. And the reason we're gonna turn on a fan, I'm a very particular fan I'm gonna tell you about, is to get some movement in the hair. We don't want blowing everywhere, it's not like a fashion shoot, but that little bit of movement makes a big difference. So we're gonna set up our fan, I'll tell you about it real quick. Let's just jump over there. The fan we love in the studio is called a blow-it fan. So it was actually originally invented for drummers, and I saw it in a music store. Back behind the drums, it was aimed right there, and I'm like, man, when I used to play drums, I'd kill for this thing. Then I saw it was attached to a cymbal stand. I'm like, if it attaches to a cymbal stand, it'll attach to a light stand the same way. Which I bought it, I did, and now they actually sell it and market it to photographers. It's like 99 bucks. Well, it was 99 bucks. I think the price inched up a little bit, but it's very inexpensive. What's nice about it is it's very quiet, and it's on a gooseneck, so you can put it right where you want it, and it's easy to control. It's not on the floor. It's not some big rig where you need a remote, which we have one of those, and I think you saw it back here on the set. But what's nice about it is your subject can just reach over and change the power. It's got 3 power settings. We're gonna get it really close to her just to get some movement in the hair. We have our softbox kind of at a 45-degree angle. I'm gonna have to move it back just a hair because I can see I just took a test shot and it's actually in the shot. So we're gonna kind of move it a little bit. But we're gonna wrap up with this one. So go ahead and let's get the fan in position and get it cranked up nice and high, power-wise. Well, here I say it's quiet and it's kind of hitting the side there. Oh, there we go. That's all we need is that much, just a little bit of movement in the hair. It makes the shot a little more interesting. And if you can lower the fan a little bit, can you get it lower? This is the problem with very tall light stands. Make sure your power's up all the way. There we go. We just want that little bit of movement. And now, we had lowered the power of the flash when we were on the smaller softbox. Now they're on the bigger softbox. We're gonna have to go back to 8. But boy, I tell you what, we haven't done very much to this today. We've been very fortunate in that we haven't had to change much of anything, and that's basically how it goes. Let's get it set to 8. Here we go. And got the fan going. And let's get a little movement in that hair. I'm not seeing a lot of movement. There we go. There's a little right there. All right, I'm sorry. Let's take it again. Here we go. All right, let's just see. Yeah, the lighting's pretty good. I think the whole thing could be just a little bit brighter. Now, what are my choices? I can brighten the light of the flash. I would like this. Can you get the softbox closer to her so we can get a little more light on the background itself? Just go straight towards the backdrop. There we go. Keep going, keep going. Now you got to come back a little this way. We want to be about 45-degree angle, so kind of, yeah, turn it like that. Here we go. Oh, the fan's cranking now. It just kicked in. The fan said now it's time. Gonna have a little Photoshop work to do here to get, there, look at that. So that's what we're looking, that's what that fan brings to it. I don't want her hair blowing everywhere, but look at the nice, and of course with her pose as well, and her expression is great. Let's get a couple more to wrap things up. And yeah, that movement in the hair makes a big difference. And I'm definitely going to have some Photoshop work to get rid of that stuff, but it's going to be easy stuff. Nice. Let me just show you, just for those of you who are wondering, when I say it's going to take some Photoshop work, what I'm talking about. Let's open it up in Photoshop. All you're going to do is this. You're going to draw a rectangle around this. I say rectangle and I draw a circle. We're going to draw a rectangle around this. Hit the delete key, that brings up the fill box. And as long as content aware is chosen, you click OK. Give it a second and it's gone. And over here we'll do the same thing. It may not do quite as well over here. Let's see. It's a big fan. Yep, gone. That's it. So you can see the Photoshop work part of that is pretty darn easy. So guys, I hope you saw how many different things you can do so easily just using one light. And I hope that another thing that sticks with you is the settings didn't change. Like, we hardly changed it. The only thing we did in the entire 50-minute class is literally raise the power of the flash and lower the power of the flash, literally by one stop. That's it. We went from 8 down to 7 for the smaller softbox and back up to 8. So very little to do. And when you're not messing with the lights all the time, when you've got, obviously we have a compressed amount of time here for this class, but when you're not messing with the studio, you get to work with your subject more, you get to interact with your subject, you get to try different things. And again, it was all done with just one light. Thank you to Anna and to Julio for helping me out with the class. Thank you guys, and thanks to B&H for having me here to be a part of Depth of Field. It's been an honor, and we'll catch you guys next time.
B&H presents the Depth of Field Awards 2021, the Wedding Reception Award, sponsored by Fujifilm, featuring the Fujifilm SX10 mirrorless digital camera with 18 to 55 millimeter lens. And the winner is The Power of Love and Oration by Katie Rakubadel. Congratulations.
They've called us the Hunters of Light. We search for the things that have yet to exist, challenging the traditions, foraging through the shadows, listening for the subtle changes. This is us. We are not as the others are. We do not see as the others see. From the distant shores to the far-off worlds, we've made friends with the beasts, the wind, and the waves. We've made vows to the land, signed deals with the sky. Now let us write together a new chapter.
At B&H, we found a way for you to save the tax. Have to have the latest Sony camera and save the tax? You got it. Need the new MacBook Pro? It's yours. How about a supersonic high-def telescope? We got you. Meet Paybu. You pay the tax, we pay you back, just like that. B&H.
So for this shoot, we really wanted to put the Godox VL Series lights to the test in a professional work environment. We shot in an old vintage historic house. Along with the lights, it's so important to have a really good location, talent, and set design. Fortunately for this shoot, we had all three of those factors.
You know, working with the VLs, I really think they met the challenge when it came to the highest pace, high speed, high functionality of a light that you need to produce TV and film content or even high-end commercial production. You know, they still have the power to overpower the sun, and they're running on batteries, which to me is amazing to have that functionality in a light that's so portable.
The lights were so quick and easy to use, you could dial in a shot in no time. So it really allowed us to play with the lights in each individual room and take our time throughout the process. Here's how we pulled it off.
As a producer of film and commercial content, I'm really excited about the VL series, and I think after this shoot, they've exceeded my expectations, and we'll definitely be bringing them to shoots in the future.
The portability, the power, the affordability, so many reasons why they belong in every filmmaker's bag. Thanks for watching, and we look forward to seeing what you create with the Godox VL Series lights.
This is our green vest. This is our conveyor belt. This is one of our photo experts. This is a brief history of B&H. The year was 1973. The Mets went to the World Series. The first cell phone call was made. And Bleemy and Herman opened a specialty photography shop at 17 Warren Street, New York City. They had a simple philosophy.
Be honest, treat people right, and they will come back.
Thanks, Irving. Also, free candy. And it worked. Over the next 20 years, we expanded and moved to West 17th Street, then 34th Street and 9th Avenue, and added more products. Lighting, binoculars, telescopes, audio, video, tripods, computers, printers, mobile, televisions, projectors, drones, and even more free candy. Now it's 3 stories and over 400,000 products and over 1,000 employees. We take millions of orders online and ship to 179 countries and counting. You can talk to us in person, on the phone,
B&H, how can I help you?
Or online. Check out our checkout baskets. Also check out our checkout numbers. Also check out the flare on Marae's vest. And everyone's favorite part, our conveyor belt.
The benefit of the conveyor belt is you don't have to worry about the product or schlep it around anymore until checkout.
Nice. These are the owners. They still come to work every day. They're around here somewhere. Anyway, this is Jeanette. Oh, sorry, she's busy. This is our warehouse. This is Yakov and Levy fighting over lighting kits. B&H is not a chain. B&H is open every day, except Saturdays, of course. Now you know almost the whole story. We are B&H.
Although best known for his 25 years of skateboarding photography, Atiba Jefferson has worked for every major skateboard publication and now works at Thrasher magazine. Atiba has a deep history in basketball as well, as a former staff photographer for the LA Lakers during the impressive Shaq and Kobe years, and shooting more Slam magazine covers than any other photographer. Atiba has also shot for commercial clients such as Supreme, Adidas, Nike, Converse, Reebok, ESPN, Gatorade, Mountain Dew, Oakley, Pepsi, Canon, and Netflix. Wow, that is quite a client list. Atiba is a Canon explorer of light and brings a wealth of knowledge and expertise to the stage in the form of the lucrative sports photography business. Something a little different than our normal fare here at Depth of Field. So please, enjoy Atiba, and we thank Canon for sponsoring this unique and successful photographer. Ladies and gentlemen, Atiba Jefferson.
Hello everyone, my name is Atiba Jefferson. I am a photographer. I love shooting skateboarding, basketball, other sports, and music. I'm really stoked that y'all are joining me. Thanks everybody for coming into this virtual world we're in now, and let's talk about photography. I started photography in high school. I was really into Spider-Man. Peter Parker was a big influence, and my friend Josh Wildman. I had to take an art elective because I got in a fight with my twin brother and we were punching each other and I broke my hand and I couldn't draw anymore in the art elective. So I took photography. And the first moment I saw a black and white print made in the darkroom, I was in love. Photography instantly became my passion. Back then in the 90s, it was all about film. Digital had not come around yet. This was in 1992. So it was all about the darkroom and perfecting my technique in the darkroom. You know, it was so crazy to think how black and white photography seems so instantaneous, because once you shot something in black and white, you could take it to the film lab and process it in an hour and have a contact sheet made pretty quickly. And that was like then. And I just loved it. So I grew up skateboarding first, and so instantaneously it was all about taking pictures of my friends skateboarding. That was my subject. That's what I looked up to. I read all the magazines, Thrasher and Trans World, and studied all the greats, you know, Spike Jonze being my favorite photographer, and then, you know, Bryce Knights, Grant Britton, you know, Dan Sturt. I just was really immersed into skateboard photography. And when I graduated high school, I decided to move to California. I moved with my twin brother and was lucky enough to score an opportunity to assist Grant Britton. And in that, it was an endless amount of knowledge. You know, he really taught me some basics of portraiture, some basics of studio lighting, all the way from product to everything, and I was just so consumed with as much as I could learn. And at the same time, I was really learning about shooting skateboard photography, all the basics of action photography and freezing action, shooting with flash, and just really being creative. Different lenses, everything. And you know, at this point, it's still film. A lot of it is actually slide film. So I was shooting a lot of slide film. But you know, with film, you don't know if you messed up until the next day. So that was always the toughest thing, learning about photography that way. So I grew up in a small town called Manitou Springs, Colorado. It's got only a couple stoplights, you know, so I look back at it and feel very lucky that I was able to move from Manitou, which, you know, has winters to San Diego, which is sunny and 70 every day. And I just fell in love with the option of being able to know that I could go out and I could shoot and I could be skateboarding every single day that I wanted to. So I was working with Grant and, you know, really being lucky to shoot the best skateboarding. I always say that, you know, people ask how to get started, and it's always, you know, you want to shoot skateboarding when you know what you're doing with professionals. So I was lucky to learn from shooting with my friends, and then when I moved to San Diego, I was able to kind of know what to do and how to shoot it and you know, not mess up. And you know, I got these opportunities to go on tour, you know, even as young as, you know, when I was 18, I was able to shoot my first photos of Tony Hawk. So I was really lucky to be at the right place at the right time. That's another thing with photography, is being able to be at the right place at the right time. And my career grew, and you know, I was also very eager to learn. I love photography, it's in my blood. I see photos everywhere I look. So it's something that's always on. And when you have a passion for something like that, it's great learning because you want to learn. You're curious, you're just always wanting to learn. So I was constantly learning about skateboarding, and I was a huge basketball fan. And I was really lucky to get an opportunity through Joe Amati at the NBA, who gave me a really big break in connecting me with Andy Bernstein, the Laker and Clipper team photographer. And that changed my life as far as photography goes. I had felt like I had a grasp on skateboarding photography, but once I started working with Andy, it really opened the door for me learning high-speed flash sync, which was just, you know, with the 35mm, we were getting 250. He taught me how to use a Hasselblad, which was getting me 500th of a second in the arena with strobes. And, you know, I also learned the commercial side of photography. It was a very, 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 very big lesson on how to work with, you know, a commercial ad agency, how to work with a commercial client, you know, how to kind of run a commercial set. And I always say, you know, if you have the opportunity, assisting is the best paid education you can do, because when I was on set, I was constantly paying attention to the way everything operated. When Andy was shooting a game, I was constantly paying attention to how he shot the game, and he was so gracious to kind of break things down, you know, all the way from, like, I was always excited to get like a crazy dribble or a dunk, and he would be like, you also have to look at like the bench, the coach, the crowd, like there's storytelling that happens when we're shooting action that you have to do. And I took all that knowledge he taught me and I brought it into skateboarding. And I took what I learned from skateboarding and brought it into basketball photography. At the same time I started doing basketball photography, I was really lucky to start doing stuff for Slam magazine. So once I started doing stuff for Slam magazine, you know, doing the portraits and getting access to these players different than I was on the court, it really just changed everything in the way that I was able to kind of shoot portraits and action at the same time, which has always been like a really big part of my career, is that I've been able to do these two things. So when I'm working with clients, they're always like, okay, we need portraits, but we need action. So it's always kind of good to diversify your style of photography. I mean, I don't think there's anything wrong with being one specific type of photographer. I don't think there's anything wrong with being an architect, and you know it. But for me to be able to kind of blend both worlds has enabled to me to be able to work for people and be a valuable asset because they know they can get two different things. And even the same with like, you know, knowing how to shoot video. You know, I am a photographer, but I feel very lucky in the sense that I'm able to shoot video and direct and shoot stills. So you become this miniature package. So, you know, in photography, there really is no rules. You really can kind of expand in one area and bring it to the next, because creativity wise, it just opens up a whole new world. So skateboard photography, that's, you know, something that is always crazy because your majority, I mean 99% shooting outside. 99% of the time you don't even know what the spot looks like until you get there. You don't know what the lighting's gonna be like from second to second. If there's a cloudy day, it's constantly changing. So skateboard photography has been amazing to me because it taught me how to adapt quickly. It taught me how to approach a scene or a shoot and kind of problem solve really quickly when I walk on set. So I can go, camera could be here, that background's good, the lighting's good from this angle, and so on and so forth. Because versus shooting in a studio where you know, it's a psych, it's a back wall, you're shooting this way, really, what are your lighting? But skateboarding has, you know, it's like a big keychain. There's so many different keys for shooting a photo in so many different ways. So, you know, I think the amazing thing about it is always kind of being prepared for those situations. You know, in skateboarding, you always want to be prepared for the situations of having flashes, having multiple lenses, and, you know, sometimes if my back's against the wall on a shot and I can't get the right angle, then it's like go fisheye. And if the sun is bad, then I get flashes out to light my subject to make them look good. You know, flash photography is a big thing in the way that I shoot because you're able to isolate your subject and get the perfect light on your subject regardless of what's going on in the overall scene, right? So it's flash photography to me, and especially off-camera flash photography, was such a huge part of my career. And what I learned about it is what I was learning by shooting skateboarding with off-camera flashes outside was literally still a studio. So when I started shooting more studio commercial stuff, I still have that same mentality of knowing light. Like, a big key to photography is knowing light. Like, it's all about being able to look at what the light is doing. And a lot of times I didn't quite know that until later in my career. You know, people always say, go outside and look at the ground and look at where the shadows are pointed. And which is a great tip. And for me, now I know, I look at the sunlight like a flash because I use a flash so much. It's like if I had one single flash, what would it do? You know, if it was to this side, it would light here. If it was to this side, it would light there. If it was behind me, you know, and just knowing how to compete with the sun too with flashes. So knowing light in photography is like the biggest key, and especially with action. Knowing how to do math is such a huge thing because everything is like a chart, right? Your shutter speed to your aperture to your ISO are all working together. And you can take from one, take from your shutter speed. You're gonna have to take from your aperture, which to help that you can take from your ISO. And that's actually what I really love about photography, because I always hated math, but then it enabled me to kind of think how to get these numbers to crunch and work together. And that also includes flash. You know, you want to know the difference between I need half stop more or half stop less. So you really want to be able to think in a math way. And that's what I love about photography. I never would have thought about that, you know, even to focus, you know, 3 feet, 6 feet, like all of it is math. But the cool thing is it's pretty basic math because I was never good at algebra. So one amazing thing about skateboard photography is the things that you try and accomplish. And I mean, that's as a photographer, period. But the biggest accomplishment is getting a cover. And I've been so lucky to have over 100 covers of skateboarding magazines and actually 100 covers of basketball. In skateboarding, you know, having a cover is such a huge accomplishment, and I feel so lucky to have over 100 covers of different skateboarding magazines. It's one of those feelings the first time you see it, it's just magical, but it's crazy because I still have that same feeling every time I see one of my covers. I feel so honored to do that. It's just, you know, it's like beyond a bucket list for a photographer. It's just still this overwhelming feeling of joy. And, you know, I feel very lucky. I've had like cover of Newsweek 2 years ago with the LeBron James photo. And that was amazing because I just had a Thrasher cover, but to have this Newsweek cover was so crazy, and because it's just something I never thought I would have. You know, I shot the cover of the last Tony Hawk video game. That was huge for me. And I think, you know, photography has become so instantaneous. You know, social media is an important thing in photography. We can't deny that, as much as some people are purists. But there's still something so magical about having a printed cover. Another amazing thing for me was I've been a character in 3 different video games as a photographer. So photography is something that can start you on a path that you think is going to be one way and then just takes you into a whole nother direction. Like, honestly, I never thought that I would be a character in a video game. That was a dream come true. So last year, an amazing accomplishment that I was able to achieve was shooting 32 black skaters for the cover of Thrasher magazine in honor of Black Lives Matter. And to be able to have that has been, you know, it's a dream come true to have something that everybody will remember and celebrate for a really amazing reason. So, you know, covers are, you know, I mean, it's just the magic in a photographer's life. So that's what's crazy in my life, being able to start having skateboard magazine covers and then transition into having basketball magazine covers. You know, having shot over 100 covers of Slam, being able to shoot everyone from Michael Jordan to LeBron James to Kobe Bryant. Those are huge accomplishments. You know, being able to work for the Lakers starting in 2000 and assisting Andy Bernstein, seeing Kobe Bryant win every single ring, seeing him play his last game, being able to photograph him and Gigi together for a cover of Slam magazine was beyond, I mean, it's so crazy. I feel so honored to be able to have witnessed Kobe Bryant's whole career, and that's something photography can do for you. If you know, are patient and see a subject that really intrigues you and gives you the access, following someone for a long period of their lives is an amazing thing to look back onto. Photography is like wine. It gets better with age. Your photographs will get better with age. I've looked back at photos I shot when I first started, and those are some of the most important photos of my career. So always save your photos, back them up twice, throw them on a cloud, because over time they're going to become so much more valuable. An amazing thing about photography is the relationship you can have with your subject, and that was the thing I realized following Kobe throughout his career, is when it became at the end of his career, not only did we have this body of work, but we have this friendship, and that's the same with skating. Skateboarding, a lot of times people are like, is it a big shoot? It's like, No, I just go skateboarding with my friends and I happen to take good photos of them, which sounds made up, but that's really my reality, you know? And the amazing thing is like someone like Andrew Reynolds, Tony Hawk, who I've known since I was 18, this friendship and this bond and these accomplishments from, you know, when I spend a second with Kelby in the locker room celebrating his victory, it's the same when I celebrate a friend of mine making an amazing trick. You know, I'm lucky to have seen Tony Hawk make a 900 or do the loop is the same as seeing Kobe Bryant win a championship. But you have these memories forever in your camera, but also in your heart and these friendships. So, you know, photography is 25% knowing how to use the camera, 75% of social skills. You have to read your subject. You've got to know if they're in a good mood, if they want to be there, should you rush, should you take your time, should you get creative? You know, these are all things of just reading the room, you know. Photographers sometimes get so locked in on making the photo perfect, they might not realize their subject is having a bad day or might need a second, you know? So those are really big things. And I always say you want to make your subject feel as comfortable as possible, because being photographed is it's not a fun thing. Some people love it, but some people really tense up. So you have to be able to make your subject feel comfortable. And then doing that is just being human and being a friend. And you realize after you've done that, if you make everyone feel comfortable, they're gonna wanna come back and work with you. So, you know, being cool is such a big part of photography, and just being nice. You know, our jobs as photographers is to make our subject look as good as possible. And they appreciate that. And they'll want to come back and work with you more if you are able to do that. One thing with photography that I really, you know, would advise is the passion for it. You know, photography is something a lot of people ask, like, how do I get into the business side? How do I do it? Now in this day and age, everything is different. When I started, my thing was I just went to the magazine that I wanted to shoot with, Transworld Skateboarding, Grant Britton, the phone number was in there, and I called the photo editor, I tortured him. You can't do that anymore because there's really not that information out there. So it's really, with social media, you're able to DM, tag, whatever. And one of the biggest advices that I got that really had a big impact on me was Grant told me, make sure your photos are as good he said, make sure your photos look as good as the ones in the magazine. So you have to be your own critic. You have to be realistic if your photo is good or not. And that's what I found was like, look at your photo, compare, and be honest. Is the lighting good? Is the focus good? Is it look good? And in skateboarding, different than anywhere else, your action has to be as good. So you want to work with the best you can, and you know, you got to build a relationship. You know, you can go to a skate park and check skaters out. And I mean, that's the same with basketball, right? You could go to a basketball court and just go, hey, I would love to shoot y'all, or just shoot those games. Go and shoot the best pickup games locally, and shoot high school games, shoot, you know, college games. And if you get this stuff that looks really good and you post it and tag it, it's only gonna hopefully snowball into opportunities. You know, in photography, you've got to put yourself into the environment you want to be shooting. Now, shooting celebrities, that's something you're not going to be able to just put yourself into that, but the other stuff you can. Another thing is, you know, photography doesn't happen overnight. It's not easy. It's not something that's just going to happen. So you really want to make sure you love photography before you just dive in and have expectations of what it's going to do for you as a career. I know some photographers who said, I want to be a photographer because I want to be famous and have money. And they were able to do that. But me, I became a photographer because I loved it. Not because it was going to become a job, not because that's how I was going to make money. And I really feel I've had a lot of success because I never put this pressure on my career. And I kept photography as something I love. You know, I always say if you do what you love, you're never working a day in your life. And that's what photography is to me. It's something I love, so I'm never going to be stressed or not wanting to do it. That doesn't work for everyone, but in photography, I think if you have that passion, it really helps because photography as a career has lots of ups and downs. You know, you think you're gonna get booked on a shoot, you don't get booked on the shoot. You know, in skateboarding, you get kicked out, someone doesn't get the trick. You know, in basketball, you don't get to go to the game, or when you go to the game, your team loses. You know, there's a lot of things that are beyond your control that make photography, you know, a little frustrating at times. But when you do have the opportunity to do it, it makes it that much more special if you have a passion for it. Another thing is something's always going to go wrong on every shoot. Something is going to happen and you've got to kind of be prepared for that. Whether a camera breaks, it's always good to have two bodies if you can, or a lens breaks, or a card fails, or your computer fails, or the flash fails, or assistant doesn't show up. You know, there's so many things that are beyond our control for a photo shoot. I mean, I've flown across the world and the person is sick and the shoot gets canceled. So those are things, you know, that happen, and you can't be so hard on yourself like it's going to be the last chance. You know, I say do every photo shoot like it's your last, but realize it's not going to be if you do the best job you can. So, you know, I just don't take anything for granted, but also realize it's going to be beyond your control. But if you can think about the things that can go wrong on a shoot beforehand and prepare yourself for that, they're never going to go wrong because you have a backup, you know. And that was one of the things I learned early on was when, you know, if you only have enough light stands and one breaks, that could ruin the whole shoot. So you should have extras of certain things when it's a bigger job that you know you've got to prepare for, and especially shooting outdoors. I mean, the wind will blow something over and break it, and you know, so there's so many different things that you just kind of have to adjust with. You know, if something goes wrong, also don't panic, because then everybody in the room sees you panic, that makes them panic. So nothing is ever wrong or nothing is ever bad. You know, you're just like, oh no, it's fine, you know. Just keep your eye on your focus. You want to make sure the photo's in focus. Anything else is fixable. But, you know, just never panic and stay calm when things go wrong, because they are going to go wrong on every single shoot. So one of the greatest gifts photography is giving me is being able to see the world and traveling. And I've been to all the major continents and around the world a couple times at least. And what I learned early on in traveling is don't stay in your hotel room. You know, you might be, you know, I flew to China for 48 hours to shoot LeBron, but I didn't, you know, which was going to be inside, a seamless setup, but that wasn't what I was going to do. I immediately went out, called my friends that I had there, because I've been to China 4 times before, and went and had dinner with them and just experienced these cities. It's so easy to travel when you're there for another job to just stay in this mode of just stay in your hotel, go to the shoot. No, I always say wake up a little early, cruise around, bring your camera, shoot the sights. You know, every major city, go see their big attraction. If you're in Paris, you got to go to the Eiffel Tower. If you're, you know, in Beijing, it's a little far, but go see the Great Wall of China, because these are things that aren't going to be guaranteed to be there tomorrow. And to be able to have a photograph of this moment is really special. I mean, I was in New York in '96, I think I took this picture. and it was the Twin Towers. And they were the background for a skate photo. But this was when I didn't take my own advice of shoot everything around you, and it was the end of a roll, and I shot just a perfect scenic of the Twin Towers. Never thought about that photo. It was just lost on a slide page in a filing cabinet. 9/11 unfortunately happened. Everybody was getting their pictures, and I didn't even know I had this photo until like 2008. So it's one of those things, always shoot what you see around traveling and being around, or even locally, you know, because those are all moments you're capturing history, you're documenting history, you're seeing things that other people aren't so lucky to see. But, you know, making contacts in each city when you travel is such a smart thing, because if traveling is in what your photography is, you're most likely going to be back in those towns. So I have relationships that I've built for the last 20 years just from making sure I met someone cool and I stayed in contact with them, and I was able to have this friendship the whole time. Another thing about my photography is really, if you look at it, I only shoot what I'm a fan of, right? So it's skateboarding, it's basketball, amongst many sports, and music. And if you can position yourself to do that, it's amazing, because you find you have the best seats in the house. Like skateboarding, I'm seeing Tony Hawk do the craziest things front row. Basketball, I mean, when we were sitting on the floor, I had the best seats in the house. Flea could be behind me, but I'm still on the court. And it's just this amazing opportunity to be able to have that. Like, if you find something that you're really passionate about and insert yourself into those situations, you're always gonna have front row seats. And that's my other passion, is music. I'm a big music fan, and I've been able to shoot live performances from the photo pit or have the one-on-one shoots with portraits and stuff of these bands I really love, and build these relationships. You know, the same relationship I have with Kelby, Tony Hawk, and Flea, like, it's all a friendship that came from photography. And the one thing that I've always loved about being a fan but never crossing that line is you're able to see into these subjects' worlds so much. You know, you get to see behind the curtain, and it's another thing where I'm never working, because all of a sudden, if I'm at a basketball game on the court, that's where I'd want to be anyways. If I'm at the bottom of a handrail in a shod skating it, that's where I want to be. If I'm, you know, on the stage for a concert, that's where I want to be. But also the great opportunity about that is then you build these relationships, and you get to ask your idols kind of whatever you want when it's off camera and you're being casual. So that's one of my favorite things about what I do. And, you know, and the photography, I get to blend it all together. So one thing I've learned in my career is you don't have a career if you don't protect your assets. So if you're not protecting your files or negatives properly, you're gonna lose out on so much. I mean, I even regret only having prints from my first rolls of film and not having those negatives. So one thing I learned, you know, about 5 years into my career was I had a fire. I had a fire in an apartment, and there was like boxes and negatives that got burnt. Luckily, a lot of stuff was saved because they were in proper negative holders, but I still lost like a huge amount of photography. And what I learned after that was fireproof file cabinets. And nowadays, the way workflows go with digital, what I do is I have the G Drive shuttle system. One drive, and mirror it with ChronoSync, take that drive out, and I put it in a fireproof file cabinet. And even if one of the RAWs are amazing, put it on the cloud. And I even have to like, you know, once it's not USB anymore, it's Thunderbolt, like you constantly have to keep up on file management and making sure your hard drives are up to date, because you could pull out a hard drive from 15 years ago and it might not start up. So you constantly, every 5 years, I constantly, you know, keep those files in a place where I can copy them over, and it's a lot of work, but that's your legacy, those are the moments you need. So really, you know, guarding your files is an important thing, and just workflow, you know, naming your files, keeping the folders organized, you know, you can't organize enough because it's really hard to find stuff with the world of digital when you're shooting over 1 million frames. So really being on point with where your files are and the way your workflow goes, and keeping your dates organized. And even with the film, you know, if you're shooting a lot of film, write on those contact sheets what years those are, because you're gonna look back 20 years and be like, wait, when was this shot? Who is this? So really keeping that file management organized is a huge thing, but also keeping it protected against something happening. Hard drives fail, so if you don't have it backed up twice, you're gonna really lose some stuff. So I always say back up twice. Once you shot something, mirror those drives and back it up again. And just the way my workflow works is, you know, I love Adobe Lightroom. I love Adobe Photoshop. So what I do is I import my cards through Lightroom, and then I process them out and use Photoshop to really get in on there, maybe add a filter, maybe, you know, take some blemishes away and stuff like that. So I really love the Adobe suite to work with. And even in editing with Premiere, it's also a great thing as well. So one thing that I really want to recognize in photography when it gets to a bigger level is you're only as good as your team. Working with a great producer, my assistants are my everything. Like my assistants, you know, and I only really use my assistants when I'm doing commercial, skateboarding stuff I do on my own. But assistants, I mean, are everything, and I have the utmost respect for my assistants. You know, I really appreciate them, the Digitech, everybody on set. It's always really good to have a good vibe on your set. Like when I'm on my set, I'm not yelling at people, I'm not freaking out, I'm just keeping a good overall vibe, because it's really about that, you know, being able to like keep the energy up and keep everything going, but also really respecting the work my assistants did. And I think that also came because I was an assistant. So, you know, the best assistants are ones that are excited to work for the photographer they're working for, because you're gonna work hard if the photographer is nice. So really having a good assistant, having good producers, and just everybody working together is what makes some of my best photo shoots happen. So this is my favorite lens. This is a lens that I really, really, really love. This is the new RF 2870 2.0. The reason why I love a zoom lens is because I'm able to have so many lenses in one. The way that I shoot, I like to shoot fast. That's one thing I do. I don't rush myself, because that's how you make mistakes, but I shoot really fast because most of my subjects don't want to be photographed for a long time. So it's always about making them be in and out so they feel comfortable. One time I was shooting Allen Iverson, the first time I ever shot him, and he was like, I'm gonna give them 15 minutes. So the PR lady told me that. And when Alan came on set, I took 11. And I knew I had it, and this was the film days, which is crazy. And I was like, thank you, Alan, we're good. And he's like, that's it? I was like, yeah, we're good. I didn't tell him I knew that he had said that, but I was like, we're good. And every time I shot Alan after that, he was so cool, so respectful, and just down. So you want to make your subjects feel really comfortable when you shoot fast, and with a lens like this, I don't have to do a lens change. I love prime lenses. I love my 50 1.2, But with this, I'm able to shoot fast because I'm constantly like, okay, full body, waist up, headshot, full body, you know, when I'm shooting that. Or with action, it's like dribble wide, dribble long. So it's really, really great to have such a versatile lens. You know, I want to say one of the biggest things that I feel so lucky about with photography, and you can apply this to anything, was I was able to turn my passion of skateboarding, basketball, and music into this career, you know, but the biggest thing is my passion for photography. I always say, find the passion that you love. You know, if you're a cook, work at a restaurant. If you love music, work at a record store. If you love photography, work at a camera store. We want to get to the top without starting somewhere at the bottom. And the biggest thing is just finding those worlds you love and getting involved, because that will eventually turn into what photography has turned into me. It's just finding your passion and following it, you know, that's the biggest thing. And as us as photographers, you know, you can combine these passions. You know, it starts with photography and then it goes into skateboarding. It starts into photography, goes into fashion. It can be anywhere, and it'll open so many doors. And especially in this new digital social media world we're in, it's crazy because we're in an environment where everybody needs photos, right? Like, you can't have enough content anymore. And the biggest thing I would also say is, you know, we start with our phones, but pick up a camera. Like, if you find a passion of photography with your phone, pick up a camera, because once you really know how to use a camera and have a good quality camera, you're able to capture moments and things unlike what people have ever seen. So it's really about your tools as well. You know, if you know photography is what you want to do and potentially want to have a career, don't settle for less expensive stuff. This isn't me trying to sell, you know, the most expensive thing, but I have learned through my career, when I try and cut corners, I end up having to just buy what I need. So, you know, if that is something that you can afford, get it. Because, you know, number one, the photo is as good as the lens. The lens is really where you start. I always say I try and have the best lens, because if I have a good, you know, decent body, it's good. But if I buy a lens that's like a 4.5 to 5.6 and I want the look of a 1.2, you know, that's not gonna happen. So it's like, do I just pony up and get that more expensive lens to start with? So, you know, having a good setup is such a crucial thing. One thing that has recently happened to me that is the biggest honor that I really want to talk about is becoming a Canon Explorer of Light. I have worked so hard and have gotten recognition in skateboarding and other worlds, from the video games, from having, you know, boards and my own colorway with shoes and stuff like that. But the one thing that never really happened was the recognition from the camera world. And, you know, I got my first Canon, an EOS 1V in 1995. I shot my very first digital camera. It was actually a Canon point and shoot, but then it was a EOS 1D. And I mean, even going all the way back, my first point and shoot, which I ironically have right here, I used this camera in high school, a Snappy Q. So I've always used Canon in some way over the last 25 years, and for them to ask me to be a Canon Explorer Light is life-changing. It's amazing to have the access to so much great equipment. I mean, they really do make the best equipment. I mean, it's one of those things. Before I became Explorer of Light, I was trying different cameras because I love gear. So I kind of knew who was doing what new, and, you know, all the way from medium format, the start of that digitally. And Canon has just made such amazing stuff, and especially with the R series, with the R5 and R6, and their new lenses. But just as a company, they've been so great to work with, and they've been just supporting me so much since this relationship has happened. And having all these accomplishments in photography, this is the highest honor. So, you know, you really work hard and, you know, you will get recognized, you know, and that's what's amazing about photography is your work will speak for itself. So yeah, I'm so honored to be a Canon Explorer of Light. Thank you everyone for tuning in virtually. Thank you B&H Photo, thank you Canon. I'm so honored to be able to be a part of this, and so honored that y'all took the time to listen to me speak. I could keep doing this forever, but we gotta go. Thanks a lot. Bye.
At B&H, we found a way for you to save the tax. Have to have the latest Sony camera and save the tax? You got it. Need the new MacBook Pro? It's yours. How about a supersonic high-def telescope? We got you. Meet Paybu. You pay the tax, we pay you back, just like that. B&H.
I feel like landscape is reflected in the people that inhabit it. Anytime I'm put on assignment to tell a story, I start to look for those similarities or those reflections of the place in the people and the people in the place. This is an ancient landscape. All of those things are connected by the textures that are represented in the faces of the people, in the textures of the horses, the dust that erupts to the bookshelf cliffs, and the way that the light scrapes across them at the end of the day. All of that is texture. In the evolution of photography, we've always searched for greater depth. We've searched for greater detail. In creating that depth, you are invited into a deeper emotional landscape, and that is the point of great photography.
Yeah, that's Corey.
The file is so complete that you get those subtle textures, everything from the small shadows that pebbles create, to the cracks in the mud, to the huge hundreds of feet of undulation that wrap around the landscape in the background. The 14 to 24 2.8, the 24 to 70 2.8, and the 70 to 200 2.8 were the primary lenses that I had on my camera for the entirety of the shoot. It allowed me to be quick, nimble, versatile. These lenses are tack sharp edge to edge. With a single battery, I was able to operate all day long. If you add the vertical grip, you're extending the power of the camera and the longevity of the batteries for another day, if not more. You can also use it as a vertical grip to shoot portrait orientation. In general, shooting backlit is incredibly hard on glass. The performance of the Z system was spectacular, largely because of the flawless nature of the Nikon glass. Specifically for this story, backlighting subjects, the cowboys, the family, works incredibly well because it shows the dust and the grit that this landscape is known for. The Z7 II in every way delivers across the board what I expect from a robust mirrorless system in the field. I was never concerned about the dust that was getting into it because it just didn't get into it. I wasn't concerned about having these horses come by and splash, literally soaking me, drenching me. I was never concerned about the camera being affected. I was never concerned about the camera not being able to carry the amount of detail that I wanted to tell the story that I wanted. I was only concerned about my execution of it. One of the things that I love most about the Z7 II, the new system, is the speed at which it shoots, as well as the buffer. Now, I don't have to substitute any of the quality for the speed. The ability to shoot 10 frames a second as a scene unfolds allows you a much broader choice in your edit and allows the ability to find that serendipity, to find those moments that bring all the elements together to make your viewers feel. I think what the Z7 II system allows me to do is move closer towards capturing what I feel versus just what I see. I am a relentless perfectionist. I demand perfection from whatever I do. I demand perfection from myself. In order to achieve the things I want to achieve, I have to have absolutely the best to achieve it, to make it look and appear the way I need it to.
This is a story about a magical place where everything's amazing, especially the people. We can tell you everything there is to know about over 400,000 different pieces of gear. Tell them, Lenny.
We have a 17mm, 24mm, 45mm.
He does this all day. We'll help you find the right thing, which is often not the most expensive.
The A9 is great, but I think the 6500 is better for what you need.
That's pretty rare. And just like you, we love to explore and share our passion, because we're creators as well. Israel and Jake like to make videos for the web. Oh, I love it when he does this. Oh, by the way, if you can't meet us in person, you can always chat with us online. Think of us as collaborators, production partners, problem solvers. This is Greg. He's made 5 gold records.
You can play your voice high.
And here's Jay, the king of the candids. Wait, I'm not ready, Jay. Sometimes we geek out and help each other, but mostly we're here to help you. Like Lenny, who's still going, because there's a lot to say when you're making some pretty important decisions. So now you've met 16 of over 1,000 employees. 16 reasons our customers like to do business with people, not algorithms. We are B&H.
Oh, and here it is. I am very excited to introduce you to the Surface Book 3. With updated processor options, enhanced graphics performance, and available on either the 13.5 or 15-inch model, Surface Book 3 is the most powerful laptop in the Surface family. So what's new with Surface Book 3? Well, it's all about performance, with both the best battery life and graphics performance of any Surface. With Surface Book 3, you'll leverage the full power of 10th generation Intel Core processors for those pro-grade photo and video editing apps like Adobe Creative Cloud. Or immerse yourself in the latest gaming titles from Xbox Game Pass for PC with the optional discrete graphics card configurations. And of course, multitask between your mission-critical apps like Office, Photoshop, and AutoCAD without missing a beat with up to 32 gigs of RAM and 2 terabytes of SSD storage. Whether you choose the 15-inch or the 13.5-inch Surface Book 3, configure it to match your lifestyle and profession. And choose the best graphics option for you, including the remarkably powerful GeForce GTX 1660 Ti with 6 gigs of dedicated graphics memory. In fact, when the performance enhancements are taken into account, Surface Book 3 13.5-inch is a whopping 50% faster than the previous generation Surface Book 2 13.5-inch. If you spend a lot of time unplugged, Surface Book 3 is a smart fit. It has the best battery life of any Surface device ever. Thanks to batteries which are both in the display and in the base, Surface Book 3 can deliver up to 15.5 hours on the 13.5-inch model and up to 17.5 hours on the 15-inch model. Surface Book 3 truly has been designed to power you through even your busiest days. Surface Book has always been known for its versatility, and Surface Book 3 is certainly no different, with both USB Type-C, USB Type-A ports, and a full-size SD card slot. Our engineers have been hard at work refining the build quality of Surface devices for years, and sometimes it's the smallest details that can make the most impact. For example, Surface Book 3 detaches from its base twice as quickly as Surface Book 2. That of course means you can quickly move between the different user modes of Surface Book 3, so that you can create your best work using Surface Pen or Surface Dial. Upload your best videos using the 1080p front-facing camera. Or kick back and use your keyboard and mouse or an Xbox One wireless controller to play some of the most popular and intense games available. So, are you hungry for power? Do you demand that tailored solution for your work? Are you not a fan of compromises? Then take a closer look at the most powerful laptop of the Surface family, the Surface Book 3.
They've called us the Hunters of Light. We search for the things that have yet to exist, challenging the traditions, foraging through the shadows, listening for the subtle changes. This is us. We are not as the others are. We do not see as the others see. From the distant shores to the far-off worlds, we've made friends with the beasts, the wind, and the waves. We've made vows to the land, signed deals with the sky. us write together a new chapter.
Tomayia Colvin is a nationally published high school senior portrait photographer, best-selling children's book author, and classroom teacher, and also a photography educator in Houston, Texas. For 5 years, Tomayia has been giving her high school seniors carefree, funky, and real portrait sessions that showcase their unique personalities. Tomayia is on a mission to celebrate diversity in photography. She works with conferences and workshop organizers to bridge the color division and include voices that are missing from the photography industry. I believe very strongly in the work that Tomayia has done over the years, and this is her second time presenting a depth of field. Recently, Tomayia has achieved a doctorate, and I am thrilled to welcome Sony artisan, Dr. Tomayia Colvin.
So, greetings everybody. I am Dr. Tomayia Colvin of Tomayia Colvin Education, and today you will be listening to Pricing for Profit. This is one of my favorite topics to talk about, money and business and making a profit, and making sure that you are owning a profitable business. So it makes me so happy to talk about this. So I will go ahead and share with you a few things about me. In case you've never met me before, you get an introduction to me. So I am the mommy of two amazing kids, Grace and Ivory. Grace is 17, Ivory is 13, and we have a dog named Jay, who normally you would normally hear around these parts, but today you don't hear them because they are gone to grandma's house. And so so I am a high school senior photographer here in Houston, Texas. I've been a senior photographer now for 9 years. Actually walked into photography doing scrapbooks of all things. Was like a Mary Kay consultant, but for scrapbooking. And it just so happened that I was scrapbooking and learned that, whoa, people are not taking photos anymore, and they're certainly not printing them. And so that really pushed me into the space of being a photographer and making sure that my family actually had albums and photos on the wall and all the things that I wanted them to have, you know, when I'm gone from this earth. And so I left my career in teaching. I was a middle and high school teacher, teaching reading and writing and photo journalism for, I think now 11 years or so. Yeah. So my very first love is education. Hence why I have Tomayia Colvin Education. And so I have been blessed with the opportunity to actually merge both of them, both my background in education and my love of photography, and put them together and share with you all, just like I am sharing today, about pricing for profit and making sure that you don't make some of the same mistakes that I did when I started out in photography. I'm the community leader at Tomayia Colvin Education. So if you are on Facebook, you are welcome to join my photography community. It's Tomayia Colvin Education, the community. I also host the Photo Cookout, which is a photography conference that supports and celebrates Black and photographers of color in the photography industry. One of the things that really brings me joy, and I think what I've placed on this earth to do, was actually to be a diversity and inclusion advocate for photographers that look like me. And so this is where you will get a chance to see and hear and learn from photographers of color at the Photo Cookout that will be happening in October of 2021. So let's jump right in. And while you're here listening, what should you expect from this pricing course today and while you're listening? So when I walked away from my full-time job as a teacher, I walked away because I really wanted to be in a space where I could be the parent to Grace and Ivory in the event like they got sick at school, anything. I wanted to be the chaperone on the field trips, although they didn't want me to be the chaperone, but I wanted to be the chaperone. I wanted to be able to be in the car rider line and go back if they forgot a backpack and all of those things. And so I had reached a point in my career in education where I was no longer happy. It was more so about the state test, and that's not really why I went into education in the first place. I went into education because I wanted to actually be able to inspire little people who look like me. And so I walked away from my full-time job with no savings, no plan, or anything. And so one, I'm going to encourage you not to do that. I'm going to encourage you to set up a plan so that you don't go through some of the struggles that I went through when I did walk away from my full-time job. And I want you to come out of this at the end of this conversation really understanding, like, when you walk out of the door to go to a photo session, how much you should be charging and why you should be charging what you're charging. Okay, so not anymore feeling of, well, I think that they can afford this, so I'm going to charge this, or, letting fear stop you from charging your worth. So while you're listening in today, I'm going to ask that you go and hide from your spouse, your partner, your kids, your dog, your cat, any of those things that would cause you to, not give this time that we're spending together your full attention. And then if you need to close some of your tabs, don't scroll on Facebook and Instagram while you're listening. Really take the time to sit down with your notepad and with a pen or a pencil, write down some notes and some plans of action as to how you are going to move ahead in your business when it comes to pricing. All right, so now to go ahead and address the elephant in the room here, which is facing the fear. So one of the things that holds us back, and one of the things that I hear all the time when I ask people to charge their worth, is that they say to me, I don't want to charge my worth because I am afraid. I am afraid of what people are going to think of me. I am afraid of people telling me no. I am afraid, I'm just afraid of success, really, honestly. So I'm going to encourage you today to put all of that aside and just move ahead and think about the benefits that it will come to you or come to your life if you actually started to charge your worth, okay? So I want you to consider for just a moment, what are some of the things that you possibly could do in your life if you raised your prices by $100, maybe you raised your prices by $500, my goodness, maybe you raised your price by $5,000. What would happen in your life, in your career? Would you be able to get new gear? Like, what is it that would happen in your life if you actually sat down and said, okay, I am going to take this by charge, and now I am going to charge my worth, regardless if I'm scared or not. I'm going to just do this thing scared, right? So for some of us, that would mean perhaps that you go on vacation. That would mean that you pay off some debt. That would mean that perhaps maybe you got your dream studio. You were able to like maybe go on a destination photo session, all the things, invest in a conference, some workshops, some continuing education. All of those things can happen when you start to charge your worth and you're actually able to say, okay, this is what my photography money is going to allow me the space to do. Okay. It could just be your vacation fund. There's nothing absolutely wrong with that either. But what I want to encourage you to do today is that I want to encourage you to make sure that you set up a plan today, write on your paper how much you want to make, because I'm going to ask you in just a little bit to write that down so that we all know and we can hold each other accountable should be making. Okay. So number one, the misconception is that when you sit down and you say, okay, I want to make $100,000, I want to make 6 figures, I want to make 7 figures, is that you have to be like really good at math, or you have to be an accountant, or you have to be like this super, super, super rocket science person. The way that I approach pricing is very, very simple. Okay. Well, I did that because I am not necessarily like the best spreadsheet person. Like I can get some things done, but I am not like this like Excel spreadsheet guru wizard person. Nor am I like a mathematician or any of those things, right? So I have devised this as such that it is very simple so that you don't have to struggle when it comes to figuring out how much I should be charging or how much you should be charging for your sessions, okay? So then the second thing that I hear all the time from you all when it comes to your pricing is that you feel like you have to be like this master level super warrior photographer in order for you to change or in order for you to charge a premium price for your services. I want to tell you that there are people with photos that are far worse than what you take, and they're making a hell of a lot of money than you are. And the only reason that they are doing that is because they have had the courage to say, I'm going to charge this amount. Now, whether you disagree or agree that they should be charging that amount of money for the images that they produce, you know, we could probably debate that. However, don't sit in the space of that. I'm not going to charge, I don't know, $1,000 for a session because I've only been photographing for 6 months or for a year or for 2 years, or you know, mines are not as good as the people around me. Don't think that. Okay. So I want you to go into this with a clear space that you don't have to be a mathematician and you don't have to be like this super pro wizard, photographer, magician type situation in order for you to charge what you should be charging and to actually make a profit. Now, I know that you are afraid that if you raise your price by $100 or $200, that your clients are going to leave and never come back. And that part of that is going to happen. I'm not going to sugarcoat it and lie and say that you're not going to lose a few customers along the way. You are. Let's just go ahead and cut the chase. You will. But I want you to understand that you may lose 1 or 2, but what you gain will be so much better than what you had before, okay? Because when Facebook leaves, right? Because one day it is, and my kids are gonna think that it's like extinct or something, just like MySpace did, right? You want to be in a space where you can actually pass down your photos from generation to generation. Like I can look over to my wall, to my left, I can see images of my children behind me. You can see pictures behind me. If you're looking at the camera, like you can see photos of all of these things. So I want you to fully understand that if you are not providing your clients something more than just a teensy tiny little digital file that you may be actually doing a disservice to them. Okay. Yes, clients will leave if you raise your price. Absolutely. Some of them will. And you know what? They were just probably cheap in the first place. Okay. However, there are people in this universe that are willing to invest in your services. How do I know that? Because I have people that are in my mentorship and in my mastermind and in my Facebook community that have raised their prices, and by golly, would you imagine that they're still breathing? Who knew? They still have clients coming in. Okay. So yes, you will lose a few. You will. Okay. But I want you to think of not as the glass half empty. I want you to think of your glass half full, and that now you're on your way to something a bit better than what you've had before. Okay. I want you to get rid of the idea that you have to be the lowest person in your area or in your community for you to actually get clients. You do not have to be the cheapo in the room. You don't. You have to provide a quality service. You have to provide wonderful and beautiful images, which I know you're probably already doing, but you don't have to be the $10 or the $50 or the $100 photographer in your area in order for you to like get clients. Like, oh, if such and such is $100, then I'm going to be 99, or I'm going to be 75, or who knows, I may be 49. You don't have to do that. That is not the best way of thinking when it comes to pricing yourself. I want you to consider yourself to be something worth investing in and not like the cheapest thing on the market. Okay. People don't go when it's time to go buy cell phones, look in the case and say, oh, I'm going to buy the cheapest phone possible. Some people do. Okay. However, there are people that swear up and down. I am one of those people. Swear up and down that there are some products that are the absolute best cell phones and the best computers and the best tablets available. Okay. So don't consider that there are not raving fans of your business and of your work. Okay. So here are some common pricing mistakes that I see happening all over, and I want to share with you to make sure that you don't make these mistakes again if you have done this or you've thought about doing it in the past. Okay. So the first one of that is that you don't charge your worth because you can't afford your own prices. That is very true. The prices that are going to come on the screen in just a little while, or that I'm going to share with you, you very well may not be able to afford today. And that is okay. I want to challenge you to move from the place of lack and move into a thought process of abundance, and that things are going to come to you and that this is going to work out for your good. I want you to just really think about that and not focus on the fact that you can't afford your own prices. If you go on this journey with me and you raise your prices, okay, eventually, my friends, you will be able to afford your own prices. I promise you, you will. But you first have to raise your price just so that you can enter the ballpark on the playing field. Okay. Just because you raise your price or you make yourself cheaper than your competition, that is not necessarily the best professional advice that one will give in the industry, right? So another mistake that I see you all making is that you go out, you look around and say, okay, I'm going to make my prices cheaper than this person. That is not the way to go, my friends. That is not the way to go. Let me tell you why. Because your competition may not very well have the same bills and expenses that you do. Okay. You, my friend, may like to stay at the Ritz-Carlton, while your other friend may like to stay at maybe a regular hotel. Okay, maybe not the fanciest, but just okay. You all have two different tastes. Therefore, you all cannot charge the same prices. Okay, so I am indeed a cupcake lover, cupcake connoisseur, all those things. Okay, you making your cupcakes cheaper is not going to make me run over and get your cupcake faster. Like, I'm going to go, I think I'm going to go for cupcakes now that I've said it again. I'm going to go for the cupcake that has sprinkles, that has like the cutest frosting. I will get happy birthday cupcakes on the days that it's not even my birthday, like today. I'm gonna go get a cupcake, and whatever the sparkliest one in the case when I get there, that's gonna be the one that I get. Okay, so it doesn't matter how many cupcake places are on the strip when I go. I, my friend, am not looking for the cheapest cupcake. I am looking for one. I'm thinking about it right now. I am thinking of one that is fluffy, one that is moist. Maybe I could smell the butter and the vanilla, all of those things in the cupcake. I do not want a 50-cent dry cupcake. No, I don't want that. So you making yourself cheaper is not going to work for people that enjoy their photographs, people that want to see their images on their walls, people that want to see their images in their albums. You making yourself cheaper is doing a disservice to your pocketbook, because that is not going to work. Okay. Third is that I see you all asking for pricing advice in Facebook groups. And I must tell you that although I understand why you do that, I want you to understand that, again, you're asking 10,000 people, guys, what's your favorite cupcake? What should I charge for this cupcake? Well, you know what? Those people live obviously in different areas. They serve different people. They have different financial needs than you do. They may not necessarily, maybe they have a studio, maybe they don't. So you don't know the people that you're asking those questions to. You don't necessarily know if those people will understand the needs of your business. Okay. So instead of doing that, I am going to show you, and you can listen if you have your sheet of paper, how to actually come up with pricing for yourself. Okay. Now, here's the deal. I want you to consider keep it simple. I think it's another S, but I can't say that right now. Okay. So keep your pricing very, very simple. Okay. Why? If I receive a price list and it is all over the place, right? I am so lost. Like, my goodness, please do not go. Let's just think of my cupcakes for an example. If I go to your bakery and you say a vanilla cupcake is $3 plus frosting, plus sprinkles, plus, you know, who knows what, an extra scoop of butter, one birthday candle. Do you want it delivered to you? Do you want it curbside? Do you want it all? Listen, why can't you just charge me $4 or $5 for that cupcake and put all of those beautiful things inside? Because once you start making it like a game of of trying to add all of these things up, your client is going to be so confused, friends. So I want for you to definitely make sure that your pricing, whatever it is that you do, make sure that it is simple. So look at your price list like right now. Just look at it. The stuff that you send people. Are you sending people a 100-page document for your price list? Why? You have 100 things to offer? No. Keep it simple. So I will see on price sheets. If you want all outfits, 3 outfits changes, indoor, outdoor, you want to go to the pool, you want to go to Arizona, you want a destination shoot, you want 3 looks, a zebra, all types of things. All these things, all on the price sheet, my friends. Keep this, please, very simple. How much is your session fee? Please make it simple for your people that are inquiring with you. The more stuff you put on that price sheet is the more times that you're going to get ghosted. People aren't going to inquire or come back to you because they are so confused by all the things that you just thrown out there. Stop it. You can have a session fee. You can have collections. You can have a full day rate. Perhaps if you need to, you can have a half day rate. But goodness gracious, please don't have all of these laundry lists of things on your sheet, because it's going to confuse your client. Like, I shouldn't look at your pricing and it looks like a CVS receipt and it's just long and it's just stuff. No, please make it concise. A confused mind will always say no when it comes to your pricing. So if I have this big long sheet of, I'm just going to go to the next person where I understand their pricing. That is simple for me. It looks like this is perhaps maybe a boutique concierge service where I'm going to get some support and I don't have to try to figure out all the things that you are trying to offer me. I urge you not to copy off other people's pricing sheets without knowing their expenses. And let's just not copy off people, period. How about that? So don't go to your competition's website, copy their language. That is called plagiarism. Copy their language, copy their pricing, by golly, copy their locations. Don't do that. That's not very nice. Go in just a moment how I'm going to show you here how to come up with pricing that works for you. Okay. So here are some pricing strategies. Go ahead and grab your pen or your pencil and your sheet of paper because you're going to need it. Okay. All right. So first things first, you have to review your expenses. None of this works if you are playing the guessing game with how much you're spending in your business. Okay. First, let me just stop right here and say, if you have, well, let me say this kindly, make sure you have a personal account, make sure you have a business account. Your accounts should not be commingling together where you have some of your stuff coming out of your business account, you have your Spotify and your Netflix and your Disney Plus coming out of your business account, you have your online gallery service and your credit cards and all that stuff going into your personal account. Like, ooh, geez, let's stop right there. Okay, so first, separate it. Put your personal stuff over in your personal account. Go separate that. Make sure your business account stuff is in your business account stuff. That's rule 0 at this point. Then, after you've cleaned that up, go in now and review your expenses. Okay. Some of this stuff y'all paying for, you're not even using. Let's just be honest. So look at your expenses. Look at them. See where there are some places in which maybe you have, like I said earlier, you have something coming out of a different account. Go fix it, change the card on file, and then tally up how much your expenses are. Okay. Tally it all up. That might take you the rest of the afternoon to just really sit down and figure out, okay, this is how much I need in my personal life or whatever I'm going to use for my photography business. And then this is how much I need or how much I'm spending in my business account so that I know, okay, this is what I'm doing. Okay. So 1, separate your money, separate that. Then take a look at your expenses. Then I'm going to challenge you to actually set a goal of what it is that you want to accomplish in your business with your money. Okay. So for me, I am a person that when it is time for me to get new gear, I think about, okay, if I want a Sony new camera this year, then okay, I'm gonna do this. This year is not the year for me to buy a new camera for portraits. Okay. 2019, I bought a new camera. 2020 was a year I got lenses. And then in this year, 2021 will be the year that I actually, now I'm thinking about getting like a drone and like another camera for like cinematography and videography stuff. Okay. So I have a plan of what I'm going to do with my funds and how I'm going to kind of divvy up, like, because everybody wants a new camera. Let's just be honest. We all do, and it's fine. But we have to make a plan for how we're actually going to do that. Okay. So review your expenses, take a look at your household, take a look at your business expenses, separate your coins. Then I want you to consider how much you need in order to make your ends meet, however much you need, maybe like, remember we said for your goals. So maybe this is a year for 2021 that you pay off maybe some debt and you get new gear. Maybe that's your goal. Maybe your goal is to take your kids to Disney. That could be a goal. Maybe your goal is to go to a photography conference. Then put that on your sheet, right? So whatever it is that your goals are, you have to write down how much money do you need to bring into your photography business. You have to consider all of that, okay? I no longer want you to consider how much your clients can afford when it comes to your pricing, because what someone can afford has absolutely zero to do with how much you will be charging in the next slide, okay? So here is an example. So let's just say that, and this is this magical thing that I keep hearing all over the place, that you want to make 6 figures. Woohoo! All right. So I'm going to show you how to do it. It's fine. It's cool. All right. So let's just say you have a goal of making $100,000 in photography from this year. Okay. So remember that your $100,000, that can be your vacation fund, that could be your debt, that could be your whatever it is that you want this to be, whatever you want your money to be for. That's cool. Okay. So you have a goal of $100,000 a year. Then you have business expenses of $20,000 per year. And now, when we add the two together, we now know that we need $120,000 per year. We have to make that. Okay. So one of the mistakes that I made that I don't want you to make is that, okay, I'm going to make $100,000 per year. Like I make $100,000, but I didn't consider like my business expenses in that. So instead of me making a goal for 100,000, I should have made a goal for 120,000 so that I can make sure that I make or keep my $100,000, because if not, then I would be making 80,000 versus my 100 that I wanted. Okay. So how much do you need in a year? So you need $120,000 per year. This is just my example. Okay. Your number obviously could be different, and that's cool. All right. So that means that in order to make $120,000 per year, you have to have an income goal of $10,000 a month. That's how much you have to make. And I know looking at this may seem a tiny bit scary, but it's okay. All right. So how you come up and make the 10,000, it could be a few ways, and I'm going to share with you how. Okay. So first thing is that you have to figure out how many times realistically can you or will you be willing to work per month. Okay. So if I can only work 6 sessions a month, maybe, so that may be like 2 weekends a month, and I shoot 3 people or photograph 3 people those 2 weekends because the kids have, rehearsals and track meets and all these things that they have me going to, that I need to do 6 sessions. Safely, I could probably do about 6. Okay. So that means that I have to make $1,666 per session. Now, I know you're thinking to yourself, ooh, I maybe have just been charging $200 a session or $300 a session. How in the world do I get the $1,600 per session, Tomayia? Are you serious right now? I am so serious because in a little while, you'll probably be making more than that. Okay. So let's recap. I'm going to do it again, just in case you didn't have your paper and your pencil ready the first time. So you have an income goal of $100,000 per year. So if you're trying to make 6 figures for the year, this is cool. Okay. You have your business expenses of $20,000 per year. So that means that you need to make $120,000 per year. That's going to be enough to cover your personal income and the business expenses of $20,000. Okay, $120,000 per year. Now, there are 12 months in a year. I divided 120,000 by 12. That gave me my income goal of $10,000 per month. That's how I got that number. Okay. If you are not a mathematician, don't worry. I have a free pricing calculator that you can go to you can put in these numbers, and I've already did the math for you on the back end, so you don't have to worry about it. So when you have your income goal of $10,000 per month, then you decide, okay, if you can do 10 sessions a month, then you would have to average $1,000 a session. If you can only do 6, like me, because maybe you have multiple things happening in your world, then it's $1,066 per session. That's about how much you need to average. Okay. If you have no clue how to sell products whatsoever, or you're just doing the digitals right now and you want to start selling products, if you go to my Instagram account, there is a link there that says in-person sales notes. Okay. In there, in that link will give you my link to all of my recordings on how to switch to selling products. It's all free. You don't have to pay for it. All the recording and all of the notes. I'll share with you on that how much you should be charging for your products, and all the things. So if this number scared you and you're like, I have no clue how to do this, it is totally cool. Go to my Instagram. It's at Tomayia Colvin, my name. Go to the link, and in that link, you will see in-person sales challenge notes. In there, you will get the link to the pricing calculator and all of my in-person sales notes. So if you need to know like what products I'm using, how much to charge for your products, that's in there. How to prepare your clients for that big switch, then all of those notes are there for you at absolutely no cost. So don't fret. It's okay. This is just a recipe. Okay. That's it. This is what this is. When you're ready to move and add more ingredients to your cake, then go to my Instagram link, get the download. That way, when you're saying, okay, how do I move from $200 or $300 a session to making $1,700 per session? All of that is included. All the replays there, all of that is there. So don't even stress out about it. It's all there for you. In that, I want you to also find products that you love from your favorite vendors. Because if you've been in a space of where you haven't sold products and you don't know what you should be getting, then in that link as well, in my Instagram link, there are some links in there to some of my favorite vendors. And always try to consider what products your client or your ideal client or the people that you want to reach, things that they will enjoy, okay, that will resonate with them, okay. Always give more. Look into packaging as well. So don't just hand over your stuff or your products in the box that it came in. Put a little tissue paper in it, you know, put a lollipop, do something more than just here's your stuff, okay. And lastly, I want you to always remember to charge your worth. So when you use my pricing calculator, you will know for sure how much you should be charging when you walk out of the door. If you, by chance, now don't charge what you should be charging, then you're going to have this feeling of yuckiness where you're like, oh, I know that I'm not charging enough. This is not making me happy. I'm not happy anymore. Oh, I don't want to edit these photos. So at least start charging what you know that you should be charging. Will you walk out the door today charging $1,600? Maybe not. But by golly, at least charge more than you are charging and work your way up to your $1,700 per session, so that you can actually make your income goals that you want to. Because when you don't, the person who is losing in the deal most is you. You are the person who is not getting to go on your vacation. You're not getting to pay off your debt. You're not getting a chance to get your new Sony camera. You're not getting a chance to do any of those things because you got scared when that person inquired and said, ooh, I don't want to lose the deal, so I'm just going to charge $100. My friend, you are now $1,500 in the hole, and you can't do those things that you want to do. So I want you to consider that when inquiries come in and you sit there and you look at it and you're scared to charge your worth, don't do that. Like, put on your big pants and say, let's go, let's make what I'm supposed to make so that you can make the funds that you should in your life. Like, there's no reason why you should be going out to work and taking time away from your family if you're not making your financial goals. Like, otherwise, I think that would be like a charitable business, unless you have a charitable business, which is fine. If you're trying to be a profitable business, then that is going to require you to actually charge a rate that makes you a profit. Okay. So especially when you start raising your prices, try to be clear. You know, don't try to do like a bait and switch, like, oh, it's 200, but then it's really 1,700. Don't do that. Just tell people up front, like, average client investment is 1,800 or 1,700 or 5,000 or 10,000, whatever it is that your pricing is. Be clear in that so that people don't feel like you tricked them. Okay. And so again, I am Dr. Tomayia Colvin. You can find all of the details, all of the notes that you may need at TomayiaColvinEducation.com. There you can find the pricing calculator for free, online courses, and all of the things that you need. You can find out what gear I'm shooting with, where I'm going, where I'll be speaking at, all of those things at TomayiaColvinEducation.com. And if you have questions, just always, if you have questions, pop into my Facebook group and ask them so that I can assist you.
B&H presents the Depth of Field Awards 2021. The Senior Portrait Award, sponsored by Sony, featuring the Sony Alpha A7 III mirrorless digital camera with 28 to 70 millimeter lens. And the winner is Mel by Robert Knoll. Congratulations.
At B&H, we found a way for you to save the tax. Have to have the latest Sony camera and save the tax? You got it. Need the new MacBook Pro? It's yours. How about a supersonic high-def telescope? We got you. Meet Paybu. You pay the tax, we pay you back, just like that. B&H.
I feel like landscape is reflected in the people that inhabit it. Anytime I'm put on assignment to tell a story, I start to look for those similarities or those reflections of the place in the people and the people in the place. This is an ancient landscape. All of those things are connected by the textures that are represented in the faces of the people, in the textures of the horses, the dust that erupts to the bookshelf cliffs, and the way that the light scrapes across them at the end of the day. All of that is texture. In the evolution of photography, we've always searched for greater depth. We've searched for greater detail. In creating that depth, you are invited into a deeper emotional landscape, and that is the point of great photography. The file is so complete that you get those subtle textures, everything from the small shadows that pebbles create, to the cracks in the mud, to the huge hundreds of feet of undulation that wrap around the landscape in the background. The 14 to 24 2.8, the 24 to 70 2.8, and the 70 to 200 2.8 were the primary lenses that I had on my camera for the entirety of the shoot. It allowed me to be quick, nimble, versatile. These lenses are tack sharp edge to edge. With a single battery, I was able to operate all day long. If you add the vertical grip, you're extending the power of the camera and the longevity of the batteries for another day, if not more. You can also use it as a vertical grip to shoot portrait orientation. In general, shooting backlit is incredibly hard on glass. The performance of the Z system was spectacular, largely because of the flawless nature of the Nikon glass. Specifically for this story, backlighting subjects, the cowboys, the family, works incredibly well because it shows the dust and the grit that this landscape is known for. The Z7 II in every way delivers across the board what I expect from a robust mirrorless system in the field. I was never concerned about the dust that was getting into it because it just didn't get into it. I wasn't concerned about having these horses come by and splash, literally soaking me, drenching me. I was never concerned about the camera being affected. I was never concerned about the camera not being able to carry the amount of detail that I wanted to tell the story that I wanted. I was only concerned about my execution of it. One of the things that I love most about the Z7 II, the new system, is the speed at which it shoots, as well as the buffer. Now, I don't have to substitute any of the quality for the speed. The ability to shoot 10 frames a second as a scene unfolds allows you a much broader choice in your edit, and allows the ability to find that serendipity, to find those moments that bring all the elements together to make your viewers feel. I think what the Z7 II system allows me to do is move closer towards capturing what I feel versus just what I see. I am a relentless perfectionist. I demand perfection from whatever I do. I demand perfection from myself. In order to achieve the things I want to achieve, I have to have absolutely the best to achieve it, to make it look and appear the way I need it to.
This is our green vest. This is our conveyor belt. This is one of our photo experts. This is a brief history of B&H. The year was 1973. The Mets went to the World Series. The first cell phone call was made. And Bleemy and Herman opened a specialty photography shop at 17 Warren Street, New York City. They had a simple philosophy.
Be honest, treat people right, and they will come back.
Thanks, Irving. Also, free candy. And it worked. Over the next 20 years, we expanded and moved to West 17th Street, then 34th Street and 9th Avenue, and added more products. Lighting, binoculars, telescopes, audio, video, tripods, computers, printers, mobile, televisions, projectors, drones, and even more free candy. Now it's 3 stories and over 400,000 products and over 1,000 employees. We take millions of orders online and ship to 179 countries and counting. You can talk to us in person, on the phone,
B&H, how can I help you?
or online. Check out our checkout baskets. Also check out our checkout numbers. Also check out the flare on Marae's vest. And everyone's favorite part, our conveyor belt.
The benefit of the conveyor belt is you don't have to worry about the product or schlep it around anymore until checkout.
Nice. These are the owners. They still come to work every day. They're around here somewhere. Anyway, this is Jeanette. Oh, sorry, she's busy. This is our warehouse. This is Yakov and Levy fighting over lighting kits. B&H is not a chain. B&H is open every day, except Saturdays, of course. Now you know almost the whole story. We are B&H.
So for this shoot, we really wanted to put the Godox VL series lights to the test in a professional work environment. We shot in an old vintage historic house. Along with the lights, it's so important to have a really good location, talent, and set design. Fortunately for this shoot, we had all three of those factors.
You know, working with the VLs, I really think they met the challenge when it came to the highest pace, high speed, high functionality of a light that you need to produce TV and film content or even high-end commercial production. You know, they still have the power to overpower the sun, and they're running on batteries, which to me is amazing to have that functionality in a light that's so portable.
The lights were so quick and easy to use, you could dial in a shot in no time. So it really allowed us to play with the lights in each individual room and take our time throughout the process. Here's how we pulled it off.
As a producer of film and commercial content, I'm really excited about the VL series, and I think after this shoot, they've exceeded my expectations, and we'll definitely be bringing them to shoots in the future.
The portability, the power, the affordability, so many reasons why they belong in every filmmaker's bag. Thanks for watching, and we look forward to seeing what you create with the Godox VL series lights.
Luke Edmonson presents in a lively and straightforward style while sharing a master's level of insight into the art and craft of photography. As a third-generation photographer specializing in commercial, wedding, portrait, and fine art photography, he's honored to be a Grandmaster of WPPI and Fellow of SWPP. Most importantly, though, he's on a mission to promote a simple idea. Our calling is to love on others and have influence in their lives. Our excuse? We have a camera. But on top of all that, you will see a master photographer who is influenced by the old masters. His work is like looking at a museum pieces. If Rembrandt were a photographer, he'd probably light like Luke. Luke is proudly sponsored by Godox. Please join us as we welcome Luke Edmonson to the stages of Depth of Field.
Hey, I'm Luke Edmonson. What a privilege it is to be with you today. Thank you for investing your time as we're going to be looking at how to work with LED continuous lighting. In particular, how do we get kind of that masterful look or quality to our lights? And so my hope for today is to either inspire you or perhaps even give you something to aspire towards. But most importantly, I want to walk you through how we use not only what I'd call our practice work, but we're able to implement that in our client work, whether that is weddings, portraits, commercial photography, or our fine art. Special thanks to B&H for making the Depth of Field conference possible and being able to bring me here to you today. Also want to thank Godox for sponsoring this talk and their wonderful lighting solutions. We'll be looking at how to specifically use different Godox products through the course of this talk. So let's think very broadly about what's one of the biggest benefits of working with LED lighting. Well, straight off the bat, it's continuous. It allows you to be able to see, and oftentimes if you're starting out in lighting, it may help you to be able to see what's going on with the light instead of having to guess and fiddle with things. Now, we absolutely use flash all the time with our particular business. One of the benefits of flash is sometimes you're able to have more power, which could allow you to do things like overpower the sun if you were outside in the middle of the day. Perhaps light a larger group with fewer lights or flashes to be able to use. Now, one of the benefits of continuous light coming from the LED source is the soft quality of light that it produces, inherent to the type of light that it is. Can you achieve a similar quality of light using a off-camera flash? Absolutely. It all depends on how you want to modify it. So using the LEDs, sometimes you're going to be more in situations where perhaps you're not as brightly lit a scene, or perhaps you're in the studio, or perhaps it's more nighttime or interior type locations. All these can be situations where you're able to use your continuous lights. Now let's say you are that person who's starting out saying, okay, I really want to understand light exercise for me to get started with. Well, grab your lamp that you have there, perhaps with the lampshade or without, or any sort of continuous light source. Perhaps you have an LED light. Maybe it's a flashlight. And you might start with what we call the egg test. You can Google this and you can find videos on it, but essentially what it's going to encourage you to do is to take your light and move it around the subject, move it up behind and in front of, and watch not only where the highlights fall on the egg itself, but also look at where your shadows are falling. And by doing so, that will help train your eye to see. Because George Eastman once famously said something like this: embrace light, admire it, love it, but above all, know light. Know it for all you're worth, and you will know the key to photography. Now, what does he mean by that, in my opinion? I'd say to know something is to not only appreciate it, but it's to understand it. And sometimes it's hard if we're not able to see what the light is doing, to understand what somebody might mean when they say, let's use the feathered edge, perhaps of an umbrella or something like that on our subjects. And when you start moving your light and you're able to see how it strikes it, you can suddenly say, oh, I see how directional that is, and how when I move it off here, how those edges of the light are creating a softer look, or perhaps it's a more pleasing look in the way that the lighting is striking our subject. Now, what's the right lighting for a particular scene? Is it that we always must use soft light? Absolutely not. Sometimes we want to sculpt with light. And what do I mean by that? Well, we may want to draw accents architecturally within a scene. Perhaps it's accents that focus our eye on where to look within the frame. There's also times where a hard quality of light communicates something to our audience. So we want to match the light according to what our specific needs or desires are for the purpose, the intention of what it is that we're shooting. I'll give you a quick example. We were doing a shot, looked very much like this. It's a train station type scene, and so you can see that there's a suggestion of the time of day. It's perhaps in the evening. There's a little bit of orange dappled light that's coming in across the scene as it strikes the man. There's a little bit of dappled light hitting the floor, suggestive of perhaps that there's trees or something like that. We can tell, of course, that there's those architectural lights I mentioned earlier, 3 of them coming down from the top and directing our eyes in 3 different pools to look at. We also know that there's somebody of particular emphasis, which would be the gentleman in the middle, because he's a bit brighter lit. Our eye kind of goes in, and we realize that the subjects to the side are perhaps a bit secondary. We want them illuminated, but we don't want all of our attention to be drawn to them. We want to know where to direct the eye. We can also see that there's a sense of depth and dimensionality. There's a mood to this particular picture. Now, how do we go about creating it? Well, we use the S30 light from Godox, and that looks like this. It's a focusing light. It's 30-watt LED, and you can do things like put barn doors on it or different types of light modifiers that you might be familiar with as a photographer. But it also comes with a very key capability, and that's to use these projection attachments. Now, with the projection attachment, it's very much like a theatrical light. If you've ever looked at a stage and the way that they're able to use gobos or cookies, whatever you'd like to call them, to be able to create patterns or cut into their light so that it only hits in specific spots. You have lenses you can use that are wide angle and telephoto if you want to just really throw the light a far distance. There's also even just normal lenses that you can use if you're trying just to illuminate in a specific middle ground. All these things are then independently adjustable. So you can soften the light not only by how you adjust your lens, but you can also soften the light directly on the unit itself. And in this way, you get this beautiful quality of light that you're able to create as you create these believable pools for people to be positioned in. Now, if you're a flash photographer, it's good to know that there is also the same capability to use a Godox mount on your flash. And so you can attach the projection attachment to it using this modifier that you see right here. Now, as we start thinking, okay, well, that's great, but let's just say that you have a 16-foot space that you're going to light using a 30-watt LED, knowing the capabilities. How do we go about doing it? Well, the first thing that we've got to do is we've got to start with figuring out what's our design. And here's what I mean by that. Where are we going to place our people and objects within the scene so that we now know where to think about placing our lights to problem solve the effect or look that we're going for? So in this case, we started with a sketch. And you can see, obviously, we've got everybody there. We've figured out where people should be positioned. We figured out the architectural aspects of the scene and the lighting. And so then that helps us with our composition. The composition in this particular case is something we call dynamic symmetry. All that this does is allow the audience, when they look at our picture, to be able to enjoy having their eye move in and around and throughout the picture. Certainly we're drawn into the man in the middle. He becomes that midpoint that our eye goes back and forth from. But we've also got objects placed on the top and the bottom. We've got angles for the gesture or the posing of the little girl leaning into the mom or the young boy leaning in to the lady that's reading the newspaper. We figure out then where to place our lights. In this case, it was 11 different lights. Are more lights better? Absolutely not. When you have 30 watts of power, do you need more lights? Absolutely, especially when the set is 16 feet across. Now, there's a behind-the-scenes video you could Google and be able to go and watch how we created this. It's just Google Godox S30 and you'll be able to find it. When we figured out where to place our lights, the things we also figured out was what particular modifiers do we want to place on each light? What particular lens do we want to be able to do? And so each of these lights served a different purpose, and we were able to then to dial and adjust the power. And the final result looks like what? It looks like something like this. Now, one of the things that I think is important for us to consider as we think about masterful lighting is some principles that are within the realm of art that can inform how we should think about it. So there was a guy named Chapman Jones way back in the 1800s, and essentially what he had to say was this. It's the principles of art and design that inform us as to what is desirable in our pictures. And then it's our craft that allows our preconceived ideas to become realized. And so when we think about equipment, no piece of equipment is going to solve your problems as a photographer. It solves a particular problem. A lot of times that piece of equipment might be the perfect piece of equipment for X or Y scenario, but in, let's say, A or B, perhaps it's too powerful, such as if I'm using a 1200 watt light and I try and take it into a scene where I just want a little wink, I may not be able to get that power reduced as much as I need to. On the other hand, if I have a light that's not powerful enough and I need to be able to overpower the sun in a particular situation, well, now I'm scrambling to try and figure out how to make it work, and everything in between. So one of the things we could look at is a painting by Monet. And why do we look at this? Well, this is the classic example of understanding this concept called sufficiency. See, what we want is sufficient lighting in order to communicate whatever mood or atmosphere that we're trying to go for within our pictures. In this particular case, Monet was trying to express a sufficient amount of red. Notice how strong that red sun is there, and then there's just that little red that's hitting down there on the ground. Notice how there's sufficient contrast created by the gentleman in the boat and then some of the other reflections within the scene. I say gentlemen, the people within the boat. And that's using contrast within there. So this is an idea of of how sufficiency comes about in the world of painting. And now as we implement that into the world of photography, we can say, well, a light that is sufficient might be something as simple as the light stick. The LC500 is a light. I can't even tell you how much power it has, but it has sufficient light. It's a quality of light that's beautiful to be able to use in different scenes. And you can control the color temperature or even use it to create whole color looks with it, whether those are vibrant pastels or other type scenes. And so using this light, we created a picture that looks like this. Now, if you're going to create a picture like this, what is it that you're going to need to do? Well, you're going to need to be able to create separation for the subject within the scene. You're going to want to have lighting that's pleasing that's on her face, but at the same time suggestive that it's the same color temperature as coming from the candle. You may need some light to create a bit of a mood within the scene, which we're doing through the use of the blue in terms of the color. And so these are some quick iPhone photos to be able to show you kind of how we set it up. We placed one light above her head, and that's creating our rim or separation light. We had another light casting the blue ultimately within the scene to create that ambient look. We had another light that used the barn doors in front of her in order to create light that then just sculpted across her face. And the key a lot of times when you're figuring out your lighting is ratios. And what do I mean by that? Ratios are where we control how contrasty our lighting is. And so we use what's called our ambient light or fill light in order to raise or lower. Lowering our ambient or fill light would raise the amount of contrast within our scene. And of course, as we raise our ambient or fill light, then we soften those shadows that are in there. And so what you'll see here is that we have a light that is placed, not only hitting her from the front, but we also put one against the wall. And you see it's that light bouncing in that then helps blend the picture all together. And the end result, well, it comes together to look something very much akin to this. Now, what else can we do with our lights? Well, sufficient lighting allowed us to be able to accomplish using 4 lights in order to create that scene. We were able to use 2 lights when we had 200 watt LEDs. And for this particular picture, I had one that was in an umbrella, and I had that was behind the subject, and then I had another one that was in a softbox with grids on it to be able to strike the subject. And so here's what that looks like. Now, I would be remiss not to tell you that I love this picture, particularly because it's a picture of my daughter. And so you can see her here, she's on a tricycle, and of course we've got some different elements within the frame. We've got the shadow that's being projected there on the wall, some other knickknacks and so forth. Again, the light we use for this is a 200 watt LED, so we have much more power coming from that single light. We can use a larger modifier, and we can then create light coming from both the right side of the frame and the left side to be able to direct our eyes as to where to look. Now, one of the things that's important for us to consider from the standpoint of a painterly approach would be that if we really look at this, there's kind of this triangular composition that's coming together, right? We've got her fixated on the left side of the frame, we've got the other objects on the right side of the frame, and then it kind of comes together at the point with the young lady that's on the motorcycle. Now, how do you pull this effect off in camera? How do you make it happen so that you're not doing it in Photoshop? Well, very simply. First, what we start with is we project that picture of the girl on the motorcycle with a projection, much like you might do when you were a young child. Perhaps they had a projection attachment to shoot a slide on a wall. And so you do that and you trace the outlines. You then paint those in. And so at that point, that became a fixed element within the composition. Now that I've painted the wall, all I've got to do is bring in my daughter and then go ahead and bring in the other elements on the right side. And now, boom, Bob's your uncle. You've got the picture, you've got the arrangement, now you just capture it. Yet at the same time, when I created this picture, I didn't want to make it purely just something that I would enjoy. I was hoping to make it to be something that was more universal, that even somebody like you might look at it and appreciate this moment of joy that we experience when we're children. And so what did we build into this picture to kind of help that? Well, you'll notice that she's got on those simple Chuck Taylors, simple jeans, simple shirt. It's clearly obvious that she's a girl because we've got that ponytail flying. But at the same time, I haven't made her overly girly. I've also put some things down in the bottom right side because, you know, we can say that there's always a part of a photographer present in every picture that we create. But at the same time, it's fun to be able to actually insert yourself within the picture. You see, I was taken by my father, who's also a photographer, a picture of me when I was a young child. And there I am, literally in a print in the picture, placed within it. And then other things that are important to us, books on photography, the passage of time, symbols of things that I want to impart to my children of values that are important to me. And so when we think about composition broadly, I mentioned to you this was a triangular one. It would be good for you to know that there are essentially 4 different types of compositions that are useful for us to employ in our pictures. And you may see these come up as we look at the following examples and start to recognize them. One is the diagonal, another is the S-curve. We have triangles, which is in the bottom left, and then there's the dominant mass. Those are the 4 most popular forms of composition. And when you start to see how they come up over and over again, you can start to use them in your own work and perhaps elevate what you're already doing. Another man who taught us about composition was Cezanne. Cezanne observed nature. And in this painting he made of apples and oranges, one of the things he'd observed in nature is he had observed the cone, the cylinder, and the sphere. And so he would incorporate those within his work, not so much in a deliberate manner, but subconsciously he would start realizing how he built his still lifes. And so quickly I'll point this out to you. Here's what that looks like. So you can see we've got that cylinder shape coming in from where the oranges are in the middle, or excuse me, the cone shape. We've got the cylinder on the right-hand side with the pitcher, and of course, we've got the grouping of the oranges over there, or the apples, excuse me, as the way that they are brought together. And then you might notice as well that there's that one piece of fruit in the middle that acts as a bit of a fulcrum. It allows the still life to bend around, so to speak, and gives kind of that third dimension as we look at things. So let's look at an example of one of our pieces. Here we built a simple set, but now we're incorporating those shapes into our work. In this case, we're just working with those circles. And so you've got this simple set that we've built. We've got that mirror on the wall. This is suggestive of all of us have received news that perhaps was unexpected, or maybe it was something that we weren't looking forward to. And so how did we respond, right? You've heard the news. It caught you in the middle of an action. And so there's that moment of just going within yourself in order to be able to just process whatever it is that you heard. Now, when we tried to figure out how to go about lighting it, here's some behind-the-scenes shots. We're using the LED lights, 200-watt LEDs, to create these pictures. We've got that separation light up there at the top just to kind of come and hit on the back of her. It's just very soft in the way it's being presented. Can show you kind of a look for how it is from behind the camera here, and you can see that we've got some lights over on the side. We're using grids on those lights to kind of direct them. One of the things that we ran into a problem with was the fact that we wanted to get a better highlight on her leg. And so in order to figure that out, one of the things that we decided to do was go ahead and take a light and bounce it into a silver shiny board down there. Now here's the funny thing. I don't know about you, but oftentimes we find ourselves boxed into a corner. See, the whole reason why we needed to do that was because of the fact that we are limited by the height of our C-stand in order to be able to lower our gridded light enough to be able to illuminate the areas that we were looking at on her leg. And we said to ourselves, well, let's just get another light. If we had slowed down for just 2 more seconds, we could have said, hey, what if we just hung that same light on a boom arm and we could have positioned it lower and placed it wherever we needed to. But we were caught up in the moment and we said, well, let's solve it this way. So sufficient lighting would have been just to slow down and figure out how to reposition the existing light we had. However, because we had the benefit of an additional light, we were able to move that in and be able to problem solve in that particular way. So we look at this picture here, and you may also notice that there's the use of color within this particular picture, and that's something that we can implement as photographers within our compositions that creates visual impact. We have color, we have tonality, which we saw in that picture from Monet, using that contrast, that tonal contrast to draw attention to the people in the boat. And then of course we have our arrangement. Now, Godox also makes a FV light, which is great because not only does this light produce continuous light, but it also has the ability to use high-speed sync and shoot a little burst of light. Now, where would this be great? Well, let's say you're continuously lighting a dance floor, let's say, but every once in a while you want to have that little extra pop that kind of shoots out, that allows you to have a bit more of a faster shutter speed or a bit more of a higher depth f-stop, so you want to have more depth of field, right? So that's where the FV can come in really handy. So for this particular next shot, what we did is we lowered our ISO so that we didn't have to shoot it as high, so we could use that strobe-like effect within our pictures. And so we created something like this, straight out of camera. Now, how does the final interpretation of this come about? Well, the final interpretation then looks very much like this. Now, why did I specifically put this picture using the same or similar set, repurposing it in 2 different ways? Well, I thought it'd be interesting to show you that when we look at Van Gogh's work, one of the things that he brought to our attention, because all art appreciation is about admiration, isn't it? That's what appreciation is, admiring something, an attribute, a quality, a thinking process. And so Van Gogh was quick to point out to us this. If you look at the picture on the left, one of the things that you might observe is the fact that it looks like he is receding within the frame. He is falling backwards. Yet at the same time, the picture on the right, because of its darker tint, feels as if it's coming forward. It's more vibrant, right? And so he's using color and the use of tint and lightness to be able to create depth within his pictures. In a similar way now, if I put these 2 pictures up side by side, you'll see it's the exact same set, similar shapes, but notice how one seems to be receding into the background while the other seems to jump out at you more. And I wanted to give this to you as a visual because this might help you in the way that you're thinking about the way to go about designing your color palettes. Another thing to consider in terms of continuous lights and LED and working with them creatively is you don't always have to have big ones. You can have small battery ones, and they're useful in so many different situations, particularly if you're doing weddings or you're out on the street. And so we like to be able to use these small lights like this with the barn doors because we know that we can bring them in close to our lights. The ISO could be higher. We could shoot at 400 or 800 or even 1600, and it's not going to really affect things. And so we might create simple shots like this, using those barn doors just to flag the light, to direct it only to hit particular things that are important. If we're trying to highlight perhaps the wedding details, oftentimes there are things of particular importance. The diamond necklace is something the mother had given to her daughter. Of course, the hair fascinators that girls might wear in their heads. You might have simple things like, their programs, and you're trying to figure out, how do I create something that has just a bit more dimension to it in terms of the lighting? How do I stand out compared to everybody else that may, not for good or bad reasons, but may go to a broader light source and go with more of an evenly lit type picture? By adding a bit of drama, we can add emphasis or tell somebody's eye where to look. A common situation might be that we get to where we're shooting the reception, what do you want to call those, goblets or glasses, with the cake. And so you go, how do I do something to just bring attention to them? You could place the light behind and still shoot it within the scene, but now we kind of direct our eye for knowing where to look. We're drawing emphasis to a subject. Now, I brought this next picture in not because it's the best picture in the world, because it's an opportunity to illustrate another concept that might be important to us, and that's this. One of the things that can give you the ability to stand out compared to other photographers might be figuring out, how do I provide depth to anything that I'm doing to make it personal or meaningful to someone? So this next shot is a picture of a bride's earrings shot on a $20 bill. As we look at this shot, it's not particularly interesting or rewarding until all of a sudden you realize that it's the bride's grandfather's signature on that $20 bill. And so, do you think that she has the ability of not including this in her wedding album? Absolutely not. Now, instead of it just being a picture of her earrings, which she could have said, you know what, I don't need that. Now there's a story with a built-in opportunity to connect with future generations. To say, well, yes, these were my earrings, but now let me tell you about my grandfather. He used to do this. Or here's how you connect in legacy or in lineage to the other people that are within your family. Another thing that we might consider using in terms of LED continuous lighting, if you're going out on location and you don't want to have a bunch of modifiers that you're bringing, is you might use light panels, because they already have a soft quality of light. You can control their intensity. It's almost like having a softbox on location, and you can use your barn doors to be able to direct where our eyes should look. And so this is what those particular lights look like. They might come in tungsten or daylight. Some of them are bicolor, so you can change them. And with that, you can create things like this that we have the privilege of doing in the South, which are called bridal portraits. But this could be any situation where you have time alone with an individual on location. And so we use those lights to create that separation from the background scene, create those little shafts of light that are coming on the walls. Obviously, by placing them on the side, we're showing the texture as it comes in and it hits the curtains and it draws emphasis to her. We can also use it in a situation where maybe we let the ambient light from outside come and illuminate on our subject. But then we just use that light coming in from the back to control the amount of fill light that's hitting her beautiful veil that's behind there, to draw a bit of translucency to what it is that people are being able to see. She spent a lot of money on this veil. We want to make sure people can see it. And if we only had the directional light coming from the window, it may be too contrasty in the way that it appears. Now, on the other hand, we might go into a situation where we want to have a more light, open, and airy type look. This is a classic example right here. So here we are, we've got light spilling about within the room. We're using the light coming from the window, but we still need to have a little bit more light hitting in her face. So we've got light panels placed behind her and around within the room, but then we have that LC500 type light, which is the light stick, hidden in the windowsill so it doesn't have a large footprint. So that's one of the benefits of it, and then it can come and strike her face, and so we're able to create this. And so from there we might consider, well, what about when we're in situations where we don't want to draw too much attention to ourselves? In other words, that for our presence as a photographer would be disruptive to a moment. One of the beauties of a mirrorless camera today is how they can be so silent and quiet. This was taken before the days of mirrorless, and so because of the fact that it's the groomsman praying with the groom ahead of time, you only want to take 1 or 2 frames so that you don't interrupt their sacred moment. Yet at the same time, by having a continuous light, what we're able to do is I'm able to watch exactly where it is where my assistant is holding the light over to the side, drawing the attention to the groom, bringing our eyes in focus, and there's no flash to disrupt what they have going on. We might use our continuous lights to do something along the lines of this. We might use a light stick to come together for the ring shot. Just thinking of ring shots, it's something that we're expected to do, is it not? What if you were to reach out to the bride and say, can we get all the rings on the bride side of the family from the maternal side? Can we bring them all together along with yours so that we can show the sanctity of marriage within your family? And that's why you create a shot like this, to try and create a variation on what would be the standard shot that we all expect. Another thing that's really important when we're trying to be quick and nimble is by having lights that are lightweight and portable, easy to adjust, allowing us to work quickly, is that we can have situations like this where, I had not had a chance to get a picture of the groom beforehand. We had done all the family formals and stuff like that. We're running out of time. This is right before the ceremony. I know I need to get something of him. So using the light sticks and using the barn doors, keeping the light off the back wall, this allows us to be able to create this type of directional portrait. One thing that I'd point out to you is, sometimes as a photographer, it's important for us to practice observation, not just what we see in terms of a scene or setting, but it's also understanding when more or less of our voices is important. We all know times where we have to use our voice to bring something out. In a situation like this, I did not ask him to present himself in this way with his hands behind his back. But a man that's wearing attire like this already has a strong sense of self. Would you agree? And so because of that, it was more important that I just simply recognize that he's already, it didn't need more of me. It didn't need what would Luke Edmonson do here. It was, I just need to now capture the essence of who he is. And so that's a little something for you to consider next time that you're presented with someone who perhaps comes in and stands in a particular way, and you realize, that's it. That's exactly who they are. Now, how can I light them in a flattering way? Another way that we might use our LED lighting would be something like this, where instead of having the barn doors come off so much, we might open them up a bit so there's a bit more spill, right? And kind of capture that soft moment with a bride in a room, very suggestive of window light. But how often is it that we're in places that may not have the best lighting for us to work with? And so we need to figure out how to be quick, nimble, and so forth. You can use those barn doors to create architectural lights, just like we did with the S30 project, where we had those strong lights coming down in the train station scene. In a similar way, you could do it with the shoes. This was done on location in Mexico. You could do it within the bride's room. How can we quickly create a shot that maybe is not quite as contrasty, right? Use those light sticks over to the side, create directional light coming across her, have a beautiful glow about her. Lighting is it's about not only problem solving what is the sufficient amount of lighting, what is the right kind of lighting, but it's also about where do we hide our lights. And so this is an example of how do we use the architectural element that's already existing, which is those 3 strong windows that are over to the side. And then recognizing that we still need to draw emphasis or attention over to her. And so by putting our LED lights inside the room with her, having some lights bouncing in and off the ceiling, illuminate the entire room, draw us in to the brightest point, but then also have some lights right up against the doors that are there, and have her lean back just a little bit to be able to sculpt some beautiful light within her face. And now we're able to show her within a scene or within a context. Another thing we can do is play off of those color temperatures, and the continuous lights allows us to know we can guide the voice of the person, our voice-activated light stand, to be able to hit exactly where we need it to. And we could create something like this. Now, the simple trick here is, whenever we have a reflective light source, as you know, the closer you get to that reflective source, the stronger the reflection. Now, I say this to you with caution. Don't go about doing this without permission, but one of the tricks that you might have if you're inside of a church or ceremony site is you might have a stone floor like this, but you want to bring that reflection out a little bit more. Oftentimes you may have bottles of water with you. And what if you just spilled, as we did here, just a little bit of water down there on the ground? Now we've created our little puddle. Clean it up. Always leave a place better than it was before you got there. And while it is popular to say sometimes it's easier to ask for forgiveness than it is to ask for permission, I find that when you like to work somewhere multiple times, it's better to ask for permission ahead of time, explain exactly what you're going to do, for what purpose and reason, get them to buy into the value of it, and then once you've got that, well, now you're off to the races with creating something. And so that's exactly what's being done here, just a simple light being held off to the side, directed on the bride. It becomes the focus point. We're able to use it within the ambience of the overall scene, using the sconces that are on the wall within the church, and of course having those reflections that are happening down there. Now, when you go from inside the church, one of the things that often happens is, they're going to go out to some sort of vehicle. And if we're pre-planning in our mind, we might think, well, this is an opportunity for a transition shot. And so this was taken just by opening the door, and as she's starting to go out, here we have a hint of the vehicle being shown. It tells us a little bit about the character, a little bit about the location with the palm trees and so forth. But yet we still needed additional light to come in and light the fill side of her, because otherwise it would not have been as pleasing. She would have been too contrasty with just having that strong light coming. She would have been more of a silhouette. We want to be able to show her beauty. And so this is where you just use that same light coming over to the side, shooting it on her, and there you have it. Another thing you might do working with continuous lights is that they can be battery operated. And so when you get in a situation like this where, man, I wish that this bride's room, it was a big room, don't get me wrong, but just the furniture that was in there and so forth, you're on that 14 to 24 at 14 millimeters trying to back up as far as you can, against the dresser that's behind you to try and show what you can. And there's not room to be able to bring in light stands and so forth within the scene, but you still want to be able to have light hit her. And so that's where having that LED light that's got the barn doors on it, creating that kind of spotlight type effect, having somebody hold it exactly where you need it within the scene, and you're able to capture something along the lines like this. Another example might be using the window light that's there, but accentuating the light just a little bit. So the light's coming through the window, it's already given us strong rim light, but we need just that little bit of fill to soften the shadows as it's coming in. I would say to you that not only is her head turned, but you notice it's directed down a little bit. The light is actually coming in from the windows, hitting the floor and bouncing back up. So what we have in effect is more of that monster type lighting. So you go, okay, if I already know that lighting's that way, now how can I figure out how to accent it to soften it so it becomes a beautiful, pleasing blend in the way that it comes together? And by using continuous LED lighting and be able to see exactly what's going on with our eyes, we know exactly where to place our lights. We then transition very quickly just to, okay, how can you make a different variation off of that shot, and created something like this. Bringing those hips back as she's within the scene to be able to create a bit more of a beautiful waist to her, bring her arms away from her body. Another thing you might do as you're figuring out how to hide lights is you might see a staircase like in this particular picture. Well, the great thing about this staircase is it provided a wonderful vantage point to be able to look at her. The bad thing was there was no lighting that was going to come in. By using our light panels over to the side, we're able to create a broad light source, have it come in, create that architectural shape, see her within a frame, and you just hide those lights just out of the frame from there, and you've got something that's beautiful. Another thing you can do with the barn doors is instead of bouncing your flash off the wall, which would work, there's nothing wrong with that, but it might light up the entirety of the room, is use those barn doors to kind of focus your light exactly where you want to be, create some dimension and depth between where the bride is being seen by her attendants, and then of course having the people in the background. And so another example would be something along these lines here where, I'm trying to just create that little shaft of light with the bride, have directional light. I would say this to you, when we're thinking about one of the most beautiful things for a girl to do with her perfume, if you're doing that kind of shot, beyond the shot where they sprayed in the air is, the most natural thing that a girl's going to go into shortly after doing her perfume is she's going to do this, and it's already breaking her wrist. It's a very feminine way to position her. So have her hold it, come in and do that, bring her head over, directional light, suddenly you've got a wonderful shot. You might be in a situation where your background isn't pleasing, and so for that reason you don't want to show somebody in a context. And so there you just turn out the lights in the room and bringing your light very close. You're overpowering anything that's happening. And now maybe you use the veil or other elements to incorporate, and by having the continuous light, you're able to see exactly where are the highlights within the scene, where are the catch lights appearing within her eye, and at what point are you getting that right feeling of translucent nature. You could dial the power up or down, but you're able to look through the lens and see exactly what's happening, and so you're able to work quickly, efficiently. And of course, when you're shooting, you can fire off multiple shots. You don't have to wait for any recycle times. Another classic example might be something like this, where here we're in the bride's house, and so you've got architectural shapes and designs, and you go, okay, I already know I need to show off this scene, bring in those lights, just hidden off to the left-hand side of the frame, give her that little side light as it comes in, be able to show those ribbony parts of her train coming off in her bow, and so forth. And so you're able to present somebody in a beautiful context, working quickly, working efficiently. I would also say to you that you may find yourself in a situation like this, where you as a photographer and the subject are up on a higher level than where your light is. And so what we have here is we have somebody holding the light on a stick, raising it up as high as they can within the scene in order to be able to light her, because there's no other possible way to light that scene, right? She's on the balcony there. So how do we make the light come in? And so that's something where being able to see exactly where the light is coming as somebody's holding it, doing this thing, and you're saying a little bit to the left, a little bit to the right, that's perfect, lock it, right? That's a benefit of having continuous light. So we could kind of show her in this more Tuscan type church. You could use light just at a camera like this, where if all of a sudden you had some sort of a tunnel type area, you could bring that light and kind of illuminate it on her and kind of have it radiate down. We also had additional lighting within the room just to kind of help raise the light ratio so it didn't go too dark, because part of what makes this picture interesting is seeing the texture of the walls over there on the right-hand side. You can get really shafty with your light if you want to. You could go into something very stylized like this, which is perfect. You know, this picture was taken because this is her headboard above her bed, right? When you're inside of somebody's home and getting them ready and stuff like that, there's all sorts of wonderful things you can do, especially when you start thinking about how to be quick, nimble, and see things that other people might walk past, but you go, I know how to isolate, I know how to select. That's the art of composition, right? It's selection, it's choosing what to include or not include. We have the dynamic lines already there, so therefore our lighting would also be that way. Another classic example might be something like this, where you've got the bride within this keyhole type effect within her home. And so literally this is shooting back towards the bathroom that's there. And so we've got two of those LC500 type lights being put one on top of each other back by the toilet there. And so she just has to be back far enough. And so you need a light that's very tiny in terms of its footprint for a shot like this to be able to work. Now, when you go into larger areas, you get back into those 200-watt lights and light panels. And so here, we're in a scene, we're in a performance hall, and so we know we want to use that architectural element of the stage lights in the background. And now we just need to create a bank of lights coming across from one side to be our dominant light. It's got to be able to overpower those backlights that are there and create that sense of ambiance, and then have a little bit of side light coming in as well, creating some translucent nature, but still retain the shadow that's coming down of her as a leading line pulling us in. If we were just to simply turn around, well, now all of a sudden, this is what we would see looking at the stage. And this, again, is a chance to sculpt and craft and create layers and dimensionality, a sense of mood within our lighting. So we've got those bank of lights over to the right now coming to hit her. We've got a little bit of light coming to the left. We've got light placed behind our the dresses that are there, and that creates that sense of that glow and that separation. You could flip it all around altogether. You could simply shoot down on somebody, and now you've got a shot that looks something like this. Again, simple, even lighting as it's coming. You could go high key with your lighting. And so that's where you use the LED lights with your shutter speed within the ambient light setting to go ahead and let more of that ambient light in. And now you're just needing that wash of light, just a little bit of form hitting our subjects as they're there. And so in our world, all this wedding work and so forth helps us practice for when we're doing our commercial work. This is using these same techniques, only now it's more in a fashion-y type sense. When we go and shoot annual reports and we're on location and you're trying to create directional pools of light, if you've shot anything in the annual report type world for a company, people are always pointing, gesturing, you're showing people doing something. Here's another classic example of what that might look like. We do portrait work, practice at home, and so this is an example of where we are doing something very stylized. And somebody else sees it, and next thing you know, they're calling us saying, hey, can you take a picture of my child in this same type look, this Edwardian type look? Absolutely, we've already problem solved it, we figured it out. So that's something where doing shoots for yourself in the studio can suddenly translate into income for your business. I'd like to show you just some painterly ideas of how you can interpret things. I'm showing you both what the original straight out of camera shot looked like and then the final. This is using just simple soft boxes and creating more of that Caravaggio type look. We've got grids in there, so it's very directional light. You might make the final photo in post. So here we got the essence of the idea, in this more surrealistic type picture. You've put things together, but we've still got a pole we've got to remove, and then we want to go ahead and change the coloring of her face for the final picture. You can have something like this where you've built a simple scene knowing that you're going to be able to stretch your background in the end and be able to hide, even though you have limitations. You know, limitations are just boundaries, and they're great because they give us something to work within. You could have a shot like this where you're doing storytelling aspects, but one of the things you want to be able to do is be able to show the light coming in and hitting those tree branches at the top, and you go, but how am I going to do this? It's not physically possible. So you just simply punch a hole through your wall of the set that you're designing. These are just simple pieces of insulation that you might get from a hardware company, a home supply company, and then be able to cut it out. And that allows you then just to go in and post and clean that little piece up. But the reason these pictures are effective is not so much the lighting. The lighting is appropriate to the scene, right? They're interesting stories to look at. They reward you for spending time investigating them as you see them. So how do you go about thinking about pictures? Well, it starts like this. You start by sketching out ideas in whatever form you do it. It could be you write things down. It could be that you do like we do where you draw things. It could be that you do poetry, like whatever it is that inspires you. And from there, as you start thinking about a bunch of ideas, for whatever reason, something's going to percolate and come back to the top. And so that's where you can see this luthier idea here at the bottom is coming in. And you might then start taking it a little bit further and trying to think about, well, you know, how would I design this? What would it look like? From there, you might think about the lighting. And you can see that thinking about lighting might be just drawing lighting. But in your brain, you're starting to figure out, where will I place lights? What will I do? And then you come up with a blueprint. And you might start casting it in your brain and figuring out, okay, who are the people that I might use in order to pull off this particular idea? So you build the set, and you know, our studio space is over our 2-car garage. So we're always having to figure out, how do we back out of the hallway in order to get enough depth and perspective? So you build the set within there. It's a simple set. Here's showing it to you from a different angle as we look. You've built this archway within there. You've built a suggestion of a window. You can then look to the other side of our studio space, you know? Like, we're just making this stuff happen through problem solving, creativity, and ideas. And what's the final result? The final result looks something along these lines. And so you can see now how there's a story being told and woven. The lighting is perfectly appropriate for the scene that we're going for. You've got directional light coming in, and you can see that there's leading lines that pull you in to look at the man as he's carving his voice or creating his voice, right? Because the violin is the closest thing to our human voice. You've got somebody inspecting their voice. You've got somebody fine-tuning their voice. So you're building this wonderful generational type portrait, storytelling type portrait that's done in a very painterly style. But because we used LED lights, we were able to pre-light this scene before anybody got there. We used mannequin heads in order to position everybody in exactly the right place. And that allows us to be able to take the time to get the light exactly as we want, so that when our subjects come in, it's a very quick process. It takes about 10 minutes to pull off the shot. So I'd suggest you to do something like this. Find a painter that you like. In this case, for us, it was Rembrandt. And give yourself a test. Say, how many different looks could I do within 10 minutes, within 1 hour with somebody? So these are shots that we basically spent about 10 minutes on each. We started with the very final shot that I'm going to show you here. But what you're able to do then is go, well, what did Rembrandt do well? Well, he had lighting that looked like this. It was a bit more split lighting. We had lighting that was done a little bit more broadside lighting the way that he did it. He had some pictures that had a little bit more accoutrements within the picture, design elements. And then he had others that were like this. It was very much in the style of the Rembrandt type lighting that we would typically consider, that he popularized. You might take a painter like Caravaggio, and you might start by doing an homage piece. You don't try and show this as your own. This is how you start to appreciate how they thought. How did they go about problem solving? And so, did I say this was Caravaggio? I apologize. This is Vermeer. And so you have Vermeer, and of course the girl with the pearl earring. And so one of the things that we appreciate about his work then ultimately became his use of asymmetry. So while Vermeer typically lit from the left-hand side of the frame, in this particular case we're lighting from the right, but yet we're using the asymmetry of the curtains as being the thing that's the homage to somebody who went before us. We're saying we can appreciate how somebody went about doing it. And so using those LED lights behind the curtain, we could then just direct light where we needed to. We could have some ambient light in the windows behind us, and we've got our final result. You can do surrealism, right? You could create stuff in post. You know, come up with ideas, be creative, show exactly how your, gray matter with many wrinkles works. You know, the key here would be that when you create stuff like this, if you're going to have an end result in mind, you want to match the direction and quality of your light on your subject to whatever the direction and quality of light will be of the other elements present within the scene. I'll tell you one more quick story here, and that's this. Every once in a while when you start using family members, you get a special gift, and it looks something like this. My wife agreed to do a photo shoot with me. Oftentimes what she says is, can you just take a normal photo? And I go, but babe, let me use my gifts and talents. So we did this initial shot so that we could create this final shot. And the final shot was this. I called it Daddy Died Laughing. As you can see, we had our good times beforehand where she and I were, doing something in life. It was a bit dangerous. It was a knife-throwing act. Clearly, I'm no longer present. So now my wife's wearing my clothes and my daughter's present within the scene. But I want my daughter to know that, when I go, which all of us will, I went out and I went out with joy, right? And that her value is not so much in my love for her. I love her, but her value is going to be in herself. She will ultimately be her strength, but she will always have those wonderful memories of exactly who I was. And then you've got something like this where you might look at a painter that you admire. In this case, it's Caravaggio. There's a painting that's in Rome, Italy. I have a sister who lives over there. It's called The Calling of St. Matthew. And my brother-in-law takes my niece and nephew to that church on Sundays to look at pictures and look at the paintings. And so you can see here how he uses that strong light coming from the top. We've got the rectangular shape of the window. And so with that, we went ahead and created a set that looks along the lines like this. You can see how when we talked about composition, this is that dominant mass coming together within the scene. One of the things you'll begin to start appreciating is how our eye moves in and around the outline. That's what we first see. When I say to you dominant mass, this is what you first get to see. But then it moves into the contours. And so when we look at the contours, you can see how much we can see the elements that are pointing us within the frame of the strong lines on the end. But you can even see that fulcrum coming back in of that soft hand there of the young girl in the middle on her mom. And so at the end of the day, you wind up with a shot like this. It's a painterly type picture. It's a period type piece, but most importantly, it's a wonderful story, right? It's the story of the values of this particular family. So thank you so much. I appreciate your spending time with me today. If there's one thing that I could encourage you in, it's this. Our cameras are simply our excuse to love on others and have influence in their lives. And so won't you go about doing that? Won't you take your camera and make a difference in the lives of your own family, our loved ones? Take pictures of your own family, in the lives of your friends, and then of course in the lives of our clients, right? What a privilege it is to go out and create. Thank you again for watching this presentation. I can't wait to answer some of your questions in our Q&A.
B&H presents the Depth of Field Awards 2021, the Creative Lighting Award, sponsored by Godox, featuring a Godox LED 2-light kit with stands and softboxes. And the winner is Scattered Pink by Guilherme Longo. Congratulations.
They've called us the Hunters of Light. We search for the things that have yet to exist. Challenging the traditions. Foraging through the shadows. Listening for the subtle changes. This is us. We are not as the others are. We do not see as the others see. From the distant shores to the far-off worlds. We've made friends with the beasts, the wind, and the waves. We've made vows to the land, signed deals with the sky. Now let us write together a new chapter.
A Panasonic Lumix ambassador and a Light in Motion champion of light, Matthew Sutherland has been creating award-winning wedding films for the last 20 years. A graduate of UCLA's School of Theater, Film and Television, Matthew has had a successful career both in front and behind the camera. He's the owner of Matrimony Films and Atiba Cinematics, both cinematic production companies specializing in wedding, event, and corporate film production. Matthew loves promoting cinematic camera gear, and teaching filmmaking workshops around the world. Matt has mastered the art of wedding video, both in long form for the grandparents and in short form for Instagram. We can't, as photographers, ignore video, and Matt's studio bridges this gap. We want to thank Panasonic for bringing Matt on board and also welcome Matt for the first time to Depth of Field.
Amber and Robert have gathered us at this beautiful location today to witness the lush green, the scenic tee boxes, the long, full, and bountiful fairways, and to celebrate their marriage. This is not a new relationship, but an acknowledgement of the next chapter in their lives.
Hey everybody, I'm Matthew Sutherland from Matrimony Films. We're a wedding and event video production company that's been in business about 19 years now. We're a volume brand company and we do about 100 weddings a year. And my presentation today is how to run a profitable wedding film business that you can scale up from wherever you're at to 100 to if maybe more weddings every single year. I'm also a Panasonic Lumix ambassador. We're sponsored here today by Panasonic, so a huge thank you to them for making this all possible. I've actually been a Panasonic user from the very beginning. I shot on a Panasonic DVX 100 way back when we shot on tape. Even though I've been a Lumix user for my whole career, I'm only an ambassador now for the last 3 years. And that's because I've just been a huge fan of their gear and the look that I get from it and just how industry leading it is. The GH4 was the very first camera that came out with 4K technology, and I wanted to shoot in 4K because I just wanted to be innovative. So I'm a huge fan of what Panasonic does, but now I'm actually on the team and I'm an ambassador. So huge thank you to Panasonic for making this all possible. I'm also an ambassador for Light and Motion. So all the lighting gear that I use is from Light and Motion, and we'll talk about that down the road, but big thanks to Light and Motion for making this possible as well. So I'm going to tell you a little bit about my company and how I started. I wanted to just have a little background on basically the fact that we started out, like I was an actor in my past, so I did work in the Hollywood film industry alongside some amazing director of photography, some great directors, fantastic editors, but I wanted to basically have control of my own destiny. So in between acting jobs, I was like, well, what if I, pulled out my camera and filmed some of my friends' weddings? So I started out filming just friends' weddings 19 years ago, and one of our friends actually loved the video so much that they actually gave us a nice chunk of money. And with that, I'm like, oh, I can buy a second camera now. And so I bought a second camera, and kind of like the rest is history. Basically, we built it up from like 5 weddings that first year to 10 weddings, then 20 weddings. And eventually I got to the point where I was like, I'd book one date in June, right? And I'd have like all these prime weekends in June available, but I'd have one booked. And then I'd find another bride would come along and she wanted that same day in June. And I just was banging my head against the wall thinking, I don't want to turn this down. How do I make this work? So I figured out I'm going to scale up my business. I'm going to hire some people to film for me. I've got plenty of time during the week to edit. I go to some auditions and then I do some editing of some wedding videos, and people pay me to make films for them. I love this job. I love filming weddings for people. You get to be a part of the most incredible day of people's lives, and it's a job like no other. So I've enjoyed building it up and making it something that can sustain me and my family, and I want to help you guys do the same. So let's dive right into it and talk about how to run a profitable wedding film business. First, you need to know, look, if you really want to do something, you're going to find a way. And if you don't, you're going to find an excuse. That is just so true in everything I do along the way, whether it's learning how to snowboard or wake surf or anything that you try that's new. It's like you're either going to jump in the water and find a way to make it figure it out, or you're going to just find a reason to do something different, right? So let's figure out a way to build up your wedding film business into something that's great. So you might be a wedding videographer right now, and you might film the weddings, you might edit the weddings, and you talk to the brides, you book the brides, you do your own accounting. You basically have created a job for yourself. Well, we want you to create a business, and a business is something that can run without you. We have to have systems in place that can really help the business run when you're not there, and therefore you have to figure out in your pricing structure, in the way you build your systems, how to price everything so that you can figure out what to charge if you stepped away and started another business and let this one business run all by itself. That's what real entrepreneurs and real businesses do, and there's no reason that we can't do that as well. If you're a wedding videographer right now and you do it all, you basically have a job. It's a fun job, it's a rewarding job, and sometimes it can be very lucrative. But if you want to build a business, that's what we're here for today. And it starts with, what is my brand? And we'll go over all these things throughout this whole workshop. But the first thing that we'll talk about is brand. We're going to go into business plans. We're going to go into the perfect equipment, the perfect team members, advertising, networking, insurance, agreements, contracts, pricing strategy. And once we've gotten all of those things settled and you've built this great wedding film business where you're doing 100 wedding films a year or 150, you have the ability now to diversify, and you can build secondary revenue streams for yourself, and we'll talk all about that as well. So jumping in, what is my brand? Am I high end or am I high volume? Well, that's a good question, and a question you have to answer. And it is okay to be either one. There's all kinds of companies all over this great world that decide whether or not they're high-end brand or they're a high-volume brand. We're gonna talk today about becoming a high-volume brand. All right, so let's talk about this in terms of real-world brands out there, right? Let's take meat, for instance, okay? If you're selling meat, you basically, you have a company, you've decided, I'm gonna sell meat. Well, am I gonna be high-end or am I gonna be high volume? Wolfgang Puck has decided to make this brand called Cut. It's one of the greatest steakhouses in the country. There's one in Beverly Hills, one in Las Vegas. I know for sure it is the most expensive steakhouse in the country. Doesn't mean it's the best. Some people have their favorites, local steakhouses, things like that. But as far as a high-end brand that sells meat, Wolfgang Puck has figured it out. Their brand looks fantastic. It looks elegant, and it's high quality, low volume. On the other end of the spectrum, you have McDonald's. They also sell meat, and they sell a lot of it. And you could very well argue the fact that McDonald's probably makes 10 times, maybe 100 times more than Wolfgang Puck with his Cut brand makes, right? So people might be all high and mighty about, well, Cut makes nicer meat. Yeah, but McDonald's makes a lot more money, and we're talking about business. That's what we're talking about here today. My company, we decided to be a high volume brand that delivers better quality than low end. We want to have really solid, good quality, but have a little more high volume. So we're a brand like The Habit. The Habit is this burger place in Southern California. I know they're in Arizona and some other markets as well. The Habit is a great brand. You always know you're going to get a great burger when you go there. They've got great variety. It's not just simple cut and dry like, cookie cutter hamburgers. They're really good, solid hamburgers, but they are high volume. So that's what we're talking about. First things first, create a great brand for your company. And then you're gonna need to have a fantastic logo that really, through all of your website, your social media, you gotta have that brand really hit home, and something that your brides can latch onto, and when they talk to friends and family about it or refer you to somebody, that brand is carrying through the whole way through, right? All right, let's talk about business plan. So is this a viable business in my area? And how do I figure that out? Well, the first thing that I would do if I go into a new area is I'm gonna go look at venues. I'm gonna find out how many venues are doing weddings in my local area, which is about an hour in every direction. Now that's my meat and potatoes type of customers. I wanna do more business in my local area because I'm doing high volume, right? So I'm sending guys out. I don't wanna pay a lot of travel charges. I just wanna basically have as many weddings in our local area as possible so that I can give out the equipment and we can execute the weddings, and then they can bring back the equipment and we go on to the next one, right? Now, of course, if a bride or a groom calls and wants to have a wedding in Italy and is a huge fan of what we do, if they want to take us to Cayman Islands, I've done those things, and that's fantastic, but that's an outlier, right? We'll come up with a price for that client, but that's not what we're talking about today. We're talking about, is this a viable area for my business? And if I figure out how many venues in my area are doing weddings, then I can go on to the next step and go, okay, what's the average budget for a couple who gets married at these venues? And I want to find literally at least 20 venues within an hour of me that are doing weddings for my clients, couples that can afford our price point for a video, right? Now, the other thing we want to talk about is there competition in my area? How many videographers or photographers are doing business in your local area? So if there's 1,000, that might be a little too saturated. If there's only 2 or 3 good ones, you're in the right place. You can compete with that, right? What are these guys and girls charging? Are they Cut Steakhouse? Are they The Habit? Are they McDonald's? If there's a lot of McDonald's out there and I want to be The Habit, I'm in good shape. If there's several Cut Steakhouse, don't be intimidated. There are so many of my friends that do phenomenal wedding films. I mean, like really nice high-end wedding films. But they're not necessarily competing with us. We're competing with other high volume wedding film companies. And how many of those are in your local area? So also, how many do those videographers average per year? And you'd be surprised how much information you could get from local videographers or videographers right outside your area if you just ask. Okay, so we've done a little bit of the groundwork. We've got a little bit of a business plan scratched out, and we feel like, okay, this area can work. There's lots of good venues. The brides are right in my price point. So what's next? Well, you got to get the perfect gear. You got to get the perfect equipment to run a high volume film business, right? And I am obviously sponsored by Panasonic, but I am sponsored by Panasonic because I've been a fan of what they do since I've started. This is high-end, industry-leading technology, right? And what is most important in terms of building a great high-volume wedding business is it's lightweight and it's affordable camera bodies for multiple teams. We use a GH5, a G85, and the G7. Those 3 models are perfect for what we do because the GH5 is our workhorse camera. It can shoot lead camera on that GH5 in 4K, multiple frame rates. You can be 60 frames, you can be 30 frames, you can be 24 frames. You can shoot super buttery slow motion. The GH5 has internal stabilizer, which you can do a lot of things handheld, but then you pop it on a gimbal and it is silky smooth. It's a fantastic lead camera for a high volume wedding film company. That's what we use, and I stand by it. I put it up next to anybody else as far as quality and Durability, weatherproofed, and then just functionality. It's a fantastic camera. And then we use those G85s and the G7s for our second camera, third camera, you know, that back camera at the ceremony. Great little cameras, and the GH4 is a great camera as well, and you can get them for a really reasonable price. Then affordable lenses for multiple teams as well. In a typical lens package, really all we need is 3 lenses: an 8-18, a 12-35, and a 35-100. And the 12-35 and the 35-100, those are like workhorse lenses. Actually, that 12-35 2.8, I keep it on that GH5 all day, and my seconds sometimes shoot with only that lens the entire day, and you get a fantastic product. When I want to do some establishing shots, I want to go a little wider, I'll use that 8-18. It's a really nice lens. I might even use that on a gimbal to get a nice wide field of view. And then at ceremonies, when we want to get some long range, or even at receptions, we want to get some tighter shots of the speakers and things like that. We want to get some unobtrusive shots of guests at the wedding. That 35-100 is a fantastic lens. Great depth of field, and just a beautiful image. I use the S series for corporate work. So I use an S1H, an S1 for some corporate work, and those things are fantastic as well. It's just they're full frame, and they're a little heavier, and they're more expensive. It is industry-leading quality and industry-leading technology, but that's what I use for corporate work, when I can put it on a tripod, put it on a slider, and you know, set up shots, set up great lighting. And the way I use great lighting is Lights in Motion gives me some fantastic lighting packages for weddings. They have super powered lights that are actually on a remote control. And so you can have a small crew, just 1 or 2 guys at a wedding, and basically they can have the lights at the reception shine onto the speaker and use a remote control to turn it up, turn it down. And just fantastic equipment. And I can't say enough good things about Light in Motion, and obviously Panasonic. If you want Panasonic products, B&H has got great deals, and they have great knowledge. So talk to the guys at B&H if you have any questions about the Panasonic gear. All right. So let's say we've got the perfect gear. So now we need team members to use that gear. Where do you find them? Well, what I do is I hire great team members from my local high school video programs, community college video programs. I literally, this is a great takeaway if you take nothing else away from this whole presentation. I go right to the video professor or the video teacher at a local high school, and I say, who are your best guys or girls? Who are the most passionate about filmmaking? Who are the hardest workers? That's what I really want to know. Do I want the best filmmakers? For sure. But for what we're doing, and I'm going to train them from the bottom up, and we'll talk about that in just a second. But when you're training them from the bottom up, you want someone who's a really hard worker. It's not super complicated work at first. You're going to teach them what they need to know in order to become a really good second shooter or lead shooter for you. But you got people who are interested in filmmaking, passionate about filmmaking, want to learn, and are hard workers. That's where you find them. And I've had such great success with them. I use that pro sports model. Young talent is affordable. And affordable is everything when you're building a high volume brand. You're talking about having at least 2 to 5 extra shooters on a typical wedding Saturday. If we've got 3 wedding films going out on one day, we're talking about 6 shooters, maybe 8 or 9 shooters. So we need a good, solid team, and that's not going to break the bank. You know, the Los Angeles Dodgers don't win the World Series if they don't have a bunch of key members on, you know, 2nd, 3rd, 4th year contracts, really affordably priced contracts. So that's a great model to follow. The other place I look for is friends of those team members, like great guys that I've found from the local high schools. I go, hey, who do you know that likes to do this as well? They're bound to run in the same circles with other filmmakers, other people who are aspiring filmmakers. I haven't had great success with film school students. They typically are looking to become Hollywood filmmakers, and sometimes there's, this negative stigma about wedding filmmakers, which is ridiculous because some of the greatest filmmakers I've seen have either been wedding filmmakers at some point or are wedding filmmakers today and are doing phenomenal work that is powerful and moving and looks incredible. So don't snub your nose at wedding filmmakers. I know you're not, because you guys are wedding filmmakers, but there is a stigma out there about it. So sometimes film students kind of think that they're a little too good for your wedding filmmaking business. So you just don't want to run into a situation where you've got somebody who's hard to teach, or thinks they know it all already, or maybe isn't as hard a worker, because their heart isn't in it. They wish they were on a film set somewhere. And I've always encouraged my guys, most of my guys want to be on a film set someday. And I'm like, yeah, I encourage them to go do that. Go live your dream. And here's where you can make a little bit of money and learn your craft along the way. I mean, become a great filmmaker on my time, on my dime and my time. I'll pay you and you practice. And that's worked out really, really well. As a last resort, I would say ads on local sites like Craigslist, or there's some, filmmaker sites. Those can be hit and miss. I've had as many kind of negative experiences as I've had positive experiences. Not to say that you can't do it that way, but it's just better off to train your guys from the ground up who are passionate and hardworking than it is to try to retrain a group of people, right? All right, so we've got the perfect team members. We got the perfect equipment. Now we need to advertise and we need to network, right? Your website has got to look great. Your website and your social media have to be dialed in with your brand. They have to be so clean, because you're now going to start getting people to refer you a lot, because you need to cast a wide net. You need to get a lot of leads in order to have a high volume wedding film business. Well, the only way to do that is when you start getting those referrals, brides are going to check you out. I'm not necessarily, obviously we all want to be social media wizards, right? But that doesn't mean you have to, you don't have to be a social media wizard to run a fantastic wedding film business, but you do have to have super clean social media, really nice branding. It's got to look great so that when a bride goes to your site, you don't scare them away, right? You want to make sure you've got great videos on there, really nice samples, your logos look good, everything works properly. Keep really good up to date on that. So once you've got those building blocks, now you can get out there and you can talk about where you're going to spend your time networking, right? I immediately go to the venues, and here is another great takeaway for you guys. Go to those venues and give them something. You want to be referred, right? You want to start getting leads. Well, the best way to get leads is to give them, right? Or to give some value to a company in order for them to want to refer you. We're not owed anything in business or in life. You got to go out and get it, right? So the best way to do it, in order to get a friend, is to be a friend. So we call those, vendors in our local area, those are our frienders, man. We want to be friends with those people because they're going to help sustain our business, and hopefully I'll be able to help sustain their business. So go to local venues and ask them, hey, would you want me to make a video for you for free to, kind of showcase your site? What do you have? Do you have a new ceremony site you're offering? Anything new coming up for this next summer? That is a great way to make a great friend in the industry, right? Make a little 30-second, 1-minute Instagram clip for that venue. Showcase some aerial footage of their venue, showcase the locations. You don't have to have a drone in order to make a great film. You probably can make a great film. Now we're talking about scaling it up, right? So you need lots and lots of referrals and leads from all different areas. Go to the venues first and make some films of their venue, and then give it to them. Put it up on their social media, give them a copy, and let them put it on their website, on their YouTube. And then you can do the ask. And you can say, hey, do you have a a preferred vendor list. I'd love to be on that preferred vendor list. And I guarantee you that if they don't have a preferred vendor list, that's actually great. That means you're probably going to be top of mind for them. Because every bride that goes, the first thing they do is they go look for a venue. You know, they get engaged, they get excited, and now they go venue hunting. And hopefully they team up with a wedding planner. I can't even tell you how wedding planners are worth their weight in gold. They usually can help couples trim the fat and only go to the venues they can afford, that are going to be available, that are going to be beautiful. So they've either teamed up with a wedding planner or they're out venue hunting. And as soon as they go to a venue and they love the venue, they book the venue, the first thing they usually ask when they're done is, hey, do you have any photographers or videographers you could recommend who have been to this location that know where to get the best shots? And you want to be a friend of the venue so that you get referred, and that's the way you do it. The next place is wedding planners, which we just talked about, but wedding planners are a great resource. As soon as the couple has a venue, they either got a wedding planner already, hopefully they get a wedding planner next, and that wedding planner is going to refer them to some great vendors that they know are going to do a great job and that they can count on, and you've got to be that person. The other great resource is photographers. We get referred by photographers all the time because we build a culture of having fun with our brides, of making it a great experience for all the vendors. And we also make friends with those photographers. We bail them out. We give them stills from, anything, anytime. We usually throughout the wedding day, we'll talk to the photographer and go, hey, if you need any stills, if there's a shot you didn't get or anything, let us know. If you want a drone shot to add into the album, let us know. We'll give you a still. And that makes a friend of that photographer. You're giving them something, so hopefully they'll think of you and go, man, I want to work with Matrimony Films again. Those guys are great. That's a huge one for you guys. So venues, wedding planners, photographers, and then other vendors that are in the same price point as your couples, right? Great florists, great DJs, dress companies, all the other vendors that go into building a great wedding. You want to do some more research and figure out, if a bride has that budget that's, $70,000 and that's your exact, that you're dialed in at that range, what kinds of florists are they using? And how do I market with those florists and give them some videos that maybe they can use for their social media? So we can supply video to all of these vendors and become great friends. And then, of course, the other final one that I have for you is past couples. Every client needs to leave happy. You have to have that outlook in order to be successful. I don't care if that means you do more fixes or changes to their video to make sure that they love it. They've got to walk away loving their video because you want them to share it. You want them to brag about it to people. And so once again, those are going to be your great lead sources, is past couples who become really big fans of what you do. All right, we're going to talk about insurance, agreements, and contracts. And my first bit of advice is, when you need in-depth knowledge about this, go to a professional or direct message me at Matrimony Films on Instagram. I can help you with some more in-depth details on this, but really you should talk to a lawyer or an insurance agent about specifics about these things. But let's get an overview really quick. Should I get insurance? The easy answer is absolutely you should. Venues are requiring it nowadays. I would say about 80% of the venues that we go to require a certificate of insurance. You're going to need it. Number two, you're just not a professional without it. You're just not. I mean, you're running a professional business. Do things like professionals do. And one of those things is you insure yourself to make sure that you're protected, and that also you're protecting your clients and the venues from anything that might go wrong. The most overlooked piece of insurance is that you're actually going to probably need it someday, especially when you're scaling up. You're going to do multiple weddings on a weekend. Things go wrong. It's the cost of doing business. Things happen. It's happened to me twice throughout our 19 years. We have needed our insurance. We had some gear stolen at one point, some gear broken at one point, and it's terrible. It's sad. It's frustrating. But At the end of the day, you're insured and it gets taken care of. And the upside is that then you get money reimbursed for your loss, and you actually get to replace your equipment and maybe get something newer, something more innovative. So it's just a really good idea to be insured. Independent contractor agreements. You should definitely have independent contractor agreements for all of your team members. Obviously, employees are a totally different thing. If you have employees, you need to do everything you need to do with employees, but the way we scale up is we hire freelancers and we do independent contractor agreements with all of them, which it protects them and it protects us for tax purposes for both sides. And then also, you don't want to be training your competitors. Inside your independent contractor agreement, I would recommend that you'd have like a certain time frame that after they're trained, and if they decide to leave, that they're not allowed to, they sign a non-compete. So they don't open their own wedding video business inside your own territory, and then therefore you've now trained your competition who may have a product that looks exactly like yours. Now, I haven't had this problem very much. A lot of our guys are aspiring filmmakers and want to go into the Hollywood film industry, and they just kind of move forward that way. And I say, go get them, and all is good. But I would encourage them to want to be upwardly mobile. That you're talking about getting guys who are motivated, who are passionate, who are hardworking. Ultimately, one day they may become your competition, and you know what? Ultimately, it just means that more couples are getting great wedding videos. So. There's plenty to go around. Have a heart of abundance, and it's going to work out for everybody. But you definitely want to, in the short term, protect yourself as much as you can. It's a business, so an independent contractor agreement is a really good idea. And then agreements with clients. Now you may notice I'm calling them agreements, not necessarily contracts, because I believe that's what it is. It's an agreement with your client or your independent contractor that you're going to protect each other. You're going into business together, you're going to provide something, and they're going to compensate you for it. You want to protect them, and you want to protect yourself. Too many people think, oh, it's a contract, I don't want to get screwed. No, you're doing things to protect both sides in an agreement. And it just feels better to me to say it that way. So one of the things you want to think about is how many payments that you want these people to make. You know, typically you might do a third as a first payment to hold the date, and then maybe a second third in the middle somewhere, and then the last third the day or the wedding or the week before the event or something, whatever is comfortable for you, whatever works into your model. That's not that big of a deal. The important thing is you want them to put down a payment that holds the date so that you know they're serious about using you. And you can choose to make it non-refundable, but be very, very specific in your agreement about the language you use in order to make it non-refundable. Again, direct message me, talk to a lawyer, go to LegalZoom, something like that. But you want to make sure that the language in there describes why it's non-refundable, not just that it is. Sometimes that won't hold up in court. I don't care what you call it, if you call it a retainer, if you call it a deposit. In court, they're going to want to hear why. What did you do for that money to make it non-refundable? So if you put language in there talking about the time you're going to spend planning for their wedding, helping them develop the plan for their video, a shot list, put that language in your agreement. The more you put in there, the more protected you're going to be. It also can protect you, an agreement can protect you against lawsuits. Either way, with you and your client, you can put something about arbitration in there instead of, like basically you can say, we both agree not to sue each other, not to cost tons of money for anybody in case there's an issue. But you also maybe want to put something in there about a cancellation policy or a rescheduling policy. Does it cost more money to reschedule and choose a new date, or does it not? If they cancel outright, do they get some money back? Do they get no money back? And if whatever your strategy, whatever feels right to you, you just have to make sure you justify it and you explain it to your client. Don't hide things from them. This is an agreement between both of you, again, to protect both sides. Okay, so that's basically agreements and insurance. Let's move right on to pricing strategy. How much do I charge? Okay, so this is a really good question, and it's a very difficult question. It probably demands a presentation all on its own, but I'll just say things to think about are maybe tiering your packages, or maybe doing an a la carte pricing, especially if you're a high volume. You may have some clients that have a smaller budget and just want a few things, and they may want to add on more things. That's a good way to get people in the door, and then you can always decide to upsell later, or even after the wedding, you could sell extra edited products. But tier the packages and offer them great value to get them to choose some of those higher packages. Like add some extra things in there that maybe don't cost you a ton of money, but basically add a lot of value to get them to choose a higher package. But really the essence of what I'm saying here is we don't want you to charge too little and price yourself out of business, okay? You're scaling up your business, you're doing more and more volume, but don't charge so little that you run yourself out of business. You got to take into consideration how much things are going to cost in order to achieve, right? And the main thing, what we talked about at the very beginning of this, is in order for this to be a business, you have to take yourself out of the equation. So when you're doing your pricing structure, how much does it cost if you pay a lead shooter to film the event? And then if you pay a second shooter or a third shooter, what are the costs? And then what does it cost to have that video edited? And then what's the cost of all that administration time of basically transferring that footage and delivering those hard drives, or uploading that video online to send out to your editors? That's all time and money that needs to be accounted for. And then about the administration of booking the wedding and networking for the brides, advertising, hiring and paying the crews to go film and to edit. What does that cost you? And you've got to figure out maybe on a monthly basis or a yearly basis what that cost is and divide it up. You know, like a very simple formula would be, if I figure out how many weddings, we're going to do 100 weddings, and each one costs this amount to achieve, and the advertising and networking costs this amount, I can divide it up between 100 weddings and figure out a very simple formula for how much I should charge. Don't forget about insurance costs. Costs for software and hardware. You're going to constantly want to upgrade your hardware and your software. You're going to want new equipment. You're going to want innovative equipment that shoots in higher resolution, or has the newest bells and whistles that you can help implement into your sales of why you're the right brand to choose. And then you're going to want to account for expansion. Maybe I can do 2 weddings a day right now because of the camera bodies and the lenses I have, but what would it cost if I did 3 weddings a day? And you got to figure those into your price. And maybe inside your price, you figure out what it costs to rent the equipment, not about how much it costs to own it. If you figure out how much it would cost to rent all the gear, and then you're renting your own gear to each project, you're going to make more money. But a lot of people will just come along and just offer too little. They just come out and they go, well, if I get paid $500 or $800 to go film on one day, that's awesome. But they're not taking into account how much time and effort and energy it's going to take them to edit it. And then therefore they get a backlog, and now they're not delivering product for 8 months, a year. And it really puts you behind the 8 ball, and it eventually runs those people out of business. Don't be that person. Price it exactly right for your price point and for how much it costs to execute it without you in the equation. Okay? All right. We want to make sure you also get a great finished product. Create a fantastic finished product. You need to come up with a shot list that can be duplicated by all of your videographers. This is a great way to succeed, is you figure out what shots the second shooter gets on a given wedding day. What shot do the lead shooter get? And then when you hire and train those people, you can teach them when those shots come, how to anticipate those shots, right? And then obviously we want to get all the other shots that happen on a wedding day. That dog is carrying rings on its back and running down the aisle and jumps up onto the lap of somebody inside the crowd. You want to capture those moments, and hopefully from different angles with great movement and, beautiful bokeh behind it. That'd be great. But ultimately you want to make sure you get all the shots on the shot list, and then you can hand that shot list and that footage over to your editor. And that editor hopefully has a template that they're working off of, maybe multiple templates, 5 templates, 7 templates that you guys do that all are your style, maybe with little different variations. And now those editors can be successful. You're setting up your shooters and your editors to be successful and really deliver on your brand. And there's some great companies out there that actually now edit those highlights or those full-length videos. You check into those online, direct message me, I can help you out with those as well. But you can figure those into your price and really get a great, consistent finished product. And then do yourself a favor and finish it off professionally. Some people want a flash drive, some people want a Blu-ray, some people want it all online. I would encourage you to deliver it the way you want to consume material. Like if I always keep up to date with the way I'm consuming content, then I know I'm being innovative. I know I'm staying up with the times. Like we all watch Netflix, we all watch Hulu, we all watch streamed content. That's how we watch television nowadays, right? Most of us, not all, but be the person that delivers that kind of content. Don't just be like, oh, well, I've always done Blu-ray, or my client's asking for Blu-ray. Try to encourage them. Be a professional, like be an innovator in your industry, a leader. You're the pro. You're going to give great advice on how people are watching content and all the great ways they can innovate. So maybe you deliver your content on YouTube or Vimeo. A great friend of mine, Travis Heberling, is a videographer in Chicago, Illinois, and he does this awesome thing where he helps build his brand around his YouTube delivery. He'll tell the bride and groom, hey, get yourself your favorite drink, light a fire, get in your pajamas, turn out the lights, cuddle up. I'm sending you your YouTube link at 8 o'clock tonight. Get ready and plan a date around it. And they get all ready, they get all excited, builds excitement for his brand. It makes them already a fan, and then they're in this great environment, and then they watch their video and they cry and they laugh, and it's the way to build a great brand. So kudos to you, Travis, for that kind of a thing. But maybe deliver it on that platform. The best platform I know of is MediaZilla.com. They don't sponsor me. I'm a huge fan of MediaZilla. I'm a beta user, so I do get to try out their products before they come out to the public to give them some feedback and stuff. But man, MediaZilla does a fantastic job. Do yourself a favor and go to MediaZilla and check out their platform. They have menus with buttons, and they have digital delivery so people can actually have ownership of their own video online. That's absent from you, and they can feel like they own it. And then it also plays on Apple TV or Google Chromecast or Amazon Fire Stick right to their smart TV. It's a fantastic professional way to deliver your product. So go check out MediaZilla if you want to deliver professionally. All right. So you have built a perfect brand. You have a great team in place. They have awesome Panasonic equipment. You got multiple bodies. It's all affordable. Your pricing is perfect. You've got this great system in place to execute fantastic videos, right? You now have the ability to scale up even more and actually diversify. You have the ability, if you've done this properly and you've created all these systems, you can do corporate films, corporate messaging. You can now charge local vendors or local venues for little commercials for their social media or for their website or for their YouTube channel, right? You can do live streaming. We started live streaming in March of 2020, and it is booming. We can do weddings, we live stream memorials, we live stream corporate conferences. It's another revenue stream, and it is going nowhere. I don't care what anybody says, like there's always people that aren't gonna be able to be at the wedding. And if you can sell the bride on the fact that we could live stream your wedding, that can add another element to what you offer brides. And maybe you don't live stream and shoot on the same day, but you may have a client who only wants live streaming or only wants you to capture and make a beautiful video for them. It just gives you another option to be hired, especially at other events other than weddings. Mitzvahs want live streaming all the time in our area. It's a great way to expand and add an additional revenue stream. Drone work is a fantastic way to really give another quality product to local market. You can do all kinds of things with drone work for fire and rescue, drone work for solar places need aerial shots. That's a huge market to tap into. Legal videos, you could do day in the life videos, you could do deposition videos, so those are things to look into. Real estate videos are huge. It's just an endless stream of possibilities, and it's just growing. This is a huge growing industry, and I'm super excited to be a part of it. I hope you are too. I hope this has helped. I really want you to think about the fact that if you change the way you look at things, the things you look at will change. They will. You have to look at things differently if you want to be an entrepreneur and you want to be innovative and you want to grow. So I hope you've been able to have some great takeaways here and that you can implement these things and really scale up your business. Please, if you want any consulting or you have any other questions, you're welcome to direct message me at Matrimony Films or at Atiba Cinematics on Instagram. A huge thank you to Panasonic, Lumix. Their products are fantastic. The guys from Panasonic are going to be on after this for a Q&A. You can talk to them and ask questions about the Panasonic products. We'll all be on to answer your questions and give you more info about Panasonic line. Thank you to them for helping make this possible. Also, Light in Motion for supplying all the light to everything we do. I love this company. They make some great products, super high powered, all remote control, and it's just a great company with really good stuff. And just a big thank you to B&H as well for putting this all together. This conference is awesome, and I just love the opportunity that we all get to come together and learn. I've been watching a bunch of the presentations this week, and I just am blown away by the information that we get to learn and share with each other. So a huge thank you to B&H. You can go and find anything we talked at here at B&H, and they do a great job. So smart and so much information. They'll help you out with anything you need. So big thank you to them, and go out there and scale up your business, you guys. Take this and really do it. Don't find an excuse. Find a way. Thanks so much for joining us.
B&H presents the Depth of Field Awards 2021. The Headshot Award, sponsored by Panasonic, featuring the Panasonic Lumix DC S1 mirrorless digital camera with 24-105 lens with upgrade software key. And the winner is... Incandescent Beauty by Nina Hodge. Congratulations.
This is our green vest. This is our conveyor belt. This is one of our photo experts. This is a brief history of B&H. The year was 1973. The Mets went to the World Series. The first cell phone call was made. And Bleemy and Herman opened a specialty photography shop at 17 Warren Street, New York City. They had a simple philosophy.
Be honest, treat people right, and they will come back.
Thanks, Irving. Also, free candy. And it worked. Over the next 20 years, we expanded and moved to West 17th Street, then 34th Street and 9th Avenue, and added more products. Lighting, binoculars, telescopes, audio, video, tripods, computers, printers, mobile, televisions, projectors, drones, and even more free candy. Now it's 3 stories and over 400,000 products and over 1,000 employees. We take millions of orders online and ship to 179 countries and counting. You can talk to us in person, on the phone,
B&H, how can I help you?
or online. Check out our checkout baskets. Also check out our checkout numbers. Also check out the flare on Marae's vest. And everyone's favorite part, our conveyor belt.
The benefit of the conveyor belt is you don't have to worry about the product or schlep it around anymore until checkout.
Nice. These are the owners. They still come to work every day. They're around here somewhere. Anyway, this is Jeanette. Oh, sorry, she's busy. This is our warehouse. This is Yakov and Levy fighting over lighting kits. B&H is not a chain. B&H is open every day, except Saturdays, of course. Now you know almost the whole story. We are B&H.
So for this shoot, we really wanted to put the Godox VL series lights to the test in a professional work environment. We shot in an old vintage historic house, Along with the lights, it's so important to have a really good location, talent, and set design. Fortunately for this shoot, we had all three of those factors.
You know, working with the VLs, I really think they met the challenge when it came to the highest pace, high speed, high functionality of a light that you need to produce TV and film content or even high-end commercial production. You know, they still have the power to overpower the sun, and they're running on batteries, which to me is amazing to have that functionality in a light that's so portable.
The lights were so quick and easy to use, you could dial in a shot in no time. So it really allowed us to play with the lights in each individual room and take our time throughout the process. Here's how we pulled it off.
As a producer of film and commercial content, I'm really excited about the VL series, and I think after this shoot, they've exceeded my expectations, and we'll definitely be bringing them to shoots in the future.
The portability, the power, the affordability, so many reasons why they belong in every filmmaker's bag. Thanks for watching, and we look forward to seeing what you create with the Godox VL series lights.
They've called us the Hunters of Light. We search for the things that have yet to exist, challenging the traditions, foraging through the shadows, listening for the subtle changes. This is us. We are not as the others are. We do not see as the others see. From the distant shores to the far-off worlds, we've made friends with the beasts, the wind, and the waves. We've made vows to the land, signed deals with the sky. Now let us write together a new chapter.
Okay, if everyone could turn on their cameras and audio, we are ready to go.
Awesome. All right. Hello, everybody. I'll start. My name is Maria Perez, and I'm part of the B&H social media team, and welcome to our closeout of Depth of Field with our International Women's Day panel. And I hope you guys stick around for the entire time. We have some great speakers today. And I'm going to start with introducing Lauren Wendle, who will be being the moderator for the panel today. She, if you aren't familiar with who she is a consultant and the president of the Lucy Foundation, which I love. And she lives and breathes photography, in my opinion, from discovering new talent and to holding leadership roles on boards and various philanthropic organizations like the W. Eugene Smith Memorial Fund, the Eddie Adams Workshop, and the ASMP Foundation. And we're so thrilled to have her today as our moderator for our panel, as I mentioned. And today speaking is going to be photographer Dr. Tomayia Colvin, Claudia Paul, Kesha Lambert, and Victoria Will. So go ahead, Lauren.
Thank you, Maria.
Sure.
I'm really excited to be leading this panel. We're really just beginning to comprehend how the individuals behind the camera impact the visual stories they tell. If we truly want to understand our world in all its glorious diversity, we need to make sure that photographers themselves are equally diverse. We've all heard this idea many, many times, but that does not lessen its power. Tonight, our panel, The Female Perspective, Women Photographers and Their Influences, explores these vital ideas and hopefully furthers the imperative to do even better. It is my pleasure to introduce the panel. 4 extraordinary women photographers, all with unique perspectives. But there's a strong thread that unites them, their commitment not only to the field of photography, but to larger issues in the world today. And they all do this with personal connection and commitment to their subjects. We begin with Dr. Tomayia Colvin, who is a nationally published high school senior portrait photographer, best-selling children's book author, classroom teacher, and photography educator in Houston, Texas. For 5 years, Tomayia has been giving her high school seniors carefree, funky, and real portrait sessions that showcase their unique personalities. Tomayia is on a mission to celebrate diversity in photography. She works with conferences and workshop organizers to bridge the color division and to include voices that are missing from the photography industry. Let's take a moment to hear from Tomayia and look at some images that inspire her.
And if you just give me 1 minute, I'm going to share my screen to show her images.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. I really enjoyed your talk today.
Oh, great. Thank you.
Okay, awesome. Great.
All righty, so here we have the wonderful Dr. Deborah Willis. And Deborah Willis is one of those people that she kind of flies under the radar a bit, so you may not have heard of her before. But she is the author of Black Photographers, and she also has a book, Black Female Photographers. And just looking up to her, or just, you know, when I decided to go and get a doctorate, I was like, man, where are the women that look like me that are in photography that have these degrees as well? And so she was one of the people that inspired me. And then, you know, when I looked at this photo, it really resonated with me because, and another picture will come up here in just a second, but just the simplicity of it all, and just the stillness sometimes that we as photographers and we as women, we don't get a chance to have. And so the next photo here is from India Beale. She is a photographer as well, a Black woman. And this is from her book, and I'll go grab it in a second. And in this, she talks about how Black women are often subjected to maybe some racism and different things that happen in the corporate workspace. And so her book goes through and it describes a lot about our hair and how we're treated, and just some of the rules or unwritten rules that we have to achieve in order for us to get success. And so this is another photo by Deborah Willis as well. And so I don't know if you've ever been to the salon and to the beauty shop, right? And so that moment before you get out the hair salon or out the chair, right? We always take a look, and the hairstylist hands you the mirror, and you look in to check to see like, let's see what it looks like. And what I found so interesting about this photo is that, normally when you look at the end of the hair process, that you normally have a smile because you're like, oh my gosh, I'm so cute, I got a cut, I got a color, all these things that happen as women when we go to the hair salon. And this is just a typical like Saturday morning for me. You have friend over here in the back, probably talking about something, it's just the banter of womanhood there in the salon. But what struck me most interesting to this photo was that she wasn't smiling. Like she wasn't smiling in this photo. And so it made me question and wonder, like, why isn't she smiling? Like, what is the reflection that she's looking at from herself in the mirror that's not giving her the space of where she is smiling? And so that just really drew me in as to why she wasn't smiling. And sometimes when we look at the reflection of ourselves, are we like happy with who we see in the mirror? So that's what just really drew me into this photo. And then this is like, oh my gosh, like India captured like the essence of, for me, like as a Black woman, when my hair is not in a hair, in a hair wrap, there are times when I walk in the room and people don't see me at all. They only see my hair, and they make predictions about my intellect. They make predictions about what I'm going to sound like, if I'm going to have like this angry Black woman persona. All of these things are given to me just because of my hair. And so in the book, she makes it so like in corporate America, and my interpretation is that, one, I'm not just my hair. I am so much more than just these beautiful, strands that come from my head. But it makes me question, or I want people to ask themselves when they see women, and they see women, especially Black women, with our natural hair, like, look to see more than what you think you're supposed to see. Like I want us to push the narrative of, who is this woman? Who is she for real? What are some of her loves? And what are some of the preconceived biases that I may carry when I look at her? And I'm asking people for this photo to challenge your thoughts and some of your beliefs that you have when you look at women of color, and you look at women who look like me, who have hair similar to this, that don't just make a predetermined judgment about who we are and our goals and our aspirations.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I'm next going to introduce, and we'll come back with questions at the end. I'm next going to introduce Kesha Lambert. Is an international wedding and portrait photographer and lawyer based in New York. A Sony artisan of imagery and speaker, she's had the honor of personally photographing hundreds of weddings to date from couples from all over the globe. Using the wealth of knowledge she's gained from her experience as a photographer, business owner, and lawyer, Kesha enjoys sharing information with her peers and aims to be a resource to fellow photographers in the areas of business and personal development. Now let's take a look at Kesha's inspirations.
Hi, so this was hard to narrow down, but I chose two that are kind of staples and two that I now call personal friends, and one who I don't know too well, but whose work I just find so inspiring. First, this is a husband and wife team, actually, artist. She's gonna kill me, but it's Karen of Creative Soul Photography. I hope I pronounced your name right. I always think about it before pronouncing it. But I chose this photo. I first learned about Creative Soul years ago. Their work showed up in my timeline on Instagram, and it stopped me in my tracks. This is one of the first, if not the first photo I saw from them, and I immediately fell in love. And what I love about their work is that when I look at it, it makes me feel seen. They show children, Black children with their natural hair, just in everyday life, but in such a joyful way. And I believe their work is so important in shaping the narrative of what life looks like, what it's like to be a child, what it's like to be a Black child. And these girls are just so beautiful. Their work celebrates the beauty of Blackness. It celebrates, I believe it challenges some of the narratives and some of the preconceived notions we have about what everyday life looks like for Black children. And I find the work so inspiring because not only are they exceptionally skilled in terms of being photographers and the execution and the art of photography, but their imagination, they really just push the envelope when it comes to shaping a portrait in a way that just really just takes my breath away every time I see their work. I chose Audrey Woolard. One of the things I first discovered Audrey years ago, and similarly, her work showed up, I would say maybe on Facebook, somewhere on my timeline, and stopped me in my tracks. And the reason it did is because her work is just, it has a voice of its own. One of the inspirations I draw from Audrey's work is to stand in your own style and own it. I feel that like when I look at her work, it has a signature. And that's something that I want in my own work, is for it to stand out, for it to have a voice. And even where there are people who may say you should do things this way or that way, kind of standing solid in your own style, in your own signature, having your own voice. Audrey is also just inspiring as a Black woman photographer in the industry. She's exceptionally talented and has her own voice, but she also behind the scenes has paved the way for a lot of even some of the things that I do today. Audrey has been doing it and has shattered some glass ceilings and created new lanes. And I believe, the things that she does, just her simply existing in these spaces that I didn't typically see people who look like me in, was an inspiration and continues to be an inspiration. And last but not least, I chose this photographer. Her name is Chichi Ari. I find her work, I have not had the pleasure of meeting her in person, but we follow each other on social, and I just always enjoy seeing her work show up on my timeline. What I love about this work is that it has soul. It has so much soul and feeling, and it's effortless. Like when you look at her work, it looks so natural and so easy and so clean and simple in its approach, and it has so much depth and soul and feeling. This photo is one of many from her portfolio that when I saw it, it literally just took my breath away. Not literally. And that's the close of the photographers, the inspiring women photographers that I chose to speak about.
Thank you so much. We will now go on to Claudia Paul, who's a German-born photographer who lives in New York City. Claudia tells visual stories for NGOs across the globe, always focusing on elevating human connections while capturing individuals with compassion. Pet projects include Faces of Resilience, a portrait series of healthcare workers during New York City's COVID-19 pandemic. She is a founding member of the Lupe and current board member at American Photographic Artists New York. Claudia, please show us some of the work that inspires you.
Hi.
Hi.
I'm just waiting for the screen share. Okay, here we go. All right. So, when Lauren asked us to go back and kind of reflect a little bit on our early inspirations, I immediately thought of Sally Mann, which I believe, as far as I can think back, her photography just kind of spoke to me early on, way before I think I was even considering going into photography and knowing that that's something I could do for a living. And her images, if you're familiar with her work, I think this is some of her earlier work. For me, they're just they just showed such an authenticity and such a beautiful connection that I was drawn to from the very beginning. And I think what also kind of inspired me in her imagery is that, I think I saw myself in the children in her family that she documented, and the way she documented the family. This is kind of a little bit how I grew up in Germany, in small town, and we were all running wild and just being kids, and I just love she has in her images. I feel like you can see love, you can see intensity, and you can just see this pure expression and this humanity that I just loved from the beginning. And of course, I feel like, as a lot of people, when I started out taking my own photos, I was drawn to black and white as well. So, her work just, again, it really spoke to me early on, and it still does today. So that was kind of the early memories I have. So Maria, if you want to go to the next photographer. So this is a very, very different photographer. So this is Fabiola Jean-Louis, and I actually had the pleasure to meet her through a mutual friend. At the time, she had her studio up in the Bronx at the Andrew Friedman home. And Fabiola her work is stunning in so many ways, because, I don't know how detailed you can see on the screen, but this series that's called Rewriting History, she not only did the photographs of these women, but all of the gowns that are shown in the series are actually made out of paper, and she handmade the gowns and then photographed each female in them. And I just want to read something from her actual bio, because this explains her work much better than I can say it in my own words. So it says, Fabiola Jean-Louis' work is an ongoing exploration into the relationship between history, memory, and identity. Her use of paper acts as a tether linking the present to the past, when paper was not just a basic currency, but held the power to determine the freedom of a human being. From her paper gowns to the printed photographs, Jean-Louis guides us along her journey through the lens of time, bringing forth an awareness of the past that is both delicate and vital. And you can go to the next image as well. That's also Fabiola's. So I really invite you to go on her website. We can drop that in the chat later, and just really explore her work, because it has so many layers and it tells so many stories. And it's just beautiful. And she's a fairly young artist still, and just had, for me, it was very inspiring to see her career take off. And now, there's a lot of museums that actually have shown her work, and it's just amazing to see someone and get to know someone that has such beautiful talent, and then see them really take off and kind of take over the world with their work. So I really hope that everybody's gonna have a closer look at her work.
Thank you, Claudia. That was great.
Thank you.
Next is Victoria. Victoria Will began her career as a photojournalist before transitioning to celebrity, portraiture, editorial, and commercial assignments. Victoria's characteristically authentic portraiture has appeared in Vogue, New York Times, Rolling Stone, ESPN, and W Magazine, with commercial campaigns for brands such as Carhartt, Levi's, Netflix, Hulu, Epix, AT&T, Ralph Lauren, and Miller High Life. Her approach is rooted in collaboration and meaningful connection, where she seeks intimacy, authenticity, and elegance with a thoughtful eye and composition. Let's now hear from Victoria.
Hi, I was scratching down notes while you guys, all you ladies were talking. So thank you for sharing those. I went a little bit further back in time when I thought about my journey, sort of what pictures did I see that either made me want to be a photographer and I know a lot of you spoke to this as well, but what, one particular image that sort of made me want to be a photographer or changed my approach to photography as my career's gone on. So I'm starting back with Dorothea Lange, who, of course, most of us have seen her migrant mother photo, and that's sort of what she's known for. But while she was photographing for the FSA, going all over covering migrant workers, she really was focused on an honesty and particularly on women. What's interesting now is that in the sort of, because the migrant mother became so famous, that's what we know her for. But before that image, she just, the work that she did photographing women, mothers, daughters, for the FSA was really profound and very, it was told with such dignity. All of her work was, I have to say, through the FSA, but I've gone back. I saw this image and I've now gone back and sort of done a deep dive at the Library of Congress to see her work, and the way she portrays that moment in time. It's so breathtaking to me. And at that moment, I thought, I would love to be a photojournalist. I would love to tell people's stories with such dignity. So this is one of those images that sort of set me on my path. So this is another image. I went to college, and this image is by Carolyn Cole, and it's obviously a very hard and graphic image. This is another image that I would say stopped me in my tracks. Physically, I gasped when I saw it, because not because it was, dead bodies, it's something so graphic, but yet she does it with such dignity and such humanity that I actually stared at this photo, and because it's so beautiful. And I thought to myself that she brings such intention to her work. And I think it's so, I felt like at that moment, I didn't just want to take beautiful pictures. Of course, we all want to take beautiful pictures, but if there's a meaning behind them and an emotional connection to them, this image doesn't, it tells me a whole narrative without even, without knowing the story, and in such a kind and caring way. So that this image was another one where I was it set me on my path in photography. So when I left newspapers and left the breaking news photojournalism world, I started to do more shoots that were filled with almost too much creativity. I would sort of get lost sometimes because there was too many options and too many things to do, and I wanted to try too many things. And I remember seeing this photo by Sarah Moon and being blown away by the fact that she had stripped it down to gesture and light and sort of just its graphic nature. And again, it's even in just, I'm sort of just seeing this now, but even comparing it to the Carolyn Cole, there's that image, which is of course so graphic and coming from a documentary angle, there is still something so fluid and about shape. And I remember seeing this image and thinking, wow, maybe I'm looking too hard. Maybe I'm trying to put too many things into an image, and sort of thinking maybe I should strip it away a little bit. And I think when I did that, my portraiture changed a bit. It started to be a little bit more about, not getting lost in the lighting or the hair and the makeup and the this. And it's in a way, she's taken all of that out, which I thought was and it's a portrait without showing who it is. It's such a strong image. So her work in general is very ethereal, so dreamy, and I didn't see the world that way. So it was really, I loved it. It sort of opened my eyes to other possibility. So this last image is Alex Prager. She's a contemporary photographer who, what I love about her work is that it's 1,000% staged. It's entirely fabricated. And it's so hard to tell. Every person and everything that went into making this image, she thought of. The lighting, the gesture, the clothing, and on each one of these characters, and who those people are. And in a way, when I left photojournalism, I really did a lot of observing. And now where I am in my career doing more commercial work, I have to create these scenes. And I think she's the master. So I just wanted to share with you that, and sort of how my eye has changed through the course of my career, and how each one of those women impacted my journey.
Thank you, Victoria. That was great. And I'm really excited to get into the questions that I have for all the panelists. So I'm going to ask a series of questions. And if you're in the audience, please send in your questions, and Maria will be asking those questions in about 15 minutes. So my first question to all of you, I'm going to kind of combine two questions. If you could just briefly talk about how you got into photography, and also what does it mean for you to be a woman in the photography business? Do you have a female perspective? So it's kind of a two-part question. And I just think I'll ask each one of you in the order that we're already kind of in. So Tomayia, you would come first. Sorry.
It's all right. All right. So how did I get into photography? Yeah, so I had this very interesting transition into photography. Like, I did not start off life saying, I want to be a photographer when I grow up. That's complete opposite for my life, actually. I came into photography from education as a middle and high school teacher. So I picked up photography because I was scrapbooking and realized I had done a very horrible job at printing my photos. And so I decided then that I wanted to document my kids' lives, and in order to do that, I probably needed to print their photos. And so I started taking pictures of them, and ended up taking pictures of other people's kids as well, because, they were like me, weren't printing photos. And so we didn't have anything to scrapbook because we weren't printing the photos. And so that's really how I came into photography. If I see the word differently, like as a mother, or as a woman, I don't think so. I don't think so. I think I see it like from the of my life perspective, but not necessarily like as a woman. I don't think that I see life differently.
I sometimes wonder if, you feel like you have a different kind of connection to your subject as a woman.
Yeah, I don't think necessarily as a woman. I think for me, photographing high school seniors, these were kids that I actually taught reading and English to more than anything else. And so I think coming to them from a perspective, maybe as a woman, maybe being that nurturing teacher that kind of grows up with them more than anything else, because now they're getting engaged and married. and now I have to photograph that too. So I don't think so. I just think it just comes naturally with my job, I should say, as like from 8th grade reading through high school pictures, through college graduation, and now marriage.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Kesha?
Hi, yes, so how I got my start. I feel like I tell this story often.
I was like, I kind of said this today, but all right, let's do it.
For those, all those out here there who don't know.
Right, yes. Well, I'm like, yes, happy to tell the story. I started out, so photography has, in true cliche form, always been like a hobby or an interest, but I had a very strict West Indian upbringing, and you have to have a profession. And so that profession for me was being a lawyer. So that's what I went to school for. That's what I practiced as an attorney, admitted in New York. And photography was kind of always there in the background as a hobby. While I was in law school, it turned into like a freelance thing, so like a side hustle. And then while working as an attorney in what I thought to be a very secure job, I was downsized out of a job, and it just made me reevaluate what I wanted to do. Like, so it wasn't this grand plan to start a career as a photographer. I was expecting twins when this happened. And when you get downsized out of a job while expecting twins, it makes you kind of reevaluate what you want for your life. And so that's what happened. I feel like divine pushed me in this direction because the opportunities started to open up for me in photography. So that's how I ended up here. It just very natural progression, no big plan. And kind of, I say this phrase often, you jump and build a plane on the way down. That's kind of how this happened. So that's me. I'm here now running a full-time business, and I'm very happy in what we've built. Do I feel being a woman shapes my work, plays into my, I believe being a woman is a part of who I am, and who I am shapes my perspective and how I see the world and how I engage with people. So every part of me, including my being a woman, my experiences as a woman, how people perceive me, what people perceive of me as a woman can certainly find its way into my work and the clients that I work with. I believe it's a part of the perspective that I bring. I think in weddings in particular, I will say with weddings in particular, I certainly, when it comes to working with family and the bride, there's a different, like, I don't get asked to step out of the room when the bride is about to change. So practical things like that, to just the level of trust that people have. I'm not saying that they don't have it from my male counterparts, but I feel like brides in particular, moms on the wedding day, let me in a way that even the men on my team who work with me from time, they won't get let in that way. So I do think it does shape, it can find its way into the client relationship. And certainly my femininity, my womanness definitely kind of plays into how I might see something on the wedding day or when I'm working. And so it's a part of who I am. So I do think that it can find its way into my work.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Claudia, the same question?
Yes, I love hearing all these stories. That's awesome. So my beginning photography story is, as you can know and hear, is that, I grew up in Germany, and I actually, right after high school, I didn't really know what to do with my life as far as what to study and where to go. So I spent a year in New York as a nanny, and it's a classic au pair story. And during that time, coming from a small town and then being exposed to New York City, I really fell in love with New York and just, roaming the streets and starting to take pictures and just kind of do some street photography without knowing that might want to be my my future goal, but just, kind of taking all of that in that I didn't really know, coming from a very different environment in Germany, that, it just fascinated me. And just, I really, really enjoyed the process. And so I kind of started reading a lot of photography books and trying to learn and figure out and enroll in a few classes. And that just kind of really started to instill that passion for photography. And it took me a while to, I feel like, kind of work up the courage to think that this is something I can do as a profession. And because again, like I think some of the other women here said, you know, it's I also grew up with the idea of you have to, you know, study something kind of safe and, you know, go down a path that will guarantee that you're going to make a decent living and all that. So photography wasn't considered something that you should go into. And I'm really glad that I didn't let that stop me in the end, and that I was able to follow that path, and that I had enough support around me eventually to kind of keep pushing me forward. And so yeah, I'm really glad that I didn't go down a different path, even though, you know, choosing the freelance photographer lifestyle is definitely not always it's not always just easy breezy and all fun and games. But you know, it's just like, even today, it just kind of shows me it's such an amazing world we're in, because, you know, I'm surrounded by these super talented women, and we're all kind of here for each other and kind of cheering each other on, and that's pretty amazing. I love that. And second part, so yeah, the female perspective, I would say, I think, Lauren, what you said earlier, I do feel like there is a difference in the connection with the subject. And because I think I was also always very interested in psychology, and I think portrait photography has a lot to do with psychology, and you're kind of trying to read your subject and you're trying to get into something deeper than what they want to show you at first, I feel. And so I think I like to think that being a female sometimes lets us connect a little bit differently, and maybe we have a little bit more intuition at times. But I also do feel like it's only one part of us. I think, like Kesha said, you know, I'm not just a female photographer. You know, there's so many parts of me that kind of play into how I photograph and how I work with my subject. So yeah, I think, you know, there's plenty of great male photographers that can connect beautifully with their subjects. So, but I do think we should embrace our femininity and, you know, in whatever way that might help our photos. I think that's always a good thing to nurture. And I think, especially when you photograph other women, I think as females, we can definitely kind of relate more. And I think we can take some of the insecurities away and help celebrate them and help them feel really good about themselves and who they are.
Thank you. Same question to Victoria.
So I started my photography during a career, I suppose, not really intentionally. I was studying art history in school, and I thought, I don't know what I loved it. That's why I was studying it, not because it was practical. But I did think maybe it would, you know, I dreamed of working in a, you know, as a curator in a museum maybe, or having a gallery, I don't know. But I ended up taking a class on the history of photography with Peter Bunnell, and who was just an amazing photo historian at the time and still is. And it changed my whole perspective. I just sort of immediately was, you know, eating and breathing photography. But I didn't know how to then do something with that. How do you know, I wanted to put have my work displayed in MoMA. I mean, who doesn't, right? But you also have to pay your rent, and I didn't know how to get from A to B. So I ended up getting an internship, applying to internships at newspapers, because that seemed like a cool thing to do. And I got an internship, and then I was hooked. I mean, I really loved journalism. I loved the newsroom and sort of the collaborative nature of it. But then I also, you know, I was given then the freedom to go out and make pictures. So at the time though, I don't think I didn't have a perspective. I was good at documenting what was in front of me. I didn't have a strong photography point of view, I would say. You know, I wasn't bringing my perspective and my sort of aesthetic to it. And I think, to answer your second question, I think that as I've looked at what maybe my aesthetic is, like, what am I bringing to the table? I think some of that is, as everyone has now said, I don't want to repeat all the great remarks, but it's my shared experience. So I try to connect with people on whatever it is that makes us human. And so if it's another mother, then we're going to talk about being a mother. If it's, another someone who loves baseball, I'll talk about baseball. So really, I think I definitely connect using my femininity and my role as a woman. But I think it's more my life experience that's shaped my point of view and my photography aesthetic.
Thank you. I have the next group of questions. I'm probably not going to ask everybody because just we don't really have that much time. So I'm just going to ask just so we can have a broad range of answers out there. One of my questions was, let's see, like, who are your mentors? Like, I've talked to a lot of women photographers. I've talked to a lot of photographers who mentors and influencers are not necessarily those in the business. Has that been true for you? Kesha, I'm going to ask you first.
Sure. Yeah, I have mentors in the industry, but yeah, one of the most, I call them my accountability crew, one of the most influential mentors in my life. And she probably would refer to me as a mentor in some way, shape, or form as well. But she is, to me, is not even a photographer. She is she's in the wedding industry, bridal designer, business mogul. She runs multiple businesses and just an inspiring human being. But she keeps me, she's the person that kind of, in terms of business and in life, just kind of keeps me sane and who I bounce things off of, and her perspective is just so wise, and she's younger than me. I've got over a decade on her but she's just really brilliant human being, and it's interesting, that dynamic, because she's I'm the older sister, so to speak, but definitely has been an influence in a lot of the trajectory of my business and growth and things like that.
Victoria?
I think that I definitely have a lot of photography mentors that have been really wonderful along the way. But I think it's seeing other women who have been able to just go for go for their goal and achieve it. Any of the women that I can think of in my life that have done that have just sort of showed me, okay, well, I can do that too. It's sort of that simple. And of course I have wonderful mentors who I love to bounce, you need to have, I love that, the accountability crew. That's what I need, or that term. But I think that maybe it's also because I'm sort of stubborn, but I'm like, well, if they can do it, then I could do this. And I just have to figure out how that's going to work in my world and make space for it in my world. But just seeing people's sort of ability to not let things get in their way, that's definitely and how many women are there out there that have done that for us? It's all the people that went before us. Yeah
really. I'm going to ask two of you about photography support networks, and do you have them? Would you could you recommend them to the people that are listening to us, and who do you go to for advice? I'm going to ask Claudia and Tomayia, but I'll start with Claudia.
Okay. Yeah, so that's actually perfect. So I have always been a big fan of the photo community. And I feel like I kind of did the traditional, I started interning, I did the whole assisting route. And through that, immediately I was exposed to all these older photographers that were more experienced. And so again, I feel like that already gave me a community early on. And I just feel like it's kind of crucial to young photographers to have a support system. But I always say that it's people that you can go to if you have questions about estimating what you should charge, so you don't undercharge or overcharge, and or lighting, or I mean anything really that you feel like you're not quite there yet. That's what the photography community is there for. And so I also early on was always a member of the photo organizations like ASMP and APA, which again gives you this huge network and resources and events and all that stuff. So right now I'm actually a board member at APA New York, which is American Photographic Artists. And so you could kind of tell, like, being a member, I enjoyed that a lot. And then I really believe in the community, so eventually I joined the board. And it's really nice to be able to give back, because I had a lot of people helping me. And I think, so yes, 100% go find a support system, because our job is not always easy, and I think you need those people to fall back to and be able to tell you, hey, keep going, you're doing great, you have the talent, you just have to keep pushing. So yes, 100%.
Thanks, Claudia. Tomayia?
It's the very same like Claudia and like Kesha. I have an accountability crew as well. When I got started in the industry, I met so many friends on Facebook. And it was just like a family reunion when we got a chance to meet each other in person. It was just like, wow, here you are, like, I can touch you and not just see your thumbnail. So that was always so great. I have a Facebook community, and I'm often in, a lot of groups that, we talk to each other, we bounce ideas off of, and, and there's also, camaraderie there. Like, so when we get together and we see each other, it's just like seeing each other, like having a good time. And we support each other. If someone shares something, then, we share it, we comment. If someone's having, a problem at home, whatever it is, community, Facebook has allowed us the space to create relationships and also foster them offline. So I'm for it.
Aren't you also doing a conference of some sort? I think I saw that on your panel.
I do. I host a photo cookout. So exactly, yeah. So that's it. So we get to see each other in person.
That sounded great.
Yeah.
I have so many more questions, but I know Maria's fielding questions from the audience. So Maria, do you have questions that have come in, or should I keep going?
We do have one question.
Okay.
Actually two now, but I'll start with the first one. The first one is from Fawn, and she said, what's your favorite or go-to way to open up or release a specific emotion or response from a subject, be it staged or candid? Thinking of the photographer who asked subjects to solve math problems, or 18-year-old Shea Glover who told her subjects they're beautiful before snapping their reaction.
Wow.
Hey, Fawn, it's me again. We've been hanging out today. So I play music. And so, in my questionnaire, my pre-session questionnaire, I always ask what's their favorite station, who are they listening to? And I play that music. Obviously, I photograph high school seniors, so I always have to play the clean version because not all the music that they listen to is safe. But yeah, that's it for me. We just have a good time.
Does anybody else have any specific things they do during their shoots?
I two things. One, conversation, and not using prompts for the subjects to talk to each other, but actually engaging with them. And like Tomayia mentioned, I'm a big user of questionnaires, so I ask a lot of random questions in my questionnaire so that I have a baseline of information that already going into the session that I can use for conversation. And my general approach is to try to make things experiential, no matter what the location. So in between the pose, we are doing things. So just trying to find ways to make it an experience and for us to be engaging in an activity wherever we are that feels natural to the environment that we're in. So conversation and just kind of being active and doing things.
Okay, I'll ask the next question. When in time did you feel that you were finally a successful photographer? And this is from Henry.
Good one. Well, I can say that for me, I think it was the time that I was actually hired for my point of view, you know, and people wanted me to show up to bring, you know, I wasn't just a utility. I could, you know, lots of people could do it, but yes, they wanted me for me. And at that moment I was like, okay, this is working. Because it's not so much just booking gigs and, you know, being very busy, because we can all fill our schedules with busy work in any industry, but photography as well. So, you know, when it's that, some people may say that success is because you're just, you know, you're getting booked all the time. For me, that isn't the case. It really needed to be that I was getting hired to make the work I wanted to make. So that's coming out in my, in the work I'm putting out there in my portfolio. So I think that's it for me.
I love that. I think I have to add to what Victoria said, that in a sense, like, this applies to any industry really. I think you're successful in my eyes when you get to do work that you really like, which is, you know, kind of along the lines of Victoria. But I think in the beginning I was kind of chasing the idea of I have to have this kind of client, that kind of big name, because, you know, in our industry, that's what people like to throw around, and that's kind of what impresses other people, in all honesty. And so I think when you get to do work that you really enjoy, then that's success. Then you are a successful photographer. So it doesn't really matter if you're working with this tiny nonprofit, but if that's your passion and if that's your purpose, then that makes you successful, I think, because, you know, we only have we're spending a lot of time with our jobs. So I think we should really consider how, you know, how much we enjoy something, and that, you know, that should be our measure of success versus, you know, how many gigs you book, or, you know, so like, yes, again, like Victoria said, it's more like the quality of the work that you get to do versus being booked 5-7 days a week.
Okay, I'll ask the next question. Any beginner advice? This is from Cheryl. I'm 54 and finally starting my photo business for the second half of life. The business side is overwhelming, not sure where to start. Thank you, ladies.
Oh man, the business side. I think every one of us has at one point or another needed to take a class in the business side of it. I don't want to speak for the group, but I think that almost every photographer struggles with that in the beginning. I'm not going to give you an answer on how to fix it because I don't think I'm the right person, but it's really to, I mean, yes, at a certain point you have to invest in yourself. You do have to sort of make that leap, which is a financial risk, and it's scary. But then you have to know what your worth is. So you need to make sure that you are pricing yourself accordingly. That would be my tip. But you're not alone. That was the point of my story. You are not alone out there with, I want to focus all my time being creative, but we always have to do the back end, the work behind the work. And we all are struggling with it in our own way.
Yeah, I think good advice would be to definitely take a class, and there's so many workshops. Okay, next question. I'm a better photographer. This is from an anonymous person. I'm a better photographer technically, but my wife has a better eye. Is the eye something you're born with, or Is this something you can learn with time and experience?
Interesting.
Such a great question. I do think that photography marries like execution and technical skill and the artist. So that I interpret that question when you refer to someone having a great eye, I'm interpreting that to mean that you deem your wife to be the artist, the better artist, like the better, the one with the perspective that is artful, or the one who sees things that you don't, and the more creative person. And I do think creativity and arts is something that is talent specific. I feel like that's the human element of this art form that we do, photography. I do think that anyone can learn the execution part of photography. Anyone, if they put their mind to it, can become great with lighting and all of the technical execution of photography. But I do think art is specific to the person. And I do believe that there's some people who have a calling. That doesn't mean that you can't, I do think also on the creative side, there are things that can be unlocked. So if you view yourself as someone who is the less creative person, there is a very much possibility that it's just not been unlocked, and that working with someone, a mentor, might help you to kind of push the way you see and all that wonderful stuff. So that's a very interesting question. I think it's easier to answer it on the flip side. If someone has a great eye and they're really just exceptionally creative and they kind of are lacking with the technical, I'd be like, no problem. They can definitely learn that. On the flip side, I think creativity is something, nature versus nurture. I think it's more nature than nurture. I do think that. But I do also think that you might be defining yourself as not having it without knowing that it's there latent, sleeping and needing to be awakened.
Great answer.
Yeah, that was the unlocking it. I love that, because I'm just going to say that I was never an artist in high school. I was a jock. I played sports. No one ever, I was definitely not voted like the one to be an artist ever. So I feel like that's me you're speaking to. I was, I could figure it out technically, but then to become more of an artist, I really had to sort of immerse myself in it and unlock it. So you said it so well.
And then this is the last question from the audience. And this is from Shorty. As a total newbie, I'm curious, what is one thing I should avoid when dealing with potential clients? How can I learn from your experiences? And again, thank you.
Oh, I will take this one. Definitely figure out what you like and what you don't like. I learned very early that I don't like photographing children because they run. And so you have to figure out like what's your happy place. Like seriously, like newborns and children, that's not my thing. And so as you go out and discover like all the things that you photograph, your things are going to stick out, like weddings for Kesha, like depending on like whatever it is that you like, there's going to be something that brings you joy, like when you go to pack your camera bag. And that is probably the thing that you should probably stick with.
Yeah, I want to just add to it too. I think as a beginner, you also have to really know your worth, even if you feel like you might not have the experience, but learning how to price things and learning how to talk about money, that's, for me, it was always a challenge. It was a big learning curve. Again, that's where you can go to colleagues and to friends and kind of ask them for advice. But really learn to put that out there early on in your conversation with the client as well, so that you don't end up, getting less than what you deserve. And it's just really, it's always hard, but I think that's something that a lot of us struggle with in the beginning, that they feel like, oh, but this is so much fun. How can I get paid for this? Or, oh, I don't have all the experience in the world yet, so I'm not worth this and that. But, when you think about it, in every other industry, there are set prices and nobody goes to a hairdresser or a restaurant and asks for 50% off, So I think that for me, that's a big one that early on, I think you have to really learn to become comfortable with, your prices and to put that out there and also be okay with people maybe saying, oh, I can't afford that. I'm going to find someone cheaper than you.
I want to add one thing that I think is not intuitive for us creatives, which is piggybacking on what you just said, echoing what you just said, Claudia, is that we should prioritize business over art, which is not intuitive. And what I mean is getting your house in order. As a newbie, we want to just do the thing that brought us to this craft in the first place, which is make new photos. But prioritize things like getting your house in order. That means being insured, having contracts in place, having your infrastructure, your business formation, those things, you know, having your house in order should be a priority. And that's just, I think we're naturally inclined to like not want to do those things because that's not the fun part.
That was spoken from a lawyer, everybody. That was,
I know, that's what I was thinking.
You know, like, hello, this is advice we can should all be following.
But it's so true.
So true. And
Maria, I think
you know, oh, sorry.
No, go ahead.
I was just going to add, and that's the thing you procrastinate the most on. So
true.
Maria, I think that's it for the questions, right?
Yeah, there was one more, but if you guys want to quickly answer it, Emmy wants to know, how do you set your worth? And then that will be the last one.
Okay.
Deep thoughts. Geez, we could really go into this one, unpack this. Great question.
I'll put the link to my pricing calculator in the chat.
Yeah, actually, Tomayia gave a whole seminar on this earlier today, which is going to be posted on the B&H site soon, which was really good, just to say.
Thank you very much.
Anybody else on that question?
I think that question is a whole entire class. It really is, because there's so many things that go into setting your worth. That redirect to Tomayya's class is really great advice.
Yeah, and I think it has a lot to do with the field you're in. I mean, it just has a lot of angles to that question. But as everyone else has suggested, you know, having a group of people, you know, or belonging to an organization can also help guide you to set your worth, which is a very important thing to do.
Yeah, there's so many resources. That's the benefit I think today's photographer has, right? Is that there's so many online resources, and all you got to do is vet your sources, but the information is out there, and lots of it for free. So even if you're starting out and costs are prohibitive for you, you kind of have a conservative budget, the information is out there. And start with Tomayya's class.
Yeah, I would start with her class too. Yeah. I think, but there are great, you know, communities on Facebook that I'm on a couple groups, and people are always throwing it out. Hey, I got asked to shoot, you know, XYZ next week, and these are the rights that they want for the images. So what do you all think? And everyone just chimes in, because there isn't necessarily a one, you know, one number because people want different things. So I'm going to defer to over here. You're over here in my window. Tomayya, I'm like, oh,
here in mine.
Okay. Like,
well, thank you. I thank everybody for this amazing panel, and it's really been enjoyable. I think I only got to a few of my questions. I have so many, so it could have gone on forever. On behalf of all of us, I want to thank B&H for celebrating women photographers on International Women's Day 2021. I'm in awe of all of you. And I think now more than at any other time, a diverse group of women work behind the camera. And that's amazing. Sharing their stories while creating a more balanced and deeper understanding of our world. And, you know, let us not forget to celebrate all the unsung heroes, the women who paved the way by fighting so hard to be seen. So congratulations to all of you as we celebrate Women's Day. And again, thank you, B&H.
Awesome. Thank you guys so much. And that basically brings an end to our panel. And I'm going to pitch it to David Brommer, who's going to give us a nice big closing.
Wow. Thank you so much, Women in Photography. Happy International Women's Day. And another Depth of Field comes to a climactic close with an incredible panel. Thank you to Lauren Wendle and the women of Depth of Field, Victoria Will, Kesha Lambert, Dr. Tomayia Colvin, and Claudia Paul, as well as the women of B&H, Maria Perez, and
Yes,
Kelsey
thank you.
Hunter Weinberger. So we hope you enjoyed the program as much as we did putting it together. The past year was challenging, but pressure makes diamonds. So shine on, you crazy diamonds, and may the best of business be yours in the coming months and years. I'd also like to congratulate the winners of the Depth of Field Challenge, and especially Richard Johnson, who won 3 categories. That is a Depth of Field first. And for those who suspect some sort of a fix, 3 separate judges chose Richard's work and independently of each other. We researched Richard to make sure he qualified and found his entries on his Instagram. Trust me, we were surprised almost as much as he will be when he learns of his winnings. As a reminder, the special pricing you have seen on the B&H website and the show book for Depth of Field are valid until March 13th. So take advantage of the savings. Upgrade your equipment because as the virus recedes, business is going to boom. Let history be your guide. The last pandemic of 1918, which lasted 2 years, led to the riot years known as the Roaring Twenties. Our future is bright, and all we need to do is stay the course, work hard, and apply the lessons learned from Depth of Field 2021. We look forward to next year's conference and celebration while wishing you the best of health and wealth. From the entire Depth of Field team, sponsors, and B&H, thank you for giving us your time and your business. Thanks so much, everybody. See you next year.
Thanks, David.
I didn't want his toes. You guys are the panel. I'm just one guy who came into this to wrap up Depth of Field. Thanks so much. You guys are the best.
Thank you, David.
Thank you, David. It was
Thanks.
wonderful.
That was lovely.
Thank you.
Honor.
Nice
Thank
to
you.
meet you, ladies, everyone in this room.
Yes,
You
nice
guys are
to meet
great.
you.
Penny.
Hugs.
Thank you. I know, right?
Air
Fist
hugs.
bumps, all that stuff. Thank you, Lauren, for the lovely questions. Very nice.
Thank you, everybody. It was a great experience.